Hello, traders. Hello, family. Hello, friends. Hello, people of Earth. Hello, pets, non-pets, and everything you'd like to pet. This is Opening Call, and he's Johnny Quest, and I'm Haji today. So let's get ready for a great day of trading and be a part of the Topstep team here in the community. You've got a great community going on here. Participate, be part of the team. So let's get ready here. Let's say hello to everybody's friend and trading mentor, our very own man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Hello, Johnny. How are you today?
I'm doing good, Eddie. I like the glasses. Well, getting some comments in the chat as well. It's good to see you, Eddie, and good to see everybody. Wednesday, September the 25th. As always, good morning to the top of the chat here. We got Yabber Smack, Nick, Dan, Eddie's Bong, John Jones. Say good happy birthday to your mom, John. That's great. Frizzo, Command,
83, 89.
Dubronx, M2. We got Pete, Dan Trader, Bill Phillips. It's great to see everybody this morning. Good morning to each and every one of you. As always, our focus here on the Opening Call is accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. Great to be here with you, Eddie. I do dig the glasses, man.
Well, it's for purposes. It's the UV. You know, he was getting some vision issues, and this was suggested. And we'll see if these are. I mean, in front of the monitors. I mean, that's something we should all think about. We're in front of these monitors consistently, constantly, all day long. So I am taking advice, and we'll see what happens. But yes, I feel like a different person. I feel like a different nerd. Yes, but anyway, nerds are cool. All right, well let's get busy. And what's Mother 89? God bless her. Make sure you tell her that we all said happy birthday here. The whole world knows that it's her birthday today, so maybe to put a big smile on her face. But anyway, news. We got news here today. U.S. stock futures. Yes, U.S. stock futures edged a bit lower here. S&P closed second straight record high in the prior session yesterday, but we did see the S&P right now basically pretty much flat, Dow pretty much flat, and the NASDAQ flat here. So we'll see what's going to happen today. Main averages on Wall Street closed in the green, echoing gains in national markets following China's announcement of a new stimulus measure aimed at rejuvenating activity in the world's second largest economy. U.S. listed shares in Chinese stocks jumped while copper and lithium miners advanced on a surge in metal prices. Weighing on the sentiment, however, was a report from the Conference Board showing that U.S. consumer confidence unexpectedly dropped in September. It was due to worries over the health of the labor market. Anybody check out gold today? Yes, gold prices slightly lower after hitting a fresh record high today, 26.85. I think. Well, like 26.86. We're hitting some new highs here as we speak. History is being made, and you are part of it. Gold was up 0.2%, 2683, and well, it's a little higher, but right now the prospect of lower interest rates was the key support point for gold, as traders priced in a lower opportunity cost for investing in non-yielding assets. Gold also saw some safe haven demand sparked by the heightened tensions in the Middle East. That's what I've got, Johnny. Johnny, what do you got for us today? Johnny, you're moving your lips.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I just got signed out of Google. I'm going to have to re-sign into everything here in just a minute. But as far as economic numbers this morning, at 6 o'clock, the mortgage rates and applications came out. Mortgage rates fell by 0.02%. Previous week was 6.15%. Last week, 6.13%, keeping applications pretty much on the upside. Adding 11% in applications over the previous week. New home sales is due out at 9 o'clock this morning, 9:30. EIA petroleum status report is due out. And at noon, we do have a 5-year note auction. That's about it for today. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's a little bit higher this morning, but lower than than at this time yesterday. 15.65 last I checked. Today was 16.00 yesterday at this time. Yield on the 10-year down a little bit this morning at 100.43, where it was 100.73 yesterday at this time. And the yield on that was the dollar index. Yield on the 10-year, 3.76%. It was 3.67% yesterday, a little bit higher. Still getting my bearings here a little bit here, still a little bit under the weather, but looking forward to spending a lot more time with everybody today. And hopefully we'll have a good trading day. Back to you, Eddie. What's going on with crude?
Well, crude, if you are watching crude, sort of did a ding-dong ditch here to the low. We were trading 72s yesterday. 72. I tell you, this crude is moving like a mofo. We tagged 69.86. We're moving north of that right now. We're back above 70. But still, big moves here in the crude. Crude prices slipped lower today as traders assess the likely impact of the fresh monetary stimulus from our friends in China. Brent dropped 0.5. We also saw WTI 0.7 lower. I think there was even more. I think 0.8 lower. Both benchmark increased just under 2% yesterday. That was after China unveiled its largest barrage of stimulus measures. However, traders have noted that more help may be needed to boost the economy outlook for the world's largest importer of crude. This is coming from our friends at Reuters. Declining U.S. stockpiles provided some support for the market. As the data yesterday, we had API, American Petroleum Institute, showed that the crude oil inventories fell by 4.34 million barrels last week. Official numbers from the EIA, as mentioned, are due today, later in the session. All right, tip of the week, risk management. Oh boy, what a perfect tip of the week for us and everybody. Remember, a take profit order is predefined. It's a predefined price level at which a trader will automatically exit at a profitable position to lock in gains. Okay. Why is this important? Well, you know what? This prevents traders from becoming too greedy. And gosh, I can't stress the fact that word greedy is just a wicked, wicked word in this business. So let's avoid it at all costs. We don't want to miss any opportunities. We want to make sure that, hey, like John says, see money, take money. If it's there, take what the market gives you and move on to the next opportunity. If there's a next opportunity right there, then fine. Utilize it. Take advantage. Johnny, what do you got for our tip of the week?
Well, risk management, most people will tell you it's the most important thing in trading is recognizing when the trade you're in is no longer valid and getting out. I talk quite often about how most of us are not wired to do that. Most of us are wired to avoid losses, therefore creating bigger losses. We're also wired to take money when it's there, but it's the opposite that the professional traders are doing. They're recognizing when the trade is no longer valid and getting out, recognizing when the trade is valid and paying them. Be hopeful when you're getting paid and be fearful when you're taking losses. Don't be hopeful when you're taking losses by just sitting and hoping that the market is going to come back and make you whole again. Get out, take good risks, take smart risks. It's all about risk management, and always be here to trade for tomorrow. Always a good thing. That's what I'm thinking this morning about that risk management there, Eddie.
Beautiful. All right, I'm with you on that. Hey, just to mention before we go to Johnny's charts, a little later on today, we're going to be hosting our very first edition of Pass with the Pros. It's going to be 1 p.m. Central Time today. And our first guest is going to be Stanley P. from Brooklyn, New York. All right, so be with us here. This is our first segment, first edition of Pass with the Pros. So we're going to move on here. And Johnny, let's hit some charts. What do you got for our contestants today?
All right. I was always starting with the daily in the E-mini S&Ps. Good to be with everybody. Feeling a little bit better this morning. Still not 100%. So we're going to take a look at what these markets, these charts have to say. So we had a positive close yesterday with some pretty decent increase in open interest, adding 37,000 in open interest. Remember, we are now past rollover, so that 37,000 in open interest is indicating new business, new buyers came into this market and pulled it off its lows and pushed it to close up near its highs. This is new business. It's going to take more new business to take out our last week's high, which is the December and the contract high here. We've got 5,800, that big fat round number, the weekly kickoff high. It's going to take some gumption. It's going to take some new business. It's going to take some new buying to do so. Am I expecting that to happen today? Well, we do have GDP tomorrow and PCE on Friday. I think the market is probably going to be kind of anticipating some of that new data. We do see some buyers coming into the S&Ps yesterday with that increase in open interest. Does it feel like momentum is slowing at all? Maybe a little bit. I mean, we did see some decent momentum to the upside yesterday. I think a lot of what we're going to see for today and tomorrow is the anticipation of the PCE numbers on Friday. Now, these are only known economic indicators. There's still a lot of uncertainty and a lot of unknowns out there, but with no bad news, the equities do have a tendency to continue to kind of just grind to the upside. Everybody gets, all the short time frame traders get short, and it grinds them higher. So we'll have to see. This is the 30-minute chart. Now take a look. The overnight inventory got pretty short, and then it got to the afternoon pullback low from yesterday. The afternoon pullback low was afternoon that we had that pullback, and that's the lowest level it got to, 47.73 half. Or what was our overnight low? 47.73 half. Our afternoon pullback low provided support for the overnight session last night. They got too short in the hole. They're back to flat. We're opening in range, probably, maybe close to inside of value. Not really quite sure here. Let's take a closer look. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be opening in range and in value. So the an overnight inventory inside range and value. That kind of keeps me on my heels, sits me back in my chair, and says, okay, we're going to find better trade location as the day goes on today. One of the things about this profile is we did have a failed downside auction at 9:30 yesterday morning. That is an indication of a change in auction direction. It was a pretty stiff directional change. The failed downside auction was a really nice opportunity to look for longs yesterday. And we also have left a late spike to the upside. The late spike is when, in the last 30 minutes, the market leaves the previous range and closes outside of it. So we've got a base of the late spike here, 57.91 half. Where are we now? We're 57.90. The basic rules of the late spike are as if we open above the base of the late spike or outright above the late spike, it's the market indicating that it is attempting to accept higher pricing. Opening below the base of the late spike indicates a possible rejection of higher pricing and possible acceptance of lower pricing. with the market opening right at the base of the late spike, I think it's going to further complicate things and going to keep me relatively patient, looking for better opportunities today. As far as my personal trading, being a little bit under the weather, I probably won't be doing much. I like to make sure that I'm feeling good and physically, mentally, and emotionally and spiritually. But we'll see how this plays out today. So that failed downside auction was a nice opportunity for a potential long. We did put it the late spike. The nuances are saying that this market is still attempting to move higher. I'm going to try and play it that way. I'll pull back to the overnight low, the afternoon pullback low. Looks like an interesting area for potential execution. The pullback low from the 24th or from the 20th here, we haven't even been able to reach to that pullback low. So it still looks to me, with all that information, that buyers are still sort of in control, and I'm going to be looking for opportunities accordingly. Remember the base of the late spike, 57.91.5, and just remember the basic rules. Nothing is finite. Nothing is perfect in trading. Opening above the late spike on a late spike to the upside indicates potential acceptance of higher pricing. Opening below the base of the late spike on a late spike to the upside, potential rejection of higher pricing. No overnight inventory, in range and in value. Try and stay patient today. These markets are expecting more information coming in the next couple of days here. So, all right, the NASDAQ, not at all-time highs, nowhere near all-time highs. Really been wrestling since last week and then this week with the weekly kickoff high, 20,206. Keeps showing is maybe too expensive. Well, yesterday we added 3,200 on a push up to and a little bit of a look above the weekly kickoff high, unable to find any real participation or acceptance above there. That open interest increase does indicate the presence of potential buyers, and we're going to need a lot more of those buyers to break out and hold above this 20,206 weekly kickoff high. And a lot of these markets are anticipating new business. It's something that is always in the markets. We're always looking forward to what the new big data is going to be. PCE is that big number this week, and it's Friday. You look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So, yesterday in the NASDAQ, we had to dive. The afternoon pullback from the 20th was relatively close to where the market left that failed downside auction, and the market continued to push higher for the rest of the day. So we had a failed downside auction at the low of the profile yesterday. We have a very weak high right up against the weekly kickoff high in the profile from yesterday. Okay, very even highs up here. This is indicating of the potential for an unfinished upside auction. So the nuances in the profile are still saying that this market is attempting to move to the upside. Of course, nothing is finite or for sure in anything. Overnight inventory, we got too short. We were a little bit back to even. The afternoon pullback low yesterday, I'm not really focusing on because the market did take a look below it. I am going to put it on this chart just so we have reference to it as the day goes on here. There's the afternoon pullback low in the NASDAQ, 20,108.75. You can see the market kind of bounced off it, kind of found it as resistance here, and then back above it, found it as support. Might be an interesting level for us today. But again, with no overnight inventory, no major changes, inside range, inside value, I'm going to suggest, as usual, to try and stay patient. The market did have a P-shaped profile, which would indicate short covering, not supported by the open interest increase, same as the S&Ps, kind of a P-shaped profile, not supported by short covering with the increase in open interest, indicating possible new buyers coming into this market. But we're going to need a lot more new business to the upside to continue this push to the upside. Take a look at crude oil. I am just coming off a NyQuil high here, so I apologize if I'm if I'm not 100% here. Let's take a look at the crude oil. All right. Well, we had a pretty good stab up towards that weekly kickoff high at 72.60. Within 20 ticks of it, and the buyers just absolutely vacated. We added 12,000 in open interest yesterday. If that open interest was to the long side, we've got a lot of trapped longs up at a high level here. You're starting to see the crude oil continuing to push to the downside here this morning. Volume was pretty good on that up move yesterday. And let's take a look here at the 30-minute chart. We do have, some short time frame upside structure. There's a lot of weakness in structure down below for this market to target if it is indeed going to target it. So yesterday we almost filled that gap. We're going to call this pretty much just a gap fill. This was a previous gap from way back here, the 30th of August to the 3rd of September. Nice gap there. We almost filled it, but what doesn't happen is equal as what does. Market has overnight inventory to the short side. It's already tested now through and to the previous day's point of control, which was 70.45. We're starting to see some buyers coming in. Overnight inventory was a little bit too short. I'm looking at this as possible overnight inventory adjustment. We have opened with a gap. If we cannot close this gap to the session low from yesterday, we're going to call that session low 71.09. We're still going to be looking for opportunities for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would lead us towards the short side. It's going to be an interesting and challenging day, I think, here in crude oil, as it is every day. The profile yesterday was B-shape, indicating long liquidation, which again is not supported. It's like we had new sellers coming in, not necessarily new buyers. The direction was to the downside. So our theory of, hey, maybe we trap some longs up here, looking at the directional activity of the day yesterday, we added shorts. We tried to close the gap, couldn't close the gap. Sellers came in, pretty decent volume on these pushes down. We got a lot of wiki stuff. It's very kind of blurry as to what direction that open interest came in on that yesterday. Let's take a quick look at gold now, because gold, I think, is one of my favorite markets lately. Gold, we finally had a nice breakout above that 26.65 weekly kickoff high. We added 9,200 in volume in open interest. We added volume. We're still seeing some negative deltas as price continues to move higher, trapping weaker hand shorts. That still seems to be part of the play. We've closed above weekly kickoff high. We're still holding above weekly kickoff high. I'm giving the breakout yesterday above that level a B because of this. Take a look at how this breakout worked yesterday. Would have been a wonderful day to be a trader in gold with that weekly kickoff level. So we saw the weekly kickoff level get tested in the overnight. We saw it kind of get tested in the regular trading hours. Once it broke out and came back to it, that was your opportunity right there. That afternoon pullback low right up against that weekly kickoff high was a nice opportunity for us to see that continuation move to the upside. Yesterday was a trend day to the upside. The opening range was the dead ass low. The market continued to push higher throughout the entire session. Overnight inventory was maybe a little bit long, but we're still unable to close the gap. The gap close would be to yesterday's session high, 26.8030, and we've been unable to close that gap. So I'm still looking at this market as a market that overall is attempting to and succeeding at moving higher. Let's take our deep breath. I know I need it. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, pray for peace every day. Let's get down to business.
I like it. Thank you, Johnny. All right, we're going to take a quick break. And we've got Deanna, star of the London Open. Deanna, Monday through Thursday, starting at 3:30 a.m. and trying to bounce back from a red day in the XFA. Also, Nick for a Tick, star of Market Kickoff. And Nick for a Tick every Sunday at 4:45 p.m. Central Time, trying to extend his current 3-day winning streak in XFA. Don't go away. We got a really big show today. And Johnny, I'll meet you at the vending machine. We'll be right back. All right, palladium is the talk of the town. Watch your catalytic converters. Let's get those in the gates.
Man,
everybody's checking their cars right now, looking out the window. But Andre, good morning, buddy. How are you today?
I said check out the window, make sure mine was still there. Indeed, it is. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Marcus. You know them, you love them. Upper right-hand corner, star market kickoff. First, Nick for a tick. Lower left-hand corner, start of London Open. We got Deanna in the house. Upper left-hand corner, we got the boss, Mr. Michael Patak, on this Wednesday. Wow, just take a peek at what the overnight did. Almost hit those 5,800s in the ES. We got about 20 seconds till the opening bell. Take a quick look around the horn. NQ last trade, 20,145. We look at those prices for a lot this week. OM 42,563. Crude oil trading $70.64. And gold trading $26.82. With that being
Right.
said, we got 5. We are now open. I want to throw it to my main man, Hogue. A little bit under the weather. Hang in there, Hogue. Hogue, what are we seeing here on this open?
Well, I'm just watching the late spike at the end of the day on yesterday in the S&Ps. The base of the late spike 91.5. We've opened our opening ranges just spanning that. So the basic rules of the late spike is, opening in or above the late spike is acceptance of higher pricing. Opening below the base of the late spike is rejection of higher pricing. It's looking like we're seeing some buyers coming in here. We've got the opening ranges still unfinished with that first minute opening range, I should say. 5.25 points. Looking like we're going to attempt to continue to accept higher pricing and maybe get up to that 5,800 big fat round number, weekly kickoff high here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ not quite testing weekly kickoff high as it did several times yesterday. Here's the NASDAQ 30-minute chart. NASDAQ opening in range and in value with no late spike, but we do have a very poor high up against and above that weekly kickoff high of 20,203. Looking like we may be taking another shot at that, but no real overnight inventory. The NASDAQ, we're open in range and in value. Just going to try and stay patient, find better trade locations as the day goes on. It's the way it looks to me right now.
Hey, Dre, we got crude 80% long here in tilt. Average 70.46, which is a very good price on a buy here.
Wow. Okay, very good. Thank you, Eddie. Heavy tilt in the crude. Let's go to DD. You came into some trading coming into the New York session. Tell us about it and your P&L as well.
Yeah, so I traded platinum this morning, attempted a small Nikkei trade as well. That didn't work, but platinum worked out very nicely. So I'm sitting at 414 in the live. Don't know whether I'm going to be doing too much more trading, but if something juicy comes up, obviously I'm going to jump on it. We have the inventories today. As you know, Andre, it's my favorite day of the week.
Best day of the week.
For crude oil. Yeah, and if you look at the trends in crude oil, you look at the Wednesday stats, and it's like the worst. So that's because of the algo spaz that you get around the inventories. So we're going to see what they do today. If the number is markedly different, I would expect to see some more movement. But let's not get ahead of ourselves there, wishful thinking and all that. So I'm just going to stay patient, maybe look for some house account trades, have some levels in ES. I think we should be focusing on ES. And apparently there's going to be some changes. So looking forward to hearing what we have in store.
Ooh, I like that. So to my man, Nick, for a tick, who apparently did not get the memo that you are to wear a Topstep hat today on television. All good. Nick, for a tick.
He's
what?
He's
got the hoodie.
Oh.
He's got the hoodie. I'll give him that. I like that
totally
hoodie.
counts. Totally
Look at
counts,
that.
Andre.
I like that. Nick, for a tick, talk to us, man. We're looking at ES. Any levels here in the ES? Any price action you're looking for today?
I think you're mute.
No, I'm good. I definitely hit mute on the software and not my soundboard. But this is, I got my hoodie on. I can't find my 5K hat. It's somewhere in the house. I'm going to be moving offices here in the coming weeks. So my office is a bit of a hot mess right now, but we are trading basically near the air horn level from last week's FOMC. Yes. So I'd be looking to see, do we kind of get some volume build above 5,800? If you guys remember from July, I absolutely hate trading all-time highs because at some point there's a big seller that usually takes profit, and I never want to be, trying to be the first person to short this or the person trying to long the new all-time high every single second. So for me, I'm probably going to be sitting on my hands. I've had a good week. I had a good day yesterday. I am about to be eligible for another round of payouts in the same accounts last week that I took 15 grand out of. So I may do something very similar tomorrow or tonight after the close, is take another 15, 20 grand out of those accounts. But we'll see. Today.
All right. Look at NQ here. NQ's seen a nice pop right now. Last trade, 20,187, pretty much highs of the day. And buyers are coming in strong here in the NQ. I've seen a heck of a lot in the ES, though. Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you, guys.
The seasons are changing. The seasons are changing here in the States.
So good. Yeah, I know.
Okay, what is going on with the ES right now? Am I not seeing something? What is
on our highs?
Well, there's the round number at 58. 5800s. That's what they're
58.
chasing, I think. So,
Yes.
yeah, so we should probably wait to see what happens there. For me, I have some points of interest at former London IB high 784.50. That tends to be like pretty reactive. And then further down, we have the London demand around 57.75. There's also some put support there. So I would expect some stop runs to happen there if we can get it. But yeah, I'm not too crazy about getting involved around all-time highs. Again, it's very difficult to sift out what's happening around all-time highs. And just like Nick, I don't like trading all-time highs. So I think patience is definitely going to be the name of the game today.
Yeah, I remember July, Nick, and it was just air horn, air horn, air horn. I feel like this run up in the S&Ps with the air horn hasn't been like July, because it kind of happened when we rolled over to the Dees contract. So it's kind of like, they kind of cut the corner to get here. But what's the all-time high price?
I guess it depends on what you guys want to go off of. Do we go off the roll price and technically the Z contract making new all-time high, or are we focusing on SPX?
SPX, which were also all-time highs.
Okay, well, you know what? Just for you, Jack.
Here we are.
Thank you.
It's so annoying, but it's so awesome at the same time.
It just must. We must do it. It just must do it. All right. How's the count? Yep, we took it on the chin yesterday. Today we're going to try to do a little bit better risk management. So I'm thinking 10 lots, right? 10 lots, 5 lot, 10 lot. We're going to have a predefined amount we're going to risk, predefined amount we're going to make. Jack, 1-to-1 MP. Jack, you want to come in here and talk about?
Yeah, explain kind of the iterations that we are making. And if anybody keeps poking the bear of house account, you can take your negativity elsewhere. We're
just saying the NASDAQ is at weekly kickoff high right now.
Okay, NASDAQ weekly kickoff high 20,202. No, 20,202. We're trading at right now. So house account is always going to be iterating, finding the best fit for the show, for the folks on air, for the viewers, of course, for the profit and strategy of the account. So it is building the plane in the air. That's what we're trying to do here in general. So, Jack, go.
Changes.
Wow,
I think the biggest thing that we would like to see happen with the house account right now is that when we get into a trade, we have the dollar amount we're willing to risk, and that determines the size. Because I think we get caught up a little bit in putting the size on first, and then you're basically deciding how much money you're putting or risk capital behind the trade based on where the stop is, right? So if it's a 10-point stop versus a 30-point stop, suddenly you're wagering 3 times as much money when it's not like that. So what we're going to try today is, if we like a trade, we're going to decide how much we're willing to put behind it. And we're either going to lose that or we're going to make that much or more. That is the goal, at least.
Okay.
Would it be useful to have some sort of position size calculator to help us do that a bit quicker, rather than us going, what is it?
Well,
calculator.
An easy way to think about it is the 10 points in the 10 points on, or 20 points on 10 ES is $5,000 or $10,000.
Yeah, no, but here we are. You're already like, 5,000, 10,000.
That's because I was on the spot.
By the time that we do that, I feel like we miss the trades. So yeah, we
can put on a 10 lot in the ES. And the other thing I'd like to point out is I'd prefer that we did the ES over the NQ, because even though the tick value is smaller in the NQ, it's a more dangerous contract to trade. I looked yesterday, the ATR yesterday for that S&P was like 73 points, and it was 358 for the NQ. If you do the math on one contract, the NQ contract moves about twice as much in dollars as the ES does per day.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm all for that.
10 ES, 10 points is $5,000. So we can get in with a 10 if we're doing that, and we can move from there quickly. So,
well, I can just easily set my brackets.
Oh,
like I'm doing right now. We do.
Yes.
5 to make 5.
Right.
If you are risking 5 to make 5, what does your win percentage have to be profitable?
Ooh, good question. There's a matrix
Tough
for
one.
that.
This is
Isn't
really,
there?
really. This is a
50%.
series. This
I'd
is
say more than 50.
50.1%. Be the cover fee. So say call 50.5%.
fees. Yeah.
But for the hit rate,
Yeah, 1-to-1 risk.
I mean,
yeah, I think
Safe
it's more like
bet's
55%
55.
from what I
Yeah.
remember.
There you go.
Yeah.
55. There you go.
But that's the cutoff point for scratch. I think we need to go a little bit over that. So
Yes.
really, we should be aiming for 57.60. 55% is a scratch system. If like all things being equal,
All things. 50.
position sizes, risk per trade, 1-to-1. 50% is not good because you're not going to make any money. So we need to make some cash. Therefore, over 55% accuracy is what we should be aiming for. Again,
5% juice.
doable.
5% juice in this game.
5%
Juice is
Sounds
incredible.
Juice.
It's juice. Yes, again. How's it count? Taking trades from the top funded traders here at Topstep. I guess any segment we have here. Right now, a bit of a muted open. Got weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ, 20,206 to the tick there. Weekly kickoff high.
I'm kind of waiting to see, are we going to go retest the middle of that like consolidation range from the pre-market around 88s, 87s maybe? Just we kind of shot out of a cannon and NQ and ES, and I've just kind of been sitting there.
Yes, we are. Nick, did I hear that you're on a 3-day win streak right now? Well done.
I am.
Very good.
Yeah, I took my payout last week on Slow Markets with Dakota, and I had a loss like the following day, which I think is pretty normal for me. After taking a payout, I tend to try to like get the money back and overtrade a little bit. But then kind of did what I've been doing that has been helped me build the accounts up, and have just been walking away if I'm up 500. 700 in the XFAs and calling it a day, even if it's the first trade of the day. Yesterday was the first trade of the day, didn't trade again, basically. Mm-hmm. So I've just been trying to be a little better about that and, allowing the balance to build and then taking the payouts. Like if I'm eligible for a payout, why not? Just a different style, because I know Dakota's been trying to get those accounts in the XFAs as high as possible, transfer to a live. I'm doing kind of the opposite, which is pay yourself. Mm-hmm. When you're eligible, take the money.
Take the money, and you're going to give Dilesh a run for his penny.
Please be on this.
Yeah,
although I can't take, I won't take a. If I'm not at 200 and I'm green, I'm going for that $200 day. I'll take a red day, trying to get the 200 versus taking $50 and calling it a day.
Please be on this list today,
I thought it was
Dilesh.
$7.
Please be there, Dilesh.
$7. Sorry.
Isn't it the average like $7?
There is
Something
only
like
one
that.
way the Dilesh saga ends, because I do think this individual is trolling us, because you can imagine how he's making $7 a day. And I looked at his account, and there are days where he has been flat down $350 or $380.
Oh.
This is some doubling down, but you know what?
I mean, he's working for the wrong thing. He's working for the hot streaks. He needs to be working for the profitable trader side of the game. Pay yourself side of the game, I should say.
Dilesh.
We're not here to trade. We're here to make money trading. So pay yourself.
Dilesh is a menace. I love it. No hot streak. Come on, JD. Please come through. Tell us. We'll stay tuned. We'll have those hot streaks coming to you. And fast markets in the upper left-hand corner. Speaking of fast markets, see the hashtag fast markets. Hit us up on X at Topstep TV. Yes, we have our own Twitter handle now. We've made it to the big leagues. Says your cool memes, swag, trader station setups, funded trader certificates, whatever you think you want like to share it with the community here. Again, at Topstep TV, hashtag fast markets.
And may I add one additional thing about the house account is that once those brackets are in, we can adjust where the stop is to our validation, and we can adjust the take profit to where we want to kind of take it, but it better be more than 1-to-1. So if you see a trade that's less than 1-to-1, probably lay off.
Yeah.
And we just got this in from Coach Robert and ChatGPT.
There's
without commissions. These are the win rates you need based on risk to reward ratios. I know we say reward to risk, Michael. It's it's tough because in
It is.
English, I feel like it's
Ingrained,
always
though.
risk to reward. But
Yeah, I know.
Well, because it's got ratio in it, risk to reward ratio. Whereas when people say risk to reward, it's like an abbreviated thing of that. And yet some people are like, but why don't you say reward to risk? It's like, it's the same.
the reason we do
Who's that
it,
voice?
I mean,
Yeah, who's that?
Yeah, Steve, who are you making fun of in that voice? I know the nerds.
Just
are you
a
making fun of the nerds?
generic retail trader who's like, trying to be like all smart and cute.
Oh yes.
But yeah.
You're making fun of
the reason we use the ratio
You're doing
reward
this
to
wrong.
risk is because we're generally looking for trades that are better than 1-to-1, so we don't have to deal with those decimal points, right? So if we can say 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 instead of 0.5-to-1 or something.
Mhm. Yeah, and also R multiples are, that's the same thing, right? So where 1R is the initial risk taken, and then 1.2R would be obviously 1 to 1.2. So it's just quicker to say 1.2R.
Hey,
2R.
do you
It's the
like
2R.
to take a, what's been going on in crude lately? We've been seeing the $70. We've been hovering around $70 for I don't know, last couple of weeks. Maybe we'll go up to $72. We'll go down in the 60s a little bit, but typically lately it seems like we're just stuck around the $70 range in the crude.
Yeah, it looks
Anything?
like it's just got stuck in a bit of a distribution mode now. We hit localized supply around 72.36, and it's just stopped there for now. And now we're doing the whole thing of not really making any headway. I mean, this is a distribution, and if we're going to take Wyckoff as our guide, liquidation is what should follow statistically. Now, whether that's applicable when you have risk events and stuff hitting us left, right, and center, that's another thing. But yeah, for now, it's very range bound. Daily chart, we haven't moved anywhere. We're just kind of floating actually between 69.52 and 72.38. So that's the range at the moment. So we would need to break out of that range. Obviously, we had some recovery if you look at the weekly chart. But yeah, it seems to have run out of steam. So very interested to see what they want to do with the inventories today.
Well, maybe you can find some steam. Come here in about 45 minutes or so with the EIA numbers. Nick for a tick giving you the double thumbs up. Who brought you that? Where'd that come from? You just found it?
It just appeared.
just
My
appeared.
my production assistant at the Nick for a Tick household may have found it.
I was just saying, that just didn't appear. Someone found that for you. Was it the dog? I don't know. I don't think the dog brought that to you. Yes, just trusty sidekick
No,
over
they're
there.
too busy barking at people walking by with strollers.
You'll be
The
one of those
doggy
people
TV,
here.
Yes.
You'll be one of those people here.
Did you put your stroller together yet? You're a
Ooh.
first-time dad.
Stroller, no, but we do have. I mean, okay, so I have one of the ones that has the wheels attached to the base and like goes for the car seat, and then
Up
the
a
other one I
baby?
still got to put together. But like 95% of all of that is basically done. Where the nursery's pretty much done. It's now just kind of organizing. So we're
The
getting there.
greatest-
But now the new project is Nick's moving his office, since this wall shares a wall with the nursery, and
Oh,
not
can't use
ideal.
your air horn.
So I'm gonna go
use your air
upstairs.
horn. Yeah.
Can't
You
use
gotta
my
have
air
a spot where
horn.
you can use your air horn, because we're going to be using that
Yeah.
quite a bit in 2025, I bet.
Have to put the air away.
Yeah, so we'll go
Get the Duna.
upstairs to the quiet man cave and rebuild the office up there.
I'll give you an insider tip. Get the Duna, and you're just fine for the rest of
The
your.
Duna is what I bought for my my truck. It's a little heavy for the wife. She's tiny, so she didn't necessarily want the
Hold on.
extra like weight with it. But we're gonna use that in my car.
The Duna is the one that folds, that goes into a stroller, that folds into. Yeah, okay.
It's
Yeah,
awesome.
We have
It's
Yeah.
very, very cool.
Look at you
best
guys.
when you're in Chicago and you go to get in an Uber, and you're like, because you've been getting
Yeah, I
an
can
Uber
see
for the
that.
last however many
click.
20 years in Chicago, just jumping in as a dude. Now I'm like, yo, here's my baby. He's gonna come in here too with me. But then the Duna goes click, 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 and it's like it's right next to you.
Look at you guys. Just a
Hey, we
couple
were
of
just talking
studs.
about crude. Crude's moving north here nicely now.
Mm.
See, we could still extend this.
Well, we
Yeah,
are
I have
on our
a
high.
value
everything
area
on.
low. We're on 71.24, but again, we have the inventories that might put a bit of a problem with executions. So we'll see. I mean, if we get a failed auction around there after the inventories, maybe that's a nice trade.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I'm still waiting. We're nowhere near levels that I'm interested in at the moment. I've got 71.24, and then higher up, I've got 71.72 as the ADR high, wherever it's session range high for this session. Yeah, kind of middle of nowhere for me.
Yeah, a bit of a quiet open, which is okay. It's middle of the week. And you got some of the best here. This is Topstep birthday week, everybody. We have some cool stuff in store for you guys. Some cool, turn on the time machine. We have some photos from when it all started. Maybe some stories, swap some stories. We'll get Hogue and MP and Eddie talk in here in a little bit. Right now, eyes on the
like
prize.
A crazy cake or something, like Topstep
I mean,
shaped. Or MP shaped cake.
MP,
MP
Michael
jumps out of a cake.
I was just gonna say with the birthday suit on, Michael. Do we need that?
I don't need your fantasies to be going through top.
Yeah, that's so weird. Oh, this is a PG show.
MP only fans. MP only fans. Preview.
Yeah, how do you get negative subscribers? I don't know.
They watch us in classrooms, folks. We got to be careful what we say here. But yes, it's Topstep's birthday week. 12 years old, Topstep. My goodness, 12 years old.
14 I almost swore at a troll this morning. Almost.
Really?
I stopped myself just in time. Yeah, it was just this guy who's been there for like 3 days. I was just going to call him a
bleepity bleep
head. Because he was just being really annoying. So we basically chucked him out.
Let him have it. Oh, we're seeing a bit of a pullback in the ES here. ES pulled back to VWAP 57.90. Made new highs about 15 minutes ago, 57.98. So about 8-point pullback there again. NQ, we're looking at that. About a 20-point pullback off the highs. Again, weekly kickoff high, 20,206. Hit it to the tick. So about a 30, 40-point pullback off that. Now we're kind of just chopping around. Again, Eddie's been keeping an eye on.
I have a lot of Topstep levels.
Topstep daily levels, man. Yes. How could I forget it? Pin at the top of the chart.
Put these on your chart, folks. They're Johnny Hoagland's recipe.
Yeah, a dash of this.
His years of knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Hey, MP,
they're not buy signals. They're not sell signals. They're not buy. They're not sell.
Low salt.
Low salt. Low salt. Yes.
Low sodium.
Salt. Hey, MP, where do you keep your Topstep daily levels on your screen?
I'm at charts.
No. Oh, you have them right there on your charts? Perfect. There you go.
They're in my charts.
Yep.
Topstep levels. You guys can add it on Topstep X. You can add it in indicators. It's very cool. Click here.
Yes, it is.
And I usually had it highlighted. Oh, maybe. Yeah, right there. I already have it. Oh, here I'm going to make
it. How about that?
All right.
So I know I got mine up here. Pretty cool.
Updated every day.
Updated every day, every morning. Yep. Before the New York Open. All right. Well, yesterday was a bit of a lighter day in terms of numbers. Saw a couple things that consumer confidence, 3-year low. Consumer confidence. We would still have a very vicious V-bounce recovery to the moon. But today I'm taking a look at the calendar, seeing some things. Nothing too crazy about. Throw it to my main man, Eddie. He always has a better view, better sight on. What do we got, Eddie, for the eco calendar today?
Well, coming up in about a minute, I'm going to give you a 5-minute warning here. We got the biggest number of the day here. We've got our new home sales. They're looking at prediction 699,000. Prior was 739,000. So that's a big difference there. We also do have the home sales month over month and crude oil inventories coming up in about 36 minutes. Anything after that, we got our gasoline inventories and so forth. But today here we do have at 12 o'clock the 5-year note auction. And a little later on here this afternoon, FOMC member Kugler will be speaking. Yes. And that's what we've got here, Andre. Back to you.
Yes, Kugler will be speaking today. And then tomorrow, just the Fed speaker Palooza. Everyone's speaking, including the main man himself, Jerome Powell. Speakers left and right. See if they are all on message. But take a look at the Fed watch. Jack, if you're there real quick before we get these new home sales here at 9 o'clock. But Jack's always got a good eye, good take on the Fed Watch tool. I always take a peek. Jack, what are you seeing over there in Fed Watch?
We're up to about a 60% chance of a half-point cut for the November 7th meeting, which is just after the election. 60%. We've seen a little bit of a bounce off the low of yields in the 10-year. We're back to its comfortable zone, 3.76 at the moment. 2-year 3.54 is at its low of this cycle, going back to September of 22.
Yeah, 50 basis points. They're going to force the Fed's hand again. Incredible.
So with the Topstep levels, is there any chance we can add actual text to them?
5 minutes.
Right now, you would need to go and kind of edit that yourself. Yeah,
they should be sitting. The answer is, I don't think it does it now, but they should be sitting on the line. In my opinion, I wouldn't want it in the price area. Kind of like how when you put your brackets
definitely on the line. Yeah,
on the
definitely
line,
on the
like
line.
on the far left. Yeah, I'll hey guys, who's in production? Tell the team over there that we want that one bumped to the top.
Oh wow, very nice. Cut to the front of the line.
It's important. Well, no, it's important because you put them on and you're like, what is it? And there's quite a few of them, so then you kind of have to go to each one and
the web page. I have to go to the web page and then look at it's yesterday's low. Okay. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I have the font really small.
I believe if you have the indicator open, right? Like who's screening me on? Deanna's right now. I believe it shows them across. Well, like even without opening that, if you go to see those lists up there and like hover over it, it'll tell you which is which. Your charts are a little small right now.
Let me try that.
But it won't put it on the line. So I will get that to the proper authority.
It is on the line.
So
if you'll look at my charts, you can see I've put them on there already.
What? High NASDAQ.
What do you mean put them on? Oh, you got to put them on the far right. How do you do that?
Oh, I see.
That'll tell you what it is.
Okay.
You get it here in chart settings, indicator name.
I see. Yeah. Okay. Let me get that.
I don't know. Chart settings, indicator name. Oh, for all the indicators.
Push new highs here. NASDAQ, 20,221. Hey, Nick, for a tick, no one reads the options chain like you do. What are you seeing in terms of gamma? What are you seeing in terms of the option chain?
Yeah, let me take a look.
Thank you, Nick. Love having Nick for a tick on here.
So
I usually wait
I don't see that
30 minutes.
on live. Yeah, sorry.
Right now, the only thing jumping out to me is going to be the big strike is going to be at 5750 SPX.
All right.
John, that's wildly annoying. It needs to be on the far left. Okay, we can ask him. I'm sure it's super easy to move it to indicator name on the left instead of the.
Does our tech team love it when you say this should be super easy, Michael?
Yeah, they're like, yeah, you're right. Usually they always say, yeah, you're right. Can't believe I didn't think of that.
I can only imagine.
Excellent opinion, sir.
Yeah, it should be super. It's so true. Hey, man, but yeah, we're simple-minded when it comes to that. We don't understand the actual heavy lifting that it takes to get things done. Hey, 12 years, man. It's super easy for 12 years. I'm like 14
years old.
Fake ID, yep.
Yeah.
Crazy.
14 years, guys. 14 years we've been doing this. January of 2010. Actually, we got incorporated in December of 2009. I remember thinking,
oh boy,
got to be more talented, more disciplined.
We got 2 minutes here.
And more creative traders out there that can go out there and do it better than I. Started a prop firm called Patak Trading Partners.
PTP.
And we would put people on a simulator. And they had 30 days to prove themselves. We had T4 was the only platform. We only allowed you to do like a couple products. You had to show us an average win rate greater than, so you had average winners had to be greater than average loser with a win rate of greater than 50%.
Remember that?
Yeah, you had to have a stop. If you didn't have a stop, you busted out. This is free. I didn't charge. Like, come over here. These are my rules. You get a trade like that, and you're hired. Well, do I have to?
We even had delayed data.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We had delayed data. Just freestyling it back then, man.
I don't remember delayed data. Evaluating, we had it.
Yeah, it was a 15-minute delayed data.
Yeah, not for evaluations. I don't think that would have been the dumbest thing in the world. We would have been.
Would have worked.
Easy.
That would have been tricky. 30 seconds. New home sales coming out here.
Everybody would be like, "What?"
Uh-huh.
All those people, the oil on the reopen. You should see Michael on the reopens. Sundays we're watching football.
Sundays you hear ding, ding, ding. Traders trading.
And people go running upstairs, start busting people on their fake oil trades. All right, number coming in 2 seconds. Michael's risk manager. Go ahead.
All right, they were looking at around 700,000, coming in at new home sales 716,000. New home sales change month over month. They were looking at a negative 0.53%, coming in at negative 0.47. On the dock, we got crude oil inventories coming in here in about a half an hour. Back to you, Andre.
Wow, Eddie's locked and loaded today. Uh-oh. All right, so still pushing higher here. ES and NQ last trade in the ES 57.96, high today 57.98, so about 2 points off the highs there. Yeah, about 4 points off the highs here in the NASDAQ, pushing higher. Last trade 20,238. What's up, MP?
If you look at my chart, I am actually keeping it on. It was wildly annoying until about 30 seconds later when I'm like, I can deal with this. It ripped through all of them. It Topstep level, weekly kickoff high, yesterday's value area high, and yesterday's high, and last week's high. See all these right here? Ripped through it. When it came up and touched it, ripped through it. These are all really important levels. That's pretty interesting here. I don't know. I'm going to ask the question, why? Why, when it came up to here and you had all these levels and Topstep shared them all, that they just ripped right through them? You guys don't know what you're talking about. Why did you share these levels if they just got ripped through? Why would they just melt through that? What could be a reason why they melted through these big levels? Weekly kickoff, value area, yesterday's high, last week's high. Any thoughts?
Sometimes they can be inflection points for kind of like a springboard for further upside move, and then some of those levels you can use them on the back test. So as it comes back to them, you see whether there's interest to go higher. That's how I would look at it.
Yeah, the weekly kickoff levels are really calculated to determine where I'm expecting longer time frame traders to adjust inventory. They're not support levels, they're not resistance levels. They are, like Dee said, inflection levels of importance to longer time frame traders.
Cool. And then I got stop runs in here
to look for a short. We had a nice 50 point banger when it failed above it the first time. Now it's looking above it. So now we're looking to see if we see new buying coming into the market. The NASDAQ is far ahead of the S&P today as far as continuing to the upside. The S&P is certainly the lagger between the two of them, but the NASDAQ is really buoyant. And I'm looking to see if we see new buying coming in above that 20,006 weekly kickoff high.
Okay, so thank you guys also for that, and also the folks in chat. We got stop run, we got a liquidity grab. Kayla, awesome. No level matters until it trades there. Dan, thank you. Great trading lately, Dan. Cleaning stops because ACH, anything can happen. That's true. That works too. More sellers than buyers. No other reason. Okay.
There was a weak high yesterday in the NASDAQ as well. There was a very even high, and that is a unfinished upside auction. The market is attempting to continue the upside auction.
Okay, so upside auction.
I got a poll I'd like to do, MP, real quick. For the chat, I'd like to know, are the traders out there, are they more fundamental or more technical? What's more heavy in their trade analysis? Do these more technical or do these more fundamental analysis? Could there be a third option to put in the
fundamental? I don't think anybody's fundamental.
What do you mean? Well, let's find out. That's
let's find out. But I don't know what would make you. I don't know.
Fundamentals. Reading new home sales. There you go. Both. There you go.
Oh yeah, if you're like that, yeah.
Reading numbers. Yes.
Yeah. But yes, no, it's good. Which are you more? I would have my money on technical. But institutions needing liquidity. We said a stop run. So I'm doing these because I'm gonna ask you guys a liquidity grab. Stop runs. Institutions needing liquidity. I hope this is going to follow you. So, because it's going to coincide with what you just said. Do any of these are they saying the same things when you said failed auctions and whatever you just said earlier? Hold on. Momentum. things like that. What did you say, and what did you see in chat right now? How about this? You see in chat right now, and what did you just say? Is any of that the same conversation, but we're just using different words?
I would say a lot of it. I mean, a lot of what we talk about is semantics, right? We had that week high yesterday in the NASDAQ, which was right at weekly kickoff high. Our first attempt at weekly kickoff high failed. It's about a 50, 60 point profit on a scalp off of that. We had the week high in the NASDAQ yesterday. This double top here looks to me like an unfinished upside auction. So when we did take out the weekly kickoff high and took out those highs from yesterday in the NASDAQ, what was that high? Let's call it 20,214. That's going to be a lot of stops. There are a lot of traders, shorter time frame traders, that are leaning against that yesterday's high and probably somewhere in the back of their minds near the weekly kickoff high to look for shorts at that level. So when we broke out above there, that we had a whole bunch of buying coming in. And I'm monitoring now to see if we're going to see some continuation. And by looking at the price action, the dome, the volume, everything tells me that, yes, there are still eyeballs looking at this. There is still more interest in the continuing upside auction here. So I'm not going to be trying to sell into this. I believe that this breakout above the weekly kickoff high, above yesterday's highs, is bringing some pretty decent volume. I would love to see a pullback to weekly kickoff high, 20,206, to limit risk for a continuation move higher. We've got a nice big fat gap above with which we can fill. There's weakness in structure above. The thing that's holding us back probably is the S&P. The S&P is just dead in the water. But yeah, that's a liquidity grab. They knew there were stocks. They know there were stops up there. Anybody that was trying to get out of some longs up there could recognize, you know what? There's probably going to be stops up there. I'm going to put my exits there, and we're going to run those stops. That's going to be the liquidity that's going to get me out of those long positions. But I think, now we're facing, are we going to see continuation? Are we seeing a volume increasing at higher levels? Are we seeing momentum? Are we seeing participation? And looking at the dome, there's a lot of bids and offers, a lot of things going on. The dome looks robust to me, which is very difficult to gauge in the NASDAQ because the NASDAQ always looks very manic to me. But it looks to me like there is still interest in continuation of this upside move. So I'm not going to try and sell it. But yeah, that's basically what we saw here is a liquidity grab. Now are we going to continue to see liquidity leading us to the upside, which right now you can see is actually happening. So, yeah, we're seeing what one of the scenarios is around a weekly kickoff level. It either breaks out and fails, and we see sellers come in. It fails at it, or we see sellers come in right at it, or we see it break out and we see buyers continue to push to the upside. Anything can happen. There's no guarantees of a continuation to the upside. Just from what I'm seeing right now, it's looking pretty good. It looks like there's a lot of eyeballs still looking at this. Volume looks pretty good up here. And we're going to see if we see some continuation. Anything can fail and nothing is going to work the same way exactly twice. But right now it looks like this upside auction has some legs to it. Still working on that S&P. S&P is just really lagging in this.
S&P is lagging a little bit. 5,800, still looking to touch 5,800s. But I saw that upside liquidity you're talking about in the NQ. Saw Harlot sitting there, 20,240. That's what Hope was talking about. All right, Nick, for a tick. D, if you see any trades, call them out. But right now, pretty quiet. Again, at the bottom of the hour, we do have the EIA inventories for the crude oil. Nothing really doing just yet. Nick, for a tick, how many trades a day have you been taking lately? I know you've been quite successful. 3-day winning streak. Did take a payout last week. It seems like your discipline has really gone up. Your patience has gone up, or maybe nothing's just been that appealing in terms of trades.
A lot less. Part of that is, like you said, this has been a tougher market to trade. So when it's been consolidating, barcoding, whatever, you have sessions like we've been having like the last 2-3 days, and I guess Friday too. I've just been trying not to get chopped up, trying to play for breakouts when it looks like we're just kind of consolidating in previous ranges and things like that, and potentially, loading up to go make a new all-time high. And it's the kind of know yourself, I guess, mentality where I am terrible at trading this environment. And in fact, I'm going to end up being probably red today because I flipped on the wrong copier and touched my XFAs when I meant to touch a combine. So that wasn't ideal, but all good. So basically just knowing that this is not my favorite type of environment to trade. In fact, a day like the first part of yesterday is what I was looking for to start doing. And you kind of had two fake trend days and ended up just consolidating in the same damn range we were in on Monday.
You saw the yesterday trade, because the yesterday trade was nice until it just literally pivoted and never looked back. What were you thinking during that trade during the day? And then I know you talked about some diversions. You said something. I brought it in. I was trying to hey, get Nick's voice in here, and then you were saying that was around the low where we were like 10 points, 10 handles in the NASDAQ away from covering at least probably half of that position, which we were like up 30 something, 20 grand on. And then it just pivoted and went higher. What were you thinking at the time? And what were you thinking about like the house account? The house account was following Rips and Dakota. And that's what the house account does, is it follows the traders on air with us. We just missed it by 10 points. I mean, Rips was like, hey, put the 41s in there, put the whatever in there. We were trading 52s.
Given
the
fact that this was it was like the second entry after you had bracketed ordered or fat fingered, whatever happened where we had the issue where we had in theory a worse entry and we were still green and then we kind of missed the take profit. I was kind of like, I would just get out. We don't have it wasn't kind of the original setup that we were looking for. And you kind of saw buyers step in. So for me, just knowing that it was like, this is a half version of the original setup and we don't have a great location and it may be looking like it's starting to move against us. In fact, I actually was thinking trend day down until like, I guess right when it rejected off, I think Rips take profit, it looked very good. And then suddenly, sellers just got completely offsides. And then I think the next level up was, if we got over like 20,000 to 20, it was this trade is not only dead, but I think sellers are screwed the rest of the session. Like they're going to be way offsides. And that's what we got.
What a grind higher. What a rally.
Yep.
I couldn't believe it just was like, if you looked at the 5 minute, it was like 2 hours straight of 5 minute, like green candles.
I mean, just look at it. It's right here. This is what happened yesterday.
It was insane. I've never seen something like that. Not a long time.
It was the cleanest rally you've seen.
This is 53s right here. The low was 53. And right when we were on the lows, we were in the money. We were looking like great trading. The sell-off, they had nailed it. The 20,100s was trading around the 110s, 120s, fell out of bed, and then went all the way down to 19.95375. And we had working orders at 41 and 45. Rips saw these, like put something, and we were like I was going to take, I think we had 30 on. I think it was going to be a 20 lot that was like 555 or 15 peeling off. Yeah. And then it just it just rocket ship. That was it was frustrating. It was frustrating. I mean, you got a lot of like,
I mean, the peanut gallery
people were like, we didn't make money on anything.
We're red. They just come out of the woodwork. It is what
I mean, look, we caught the downside, and then that's when you were talking around here.
As soon as we started kind of consolidating and couldn't take out, I think it was basically we kind of peaked below last week's or one of the overnight lows. There was something there. I think that Rips was targeting, and we kind of just like ticked below it and then came right back up. And then I saw call buying in the single stock start to surge, and that made me a little nervous because as soon as Nvidia went bid, it kind of was like lights out. And then you started seeing a bunch of like 120, 127, 125 call buying just coming through, and you kind of just knew what was going to happen next if sellers couldn't keep their foot on the gas.
Runaway train. It was the cleanest rally
ever. Putting my tinfoil hat here for a moment, there's a conspiracy theory going on X, Twitter, how we do that, we lose money to make people blow combines. I'm like, I assure you that's
Why the hell would we do?
I wish you said
difficult.
easy.
I know.
I really
Yeah.
wish you said.
I was like,
Trust me.
and
That's my first one.
you know,
First time I've ever heard that in 14 years. I used to hear. I used to
wish
hear
it was a.
you guys gamed this where you ticked me out to my stop and got me stopped out and then went the other way just so you could bust me out on my account. I'm like,
Oh
in
man!
no God's green planet would I ever direct real capital to push the market in a direction that we weren't thinking about to go to after your working one lot stop. It's just like who does
Jay
that?
Smitty in chat. We will comments on our own. We don't need any help. I mean,
Yeah, and
market makers
you know,
do
your,
that.
Your real orders
But they
doing
don't do
sim
that.
stops and like, come on.
Oh yeah,
guys.
sim
I
stops.
wish.
Yeah.
Just
So yeah, with the stop hunts, the market makers do that, but that's because retail traders put their stops at obvious levels. It has nothing to do with market makers being evil and horrible. It's like, no, just get better at placing your stops. You know, it's not my problem.
Yeah, no, that's true. But I mean,
And with that,
hey,
yeah.
Jack.
what do you say we look forward and do a little news real quick?
Sounds good. How's the new car? Does that have the new car smell, Jack?
Yeah, the new car's sick.
Ah,
100%.
That new car smell will last two weeks tops. 2 weeks tops.
I got
hits
the
different.
murdered out Sienna, black with the
Black
black,
on black?
rims. Yeah, black on black. I got my brother's Duna, so I got 2 Dunas ready to go.
Wow, living
An
it
embarrassment
up.
of riches. So
Can you do a whole video about just you rolling around town as a dad in a van that's murdered out?
Jack.
Yeah, I plan to.
Okay.
I plan to. So want to talk a little housing since we had those new sales this morning. Interesting thing here, the peak of new home building in the U.S. was still in 2005 with 2.2 million per year. Today, only 1.2 million being built. And that's why housing prices go up, I suppose.
Oh, interesting. You said 05. What happened? What happened a couple years after that, Michael? 06, 07.
Oh, that little thing? Don't
Yeah,
worry about
that
that
little
little
thing.
thing.
Yeah,
That little
I
thing.
remember
Oof.
that.
Bit of a crater.
I bought a condo on the highs.
Cash.
A ninja. I got a ninja loan. No income, no job, or whatever. I don't know, whatever it is.
That's how they call it.
Yeah, my buddy's like, dude, just stated income, stated taxes, or something like that. I'm like, what's that? Stated income? He's like, just a letterhead with your CPA on it saying that you made X amount of dollars. I'm like, that's how you get a loan? He's like, that's how you get a loan. I'm like,
I got no income. You think I have a CPA?
Yeah, right.
In better advice, we got a tweet from
Photoshop, Jack.
Steenbarger.
What's up with Steve? There he is.
Yeah. Commenting on this, I like this quote here that true intuitive expertise is learned from prolonged exposure with good feedback on mistakes. Key being good feedback on your mistakes. Learn from something all the time.
I like that guy. It's almost
Sure,
like
we'll
he's been
have
on
him
TV
back
with us.
soon.
Yes,
Yeah, a couple
absolutely.
times. And then for the more sultry news, Caroline Ellison, our favorite trader of FTX fame, I believe was recently sentenced to 2 years in prison and fined $11 billion. So hopefully she sells a lot of copies of the steamy Bridgerton-style period romance novel that she wrote while in prison.
Really? Nick, what is this? Come on.
I will read this. I will give a full review.
Passages. That's some of your news hits. Just read passages out of this book for us, Nick.
I'll find the steamiest one, maybe based
What's
on
worse?
the little polycule they had over at FTX.
Sitting in prison for 2 years, and then knowing when you get out, you got $11 billion bill.
That was waiting for.
I would just go. I'd go bartend. I go bartend in the Caymans, like whatever that Tom Cruise movie is, and call it
the
a day.
plan.
Chat, how long would you go to prison for $11 billion? I'd do 2 years.
2 years?
Hell, I do 5 years. I do 10 years.
I do 5.
I think.
You do 5 for $1 billion? Man, you guys are crazy.
For $1 billion?
$1 billion?
It's a lot of money.
Yeah,
and back, guys. It seems way easier. Just need 0 interest rates. We could do it.
That's true.
Love it. Okay, so lastly, Anne Marie, yesterday, I'm going to clarify a statement I made yesterday when I said that I hated cats. I don't hate cats. I just can't live with them, and I don't care for them. But Anne Marie sent this tweet that I believe we have here that
look at that thing.
She's starting a thing to send whoever Jack Peltzer is a giant cat. So
wow,
please do not send me a Maine cat.
Yeah, Jack, when you said that yesterday, I don't know if you watched Netflix, Don't F with Cats or whatever.
I have.
You ever watched that? Yeah. When you said that, I'm like, oh God, Jack, you can't say anything on the internet about not liking cats.
I'm not videotaping myself torturing cats, right? I just prefer to.
You can't not like cats.
They can do their own thing. I can do my own thing. So
there you go. I like that.
I'm with you, Jack. I'm with you. I like all animals, but I would never actually keep cats because they generally don't like me.
I think any pet
I don't know why.
is lovable. As long as you love your pet, whatever it is.
Exactly.
I'm with you, D. And that's what we got for the news for now. We'll see you a little bit later with some other goodies.
Thank you, Jack. All right. Well, I'm keeping an eye. While Jack was doing the news there, I'm keeping an eye. I got the NQ chart up. I got the ES chart. I got the Dow chart up. And all three of them are doing completely different things right now. So I want to throw it to Hogue. Hogue, what do we see? I'm seeing NQ cruising higher here, just grinding higher. ES selling off. And the Dow's on its lows. I mean, what are we looking at here, Hogue? I can't make any sense of this. What's your take on what we're seeing?
Well, it looks to me, Andre, like it's a complete takeover of tech. If we were to look at the Mag 4 that I'm looking at, we've got NVIDIA's up about 3% on the day. We got an Apple up on the day. We've got Tesla up on the day. Just NVIDIA's just really screaming to the upside. It's back up just under $125 a share. So I got a few of my bids on the last pullback down filled, but I still got some bids down there. So, but it looks to me like, I mean, it's just the Mag 7 that's bringing the NASDAQ higher. Don't forget the NASDAQ and the S&P, the S&P and the Dow are at all-time highs. The NASDAQ is very far off from those all-time highs. It has a lot of room to catch up. Maybe this will be one of those catch-up days. Now, here's the 30-minute chart. We do have a gap. There's some weaker structure up above. The NASDAQ stopped at weekly kickoff high, pulled back, broke out. It hasn't even had a pullback back to it since. We talked about the fact that we were looking at the price action in the dome. It looked like there was more legs to the upside, and there may still be more legs to the upside. Let's take a look at the S&Ps now. Okay, S&Ps let's put up the daily here. We're at all-time highs. All-time highs. We got weekly kickoff high, the big fat round number, 5,800. We got pretty close to it. We weren't able to take it out. The S&P and the Dow are at all-time highs. The NASDAQ has a lot of catch up to do. If we're gonna turn these markets, the NASDAQ has a lot of work to get to catch up to these all-time highs that the NASDAQ and the S&Ps are looking at. S&Ps just hanging around here. It's hardly, it's a 10, it's not even an 11 handle range. The broader index is not as strong as the tech, which is, we're seeing NVIDIA just rip into the upside here. We saw Tesla rip to the upside earlier. It's come off just a little bit, but it seems like a tech takeover for the NASDAQ this morning.
There you go. Well, speaking of Mr. Tech, we got Mr. Tech in the house right there. Second from the top, Mr. Tech, Nick for a tick. Spotting iceberg orders. We got Ruben DK in the chat saying there was an iceberg order at 57.90 in the ES. Are you seeing anything like that? 57.90 ES iceberg?
Yeah, I didn't see if that was part of the, I guess the initial dump off the open, but yeah, about 1,800 positive delta off that 90 level. So nothing crazy. I didn't see it in Bookmap to see if there was a, like the size of the actual iceberg and anything else. But yeah, there's definitely this looks eerily similar to Monday, doesn't it? So far, at least in ES. NQ doing NQ on meth type things where it just continues to go up and to the right, and that's just how it likes to move. But ES seems like it's just kind of balancing, consolidating within about a 6-point range. Looks like Monday.
All right. D, bottom of the hour here, 6 minutes. EIA. Are you taking any crude trades this week, D?
Yeah, I've taken some. Took a really nice failed auction just.
Oh, that's right. Off $72.
Monday. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's nice. Very drama free. It happened very quickly. Yesterday I tried a gap fill, but unfortunately it just didn't really have much juice, so I closed that. And then I tried a fade into settlement, which also didn't have much juice. It was just doing the same thing that it was doing for 8 months, just like locked up in about 30 tick range. And by the time that I waited for my reversal, it was just like flat.
Yep.
Like, here we go again.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I just closed that, and that was it.
Quiet.
Nothing much to do there.
No. Crude stuck around $70. Last trade, $70.50. Low of the day, $69.86. High of the day, $71.61. It's just kind of drifting a little bit right here. It was a nice little grind higher in the NQ. MP, I know you weren't thrilled when I came up with that poll question. This is why I don't do it very often. But are you fundamental or technical trader? 70% technical, only 7% fundamental. Oh, look at you, 22% both. So how about that? I got a couple for both.
Well, I mean, in the indices, yeah. I mean, corn, things like that, probably. Stocks, fundamentals, sure, more so.
Sure. He was thrilled with that poll question. This is why I'm never doing a poll question again. Never again. Poll questions. I'll leave it for the pros. Leave it for the experts. I just do the circus court jester thing over here.
Isn't that what we all do?
Yes. They just throw tomatoes at us, D. They throw tomatoes at us.
Let's see if NQ wants to kind of break down the 40s here and go rotate back to 200.
Okay.
200.
I can't handle NQ chart today. Ugh.
Just up and to the right, D. That's all it does.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Close your eyes and buy him.
Easy.
All right, what are you looking at?
That's why I just suck at trading all-time highs, man. There it goes. So it's probably going to roll and touch 200.
Well, we have all the levels down here that we ripped through on the last time. So I took off the title on them because I did now get annoyed. I need them on the left. But they're all like last week's high, yesterday's high, value area high. So they're all right here. So you're looking at the 40s. It's trading 32. So if you would have got long right there, you would have been taking 10.
No, I was looking short.
You're looking short. Okay. Interesting.
Short off the 40s for the break towards 200.
Break towards 200. Gotcha. Well, if you were looking good, you'd be in the money.
I don't know. This is still where it's like it's so hard to hold shorts right now. This whole week, even yesterday, man. I know we had a nice dump, but it just the market just continues to kind of consolidate and want to move higher. There's just nobody with a lot of enthusiasm, on the offer. It seems the last since Thursday. Right back up.
Wow, this is
Yeah, look at that. Look at the wick on ES too. I know it's like 4 points, but it's just like
if it's trending higher.
I like to say, just I guess close your eyes and buy this. I can't do it at all times.
This looks like to me.
It's kind of crazy.
Bungee jumping.
Oh, I like that analogy. That's exactly what it is.
And do you know what? Somebody was mentioning emotions in chat. I found myself gravitating towards slower products because it doesn't nearly involve your emotions as much. I think with NQ, because you can see the potential of it, but it's so nuts at times that even if you have a good trading idea, it still runs you over, runs stops like there's no tomorrow, doesn't respect levels. That's going to play with your emotions. And this is why I think the older we get, you need something that's like a little bit more chill than NQ, at least.
Are we getting old?
Certainly.
Are we getting old, man?
Oh, I certainly am. Yeah.
No, stop it, D. No. Topstep's starting to get old again. Look at the lower right-hand corner. Happy birthday, Topstep.
Yeah.
Click subscribe.
Did someone say old?
Not a minute. Get out of here. Oh, come on, man. Get out of here. Man, you should have seen these guys run around the floor of the Board of Trade. Hogue, Michael, Eddie, running around the desk.
We didn't say ancient. We said old.
Yeah, right.
Just joking.
desk on opposite sides of the floor.
It's a little
MP running
blurry,
around
but
with his
there they
hair
are.
on fire. And but look at him, man. Look at him now. Eddie doing play-by-play in the pits. MP going from one desk to another.
Oh my God! 14 years ago,
14 years.
12 years ago, we
30
created
seconds on
Topstep.
crude.
Yeah,
There's got to be pictures. Someone's shadow taking. Could you take pictures on the
You
phone?
look
Look at
at
that. Whoa.
15 there.
My goodness.
Whoa, look at that kid. Who's that kid?
look at that
That's a kid
horrible
right there.
hairstyle. Yeah,
Buzz cut. It must have been summertime. Must have been the summertime when he had the buzz cut. All
Crude
EIA.
traders, check your positions. We got about 15 seconds.
In case of dinosaurs. Here we go, D. This one's for you.
And we're looking at around
Thanks,
negative
Andre.
1.43. Coming in. Oh, goodness. Big spew. Crude trader inventories, negative 4.471. Negative 4,471,000,000. They were looking at
Order
negative
filled.
1.43. Once again, a big skew here. Gas inventories coming in at negative 1.5. They were looking at a positive 200,000 and distillates negative 2.2. They were looking at negative 1.1. Closest they got there. So there you have it. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Well, D, another miss. We did see a bit of a pop here.
Yeah,
Kinda.
but it's still inside the same range. It
Sure
needs to
is.
decide. Otherwise, we're going to have another one of the whip, and then we go absolutely nowhere. It's like, yeah, right.
Incredible.
Like literally, I looked at the stats, and Wednesdays are the days when crude oil trends the least times.
Go figure. Go
Why?
figure.
It's like the biggest release that we have in the product, and crude oil is just no, don't care. And that's been like that for years now. It's not a new thing.
No. What? This is
Yeah, still waiting for a low at 71.24. Still
24,
waiting
yep.
for potential 70s as well. That remains my area of interest. Nothing in between.
Well, Nick, we did see that roll over. I mean, you were looking at perhaps shorting 40s in the NQ, Nick? I mean,
Yeah, that's what I was. 40s to 200 was kind of the logic. ES is basically just holding the initial balance range, and the consolidation from the pre-market around. I think I said this when I guess right after the open, where that did we get the, I guess, little pullback to the pre-market area around 88s, 87s, and so far that area is holding. So it still probably makes sense to look to the bottom of the opening range to try for longs for the breakout. Finally, it's still holding. NQ looks pretty bullish, so that's probably what we should be looking to do against my against my bearish instinct of wanting to short the all-time high for a large rotation back down. But we just there's no sellers on the tape.
See, the way I would look at ES, because I can't do NQ today, I would look for it to take out the London demand. So somewhere below
What is that?
57.75. Yeah,
Okay.
and then to effectively run along from there. I think that would be like a more sensible variation to the longs. It's a bit
Okay.
too high for me here. Like, I don't like it.
I agree.
This would be
75s.
very uncomfortable. We have like value high here, but it's not really doing anything, is it? So I would like to see that flush down, take out the previous session low, and then maybe reverse.
Okay, great. All right, so 57.75s. Obviously, we got the lows around 73s. We are a bit away, about 15 points.
Yeah.
MP, what are your thoughts on this? Perhaps putting in a one lot around 75s just to make sure we don't forget or we don't
Get
lose
it?
sight of it in case we get there?
that's what we did. We put a little line in the sand so we know when the old waves come up to our stick. We know the tide. The tide is up.
Island
Huh?
Mike.
Yep.
Island Mike.
Feel
Yeah,
a
so
trade, yeah.
one bid.
Isn't that a Blondie song?
75 on one.
Those were the lyrics of it.
Good comedy.
Oh, line in the sand.
The tide is high.
Keep going, Eddie.
Oh, the moon.
Keep
is
going,
low.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Michael,
Keep going,
take it
Eddie.
away. Take
I
it
don't
away,
sound like
Michael.
Eddie Harry.
We'll roll those pictures here. But yeah, 75 on one MP. I think just so we don't lose track of that. Okay, well, with that being said, we got some P&Ls and payouts coming your way. My man JD's waiting in the wings. I think he's ready to come on, shine and soar. JD, what do we got for P&L or Yeah, P&Ls and payouts. What's up, JD?
Waiting in the wings. Here we go. We got yesterday's best live funded P&Ls right here. There we go. All right, starting at the top. You, Augustine, and Earl all traded in the NASDAQ yesterday. You'd pocketed nearly $8,800. $8,200 for Augustine, giving him... Augustine was on the board yesterday, giving him a 2-day running total of just about $13,000. That's a pretty nice start to the week for Augustine. Then Earl was $6,400 in profits. Rafa next. Top trader at Topstep. He's been number one on the leaderboard for quite a while now. Took a nice chunk of change out of the S&P yesterday, $4,866 for Rafa. And then Sean, another NQ trader, just over $4,500 in profits. These are real traders taking real money out of the real live markets. All right, while I change up an overlay, give me your over-under on payouts for yesterday.
Numbers seem to be getting bigger. Huh.
I'm gonna say what was the number yesterday? I couldn't.
1 million. Over 1 million.
Yesterday was, I'll give you the exact number.
Yeah, over.
I'm going to say a little lower than the new average.
1.04, yeah.
I'll go average payout this time. I'll say average payout because it's hard to know. I'll say average payout is at $1,950, $1,950 average payout.
Okay.
I'm going to say a little under just because the markets have been not as trendy.
Okay.
Trending.
Michael, do you know the number?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Great. Nick, what was your number? What was your total number?
I said 900.
900. Okay, cool. Let's check it out.
You're right there, Nick. Nice job. 908 yesterday. 445 total payouts for an average payout of 2,043. Numbers a little, total payouts, a little less than yesterday. We did 513 yesterday. Maybe there just weren't that many requests yesterday. I don't know. But still, tapping on the ceiling at $1 million mark again. That's swiftly becoming the new average, the new norm. $1 million day payouts.
Huh.
All right. I think our XFA P&L list has been updated. It sure has. Here we go.
Let's see.
Here are your XFA P&Ls from yesterday. First up, Willie B. Nearly $37,000 in profits trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Huge day for Willie. I took a look at his trade report, made 5 trades, 50 total contracts, had an average hold time of 1 hour, 53 minutes. Willie was playing the slow game yesterday, and it definitely paid off for him.
Well done.
Next up, Lang also had a nice day trading the NASDAQ, $29,954 worth of a nice day for Lang. Jerry Jean, copying trades across 5 XFAs for a total of $101,785 in profits. Made a nice move on the leaderboard today, too. We'll see that in a little bit. Kingway, familiar name around here. Kingway spent some time on the leaderboard. $18,271 in profits trading the NASDAQ yesterday. And Roby split time between the ES and the NQ. $45.82 in profits from the S&P and $11,045 in profits from the NASDAQ for a total of $15,627 for
Order
Roby.
filled.
There are your XFA P&L leaders.
Awesome. Well,
we'll be back with those hot streaks in a little bit. We'll see if your guys still on there.
Markets are a little sleepy right now. Trying to see some buyers come in here in the ES off VWAP. VWAP 57.90. We're about 2 points off higher off that 57.92. D crude didn't do a whole heck much of anything, like you said. It's wild. It's
not even breaking the initial balance. Not even that.
Incredible. MP, when you were trading back in your days, when you were just strictly a trader, what did you were a strictly pit trader, right? So slow days in the pits, you guys would just hang out, sit down and just play cards and stuff?
Yeah, you lean on the rail, you lean on the railing and just bullshit. Exactly what we're doing right now.
You ever question yourself, why did I choose this?
Never.
No, if it was a slow day, yeah.
Never I've never had another career in my entire life. Before, ever.
I mean, let's face it, if you go into an existential crisis over a quiet day, this is probably not the job for you, you know?
Oh, Michael.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I question every day, how do I get
a
better?
bad day?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's different. Yeah.
Yeah.
But not quiet day and you want to go jump off a bridge. It's like, no. Just chill.
People in the pits of MP, do they know? Did you know when someone was having a terrible day trading? Was it
100,000%?
Everyone knew. Everyone knew.
Yeah, some of the really good guys know.
Were you paying attention to that, or it was just obvious? Yeah. It was. Yeah.
No, you wouldn't pay attention to it. It was just obvious. You just knew who was getting crushed, and
everyone's staring at you.
And actually, when I'm
watching this 40s area, guys, just by the way.
40s?
Yeah, keep us posted.
Yeah, if the 240s on NQ, I'm still leaning short on it. Somewhere in this 240s, 250s area. But
are you?
I'm not taking it. I took a screw up.
Order filled.
Operating in my XFA, so I am not taking this trade, but I'm still watching this area. If I hadn't done the F up with the copier and taken a loss, I would probably be short right now.
Well, walk a house account through your short.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be in this like 240s, 245s area, potentially stop at a new high, but that's probably too high of room. If we got over last month's high, this 255, 260 area, I'd probably get out. But I would take it, a stab here. Something about ES just looks like it's having weird trouble, and that makes me just feel like NQ is a little offsides. That's all. And they're kind of rebidding and unable to get back above that old high that we had right around that 250 area. So if it does not clear 250s, 255s, I think this may rotate back down, and ES may fall into yesterday's range a little more. And like D was saying, maybe go retest that kind of London area at 75s.
Order filled.
Okay, so perhaps
that's
short.
The theory. It's just this would be me taking a stab short NQ and looking to potentially start covering around 200, 215s, 210. But potentially playing for like the full rotation, at least back to the overnight high at like 190s.
All right. Ooh, 240s. All right. So, we'll
anyone in the chat is welcome to fade me. That's how I'm reading this right now. ES does not look as strong as NQ does and could very easily rotate to yesterday's range.
Order
low VWAP.
Yeah, I agree.
Order filled.
Below previous day close, having trouble kind of getting above point of control. Right now, just a balanced D-shaped profile. See what happens. You have that iceberg order at 90s that still we're kind of just balancing above. But in my opinion, if we're looking for a trade right now, that's the only thing I can see. ES looks like you're going to get chopped up. NQ may be giving an opportunity to get a little short. That's all.
All right, MP short. We can define the risk here. Do you look at the NQ here? What are you seeing? Perhaps a roll? Well, ES catching a bid now.
Yeah, so the only thing with the house account is that, I don't think we're doing a very good job defining risk and positioning on it. So I still think we should stick with ES for that.
All right.
NQ is more kind of scalper territory where you can get in and out without discussing it with like 50 other people, right? So that's just the thing that I have as like a concern if we're going to be getting involved in NQ trades. It's fine, but maybe we should lower the size. Certainly not go, 20, 30, 40, 50.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with throwing a 5 lot on and just kind of seeing how it plays out in NQ.
Yeah.
Because that'd be like me throwing a 3 lot on in my account, which is very, very normal, just to kind of feel it out. And if I take 20, 30 points out of it, that's a good trade.
Yeah. As long as we keep the positioning sensible, then I'm down for trying it.
All right. So we like a short here.
What's the risk?
Like I said, for me, if I see us building above, honestly, I would have a pretty tight stop here. If I got short in like 45s, I probably would get out above 56. Like that would have been a very tight 10-point stop, just kind of seeing if this works. Because that's kind of how I trade NQ. I don't let it roll 20 points against me. I try not to, because I'm trying to get a clear defined entry and looking for a move. A lot of the time for me is like right here, right now, I want to see sellers do X in NQ. Which is why I'm more of a scalper with NQ, getting 30 points and getting out.
So this will be more of a responsive short. We can get Hogue. I would like to phone a friend. So
yes,
if we can get Hogue's opinion here, because I think once we popped above the value area, this could be a responsive short where we try to go above value, but ultimately we fail.
and you're getting that rotation down. Let's see if we can break previous day high here at 20s or 15s, whatever that number is, and see if we can break the RTH VWAP. If it does, it probably goes back to 190s.
Yeah, I can see what you're talking about, D. And with the S&P just really just dragging everything down, I would look at it for more of a scalp than anything to marry
type
of market.
I agree. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this is not runner territory. This is like hit and run and just run for the hills. Basically, take your money and run.
Your money, take money.
Yes.
So was that a seed money, take money move? Let's just pretend that we would have got a 45s right there. It traded down to 22s.
I mean, once we broke 30, you probably would have peeled a couple off for sure. That's at least how I would have managed it. If I got 15 points, there's no reason I wouldn't have at least taken one off and be looking at that point for the trade not to end red whatsoever. Once again, when we're doing the house account, like I manage trades very differently than Dakota does. Dakota's looking for sometimes very large outside moves. If I got 20 points, I probably don't want that to turn into a stop out at that point because I could have taken my full take profit of 20, 30 points and move on to the next trade. I don't want that to come all the way back to my entry or back to my stop location and take me out when I'm looking for kind of a smaller rotation as it is. So for me, managing, peeling a couple off, taking some profit, and then at least it's risk-free. Even if I left my stop alone, it's a risk-free trade.
I like that.
So you called out the 45s on a short. In the future, the stop and the target will be helpful because then I can get the house account fired up and know the outs. It's a big thing that I've been seeing when just the house account not knowing our outs, both in the target and the profit. That's why we did talk about a bracket, bracketing these, and we did that in the very beginning. So,
Bold question.
Yeah.
Bold question. What's your preferred risk reward? 1 to 1, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, greater than 3 to 1. Starting to see some sellers here in the ES, small. 57.89
crude on the bull.
Crude is on the bull. Pushing higher here. We got 67% long on the tilt. ES 62% short. Gold seeing some sellers as well. It's 26.84. It's about $7 off the highs. Oh, Nasdaq just I wanted to take a look lower, but then buyers stepped in slightly. Very slow today. Volume very light. How about this, Nick?
It's just kind of, I guess, this is why I said, like, I probably would have just managed it, maybe taken some off already. It's just not moving. And when it's doing this, when we're kind of balancing and chopping, I don't, I probably don't want this to come all the way back and stop me out for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, ES is still inside initial balance, so the other time frame participants have not made an appearance yet either, so that kind of tells you a lot. It's always a bit sluggish inside initial balance.
If everyone has wondered like how I trade NQ, like that's kind of an entry and stop that I'd be looking for because 45s to 55s, above 55. Look at the the 1 minute, 5 minute structure. Above 55, that's probably the wrong side of the trade. So you could have a pretty tight stop there with that consolidation zone up there. You had a attempt to break lower inside previous day high. You kind of rebid and sellers reoffered in that same general spot under the 50s. So that, if you've ever wondered how does Nick trade NQ, that is very much how I would execute and be
Would
looking
you have
to
been
get
out?
in and out very quick. No, I'd probably still be in this because it hasn't kind of wicked me back up above 40s yet. And I'd be looking for this final break here below 20s with a good flush. And then if we did not get that, I would probably be completely out.
Order filled.
20,218, 20,220 last trade. I had a question here from someone about, I could talk bringing Hogue here about the auction process here, but it looks like markets are starting to pick up a little bit here. 57.88.
Below initial balance.
Yes, it is. 12 minutes till top of the hour. See if we push here. Taking a look at the tilt. 74% long in the crude, average price of $70.67. So they're about 13 cents in the money.
If crude oil can't make headway, this will be a failed auction away from any levels. We do have a minor supply that we popped into.
That short, Nick.
Can break 214. This probably, I mean, who knows? We could go retest the kind of that overnight high, that 150 area, even if this gets some legs. I don't know how strong this volume was. We broke that iceberg on ES now. So let's see.
90s. Yeah.
Yeah, that 90s iceberg. Yeah, us kind of, we're at the top of yesterday's range and that consolidation area, and that balance that we've kind of been in since Thursday, at least the high end of it right now. So if it were just now let's go retest the bottom of that range from Friday, you shouldn't be shocked if it goes down into the 70s, the 64s. I think Jay had been talking about it wasn't Jay. Somebody was talking about 64s on ES as a kind of a good area that they'd be looking to rebid off of too. So I would not be shocked if we finally do get that rotation lower. I know we did yesterday, but we had kind of a double fake trend day yesterday.
Oh, yes, we did.
Anybody take that short when we were talking about the 45s? Throw it in there.
I wish I did.
Anybody take the long
and screw up your copiers, guys. Then you're working against yourself, and you don't take trades because of that. So always check your plan.
Is your live? Did you bust out on the
weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ there, 20,206?
I thought I was in a combine. Oh, sorry, Hogue. I hear you.
That's all right. Just point it out.
Yeah, I thought I was using a combine. I did an XFA and it immediately moved against me and took a nice chunk of change loss.
Uh-huh. You have your live open?
I don't. I took some large payouts in my live, so I've been taking a break, kind of, not trading it as actively.
Buyers jumped in there.
I've kind of done the reverse because I was only trading my live for like 2 straight months, and now I'm focusing on XFAs again. So
I've noticed that because it allows you to kind of pull yourself into starting pitcher of the World Series live, and then to regular season baseball game, trading in your XFA. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you want to win both of them. The one's the intensity is a notch or two higher than the average business as usual.
Plus, I got to keep pace with the peanut gallery now. With the leaderboard and the Twitter chest pounding. So had to kind of clap back at that a little bit.
Love it, man. I love when we fight with each other. Hey, we start to see some sellers here. We are seeing some sellers here in gold. Gold down about $12 off the highs. Last trade 26.79. Been seeing the sell. We peaked at 26.91 15 minutes ago. Big selling in gold.
If you took that trade, this is where, like I was kind of saying, like do or die. If we cannot, I would say, get a candle to close or below previous day high, you should probably be out of this here shortly, if not already. If you have not been peeling it off, if we can't break, what is that? 17s? I guess 15s, 215s on NQ. If you took that short with me, that's where I'd be looking to be completely flat or down to a runner if it does not break here right now. Because we're holding above previous day high in theory. Yeah, so you might be against the trend, and you might find meaningful buyers stepping right back in here to push us towards the top of that range. So I don't want to step in front of them.
The crude oil did fail the auction, but it just went a little bit too deep into the initial balance for my liking. So if this holds, I would like to see a pullback to about 70, 76 for short.
Say that again. On crude, you're looking at what?
Yeah, so crude oil is failing the auction. So we tried to go higher, failed, but it's too deep into the initial balance. So I would like a pullback up to 70, 75, 76 area, and then another short attempt. I'm looking at a short crude at some point. Now, if we rotate to the other side of the initial balance without me, then that's going to change things. It's going to be a neutral day type, in which case I'm looking to 70s as my area of interest for a neutral day fade long.
Potential failed downside auction in the S&Ps right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They pull it back up. Yeah,
your favorite.
We're selling off.
We're still
here.
kind of just lollygagging around
high.
though on NQ.
Yeah, we are.
I mean, I kind of felt like this yesterday. They were just playing tug of war forever, and then they finally moved. But took like.
I mean,
those
those 45
weekly kickoff high as support right now. Though.
Order filled.
Yeah, all these levels that I have, top step levels right here. It's hanging out. I mean, it kind of sucked itself back to from 45s all the way down to
Hey, look who it is.
06s. 06s. I mean, that was a 40-point sell-off. We are getting moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not directional, but we are getting moves.
All right, I'm going to bring in, well, who we got here
filled.
next? We got JD. I do see someone in the green room, but JD, if you want to do some hot streaks and payouts, we can do that. I do know we have a sweet announcement coming up after that, but JD, hit us up with some hot streaks and payouts, my friend. What's good?
Ask and you shall receive. Here are your hot streaks. And your boy made it. One more day.
No.
Or Delash.
The man
There he
himself.
is. Another
What a
28
savage.
bucks. Another 28 bucks for
Where's
the
he
man.
from?
Now at 56
Where's
days.
he from again? Where's he
What
from?
a
I'll have to
savage.
pull up his trade account to find out where he's from. But I heard Jack talking about him a little earlier, and yeah, he has fought back from a couple nearly bad down days. Not bad, but $200 or $300 he has fought back from. We'll start taking a closer look at Delesh going forward. This is kind of a good story. I don't want it to run away from us before he blows it all out, right?
Inevitable.
Maybe he's just trying to build $1,000 cushion before he scales up from
Goes full
micros
port.
to minis. Who knows? Yeah. We'll see what
Would you
happens.
then have minus 200-300 on the day? I don't know. It just doesn't quite.
Delash, you dog. I love it.
You know, if
Right.
you
Go for
want to be
60.
minus 200, minus 300, then $7 in profit. That kind of sounds like he's just digging a hole, dragging himself out, and then stopping, which is great.
It hasn't happened
maybe
a
work
whole
on
lot.
not digging the hole.
Right.
Oh, really?
I mean,
Okay.
how many
So
how many
times
micros is
did
he
have?
trading?
Only 2 or 3 times. I think yesterday he traded 4 contracts total. I think his P&L low was around $19. P&L high was maybe around $33. And he took
JD,
home
is he
28.
trading ES or NQ?
NQ, MNQ, micro NASDAQ. So that's the story for that's the story on Delesh. We'll start building the story up a little more. It's getting too good, right?
Do you have average trade durations? I'm just so intrigued now.
Very, very
There's
short.
a story
Very
here.
short. Yeah.
There's a story here.
Yeah, get some stats for us, JD.
But if he's that good, it's the same thing. You could
Need
do
the
that
story.
with one mini and get $200 if he's that
Yeah.
good doing it with
Exactly.
50 cents on a micro.
Right?
If he's
That's why I
doing it
don't
for
trade
56
micros.
straight days, he can do it for $200. That's how.
Tell him, Nick. Delash, if
Oh
you're
my
listening,
gosh.
Nick's got some advice for you.
And take the money, dude. You clearly have some kind of micro scalping strategy that works. You can do it with a mini and get out
There
for
you go.
$200.
I love this because somebody's like, give him a break, blah, blah, blah. No, we're all in here. Nobody's dogging on him. Get a thick skin, people.
No,
No,
we're
he's
just
clearly
saying,
doing
yeah,
something right.
yeah,
Even if it's like
clearly
he's
doing
scalping for
something
4
right.
points.
Let's go.
It works.
Yeah.
Whatever his system is
Yeah.
works.
Yeah.
Waiting for his
That
trade
is
report
what
to
it's
load right
about.
now.
We care about Delesh. We aren't dogging on him.
Yeah.
Delesh, pick it up, Skip. You're
Delesh.
doing awesome. You're doing awesome.
Delash, Nick let you have it for a
Like,
second.
it's
there.
impossible to
doing
do that
great.
56. Like
Yeah.
having a strategy and it works, even if it's $7 with micros. Doing that for 56 days, it's something that he is clearly executing his timing very well. So it's not like he's just, I'm throwing on and waiting for the volatility of NQ just to work itself out. Like, no. He's clearly more strategic than that. And what his process does works. And it can be most likely scaled if he's done it 56 days in a row.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yesterday he made a total of 4 trades, 8 contracts,
Order
100%
filled.
win rate, average hold time of 5 minutes. So $7 a trade
Okay.
for Delesh yesterday.
Yeah,
So
so
it's
it's
not
not
even
like
crazy
hyper scalping or
hyper-scalping.
anything. Yeah, exactly.
Delesh, you
Yeah.
have our
You need
attention.
to scale that. You've got something there, man.
You had our
Like, just scale
curiosity,
it.
but now you have our attention.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
you did.
We're talking
you
about
got
you,
Delesh.
Delesh. We're talking about you.
Mhm.
All right, we'll come back. We'll have more about Delesh in the coming days. Let's move on though. We got Jonathan and Michael both sitting on 27-day heaters. 8,400 in
Pretty
profits so far for Jonathan, and just about 2,700 for Michael. Joseph, our hot streak P&L leader. Joseph took another $200 out of the Nasdaq to extend his streak to 25 days. Now we're just over $10,000. It's an average of just over $400 a day for Joseph. And then Michael H rounds out the list. Michael took $370 out of the micro Nasdaq yesterday. Now sitting on a 22-day run where it's $7,681. There are your hot streaks.
Those are very
Yesterday's top payouts. Here we go. Some new names on the list.
Yeah.
Couple people we haven't heard of. We got William took 23.5 out of 5 XFAs. Franklin 23.5 out of a single XFA. Jordan 19,000 out of a single XFA. Cash P couldn't fit your full name on the overlay. Sorry, Cash. Real name is Kashyap Kumar. 15,300 out of 5 XFAs. And Trin 14,646 out of a pair of XFAs. These numbers count for just over 11% of total funds paid out yesterday. That total number again was $908,000. Just about, let's call it $909,000. Total payouts yesterday, $909,000, and this is just over 11% of them right here. Real money, real traders, real money, real payouts. All right, I see him in the green room. We're going to talk a little bit about VIP once he comes in. So I'm going to hang out for a minute.
Ding dong. Come on in. Hey, I know you. What's up, Coach?
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Awesome. JD, what are we doing here with Coach Jay?
Pretty good. Well, first I thought we'd go over just the leaderboard overview real quick. We've been talking about this a little. We're scaling in some of these overlays. So we got the Lunatics starting with 51 traders, 10 eliminated. We have 40 active combines right now, a single active XFA, and one payout for $1,000 on Coach Jay's Lunatics. Coach Ray will do a quick rundown of that. 54 traders total joined in the VIP experience, 13 eliminated, 37 active combines, 4 active XFAs, 2 payouts worth $3,836, and Coach Vince's Market Makers started with total of 53 traders, 11 eliminated, 39 open combines, 3 open XFAs, 2 payouts for $1,945. There is your breakdown of the VIP teams. Very high level right there. And Coach Jay's team in particular, here are the top 5. So Travis, right at the top there, he is the single XFA trader on the Lunatics, and he also holds that single payout for $1,000 right now. But I know Jay had a nice meeting with the rest of his team, or most of his team, the other day. We'll let him jump in there and talk a bit about that. You can keep this overlay.
We
up,
did.
Jay talks through it too. Yeah.
Thanks, JD, for that. Yeah, so with the VIP groups, we've been doing twice a week calls at 5 p.m. Central on Tuesdays, and right after fast markets on Thursdays. And that's open to any VIP. So if anyone is watching now and you want to join that segment, it's in Discord. It's in the Discord calendar. So you can join and talk through it there. But we had a really good session yesterday. What I've been focusing on, we talk all the time about, traders having different trading strategies. What I did yesterday was, go through a trader's executions and have them talk through exactly what they were looking for a trade, right? So tell me what type of strategy you trade. We had Lilia yesterday who said, I'm an ICT trader. Great. Let's look at the chart. You tell me what you were looking for as an ICT trader, and then we'll look at where your executions were based on what you're looking for. And if there's a gap, how can we close that gap? So hopefully that helped. I know Lily is probably watching right now. Travis did want me to let everyone know. I think yesterday we said that his account was closed after taking that payout. He's still trading strong in that account currently. And that's actually his first payout from Topstep ever. I had all of the VIPs do a survey when we first started, and I wanted to get an idea of where people sat, right? So have you ever taken a payout from Topstep? Have you ever even been in a funded account? And for Travis, if I look at his numbers, he had been in 3 funded accounts prior to the VIP program, never taken a payout. And his big issue was, kind of being a degen in his own words, right? Where he doesn't know where he could place a stop loss. He just was holding trades until, he either blew the account or was a winner, and made a little bit of an adjustment, I think on his own merits as well, and able to pay himself, $1,000 and still trading in that account currently. So,
Jay, I got a question for you. What did that survey look like? Well, I know, have you taken a payout? What else was in that survey?
Yeah, so we asked, how long have you been trading? What products do you trade? How do you typically react to unexpected market news? How do you handle trading losses? How do you maintain discipline and control emotions during trading? And then I wanted to know specific techniques that each trader is using. I got different answers from each trader who filled out the survey. Have you ever successfully passed a combine with Topstep? Have you ever taken a payout? And if you've been in a funded account, how long have you sustained that funded account?
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of questions there. I think I asked about 20 questions. Really wanted to get in depth on each person, because it's important to know. We can talk general strategy, but we have 5,000 people watching. If everyone traded the same way, we wouldn't have a market. It wouldn't be moving, right? So I wanted to get into how does each trader trade specifically, and then when they're talking through their trades, I can look at that survey and say, hey, well, you said you tried to do this, and this is what you're showing me. How do we close that gap between the two?
Sweet, man. Wow.
So it's been a great process. I think we have around the same 10 to 15 people who are joining this meeting. So I do want to say, also anyone who's out there who's in the VIP group, don't care if you've blown the XFA or not. We actually have some traders who are not on that leaderboard because they lost the VIP accounts. But shout out to Ja, who posted this morning, eligible to take 3 payouts from 3 XFAs after a $200 winning day. Go ahead, MP.
I was just going to say, how many payouts, or what's the total? What was the stats on the? You started with 50, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said you got how many left that are active in the trading combine? And then
31 in our group.
How many?
31 in VIP 1 on the Lunatics.
31 in Lunatics that are still in the combine.
Mm-hmm.
And then what percentage of the 50 passed to, I guess, whatever the 20 difference is? JD, do we know all that? What the percentage passed from on his team is? And then the payout total. Do we have the payout total?
Yeah, so
payout total for
there you go, JD.
Yeah, payout total for the Lunatics right now is $1,000. I'm showing. Okay. We have one payout for $1,000.
You got somebody else coming up that is taking 3 payouts from 3.
Yeah, so MP, those payouts, the extra payouts. So a lot of these people with VIP accounts have had other Topstep accounts as well, right? So all of these traders were with us already, and then they got that VIP account. So the kind of the way the rules worked, where if you lose that VIP account, you still need to reset that on your own at that point if you lose the XFA, but you're still allowed to stay in the group, right, and get coaching. So we have traders, saying, hey, sucks, I lost the VIP XFA, but I'm still trading really well with Topstep, and I'm taking payouts from other accounts, through the coaching. Ideally, we want it all to be from that VIP account, but we have traders, taking payouts any way they can from these markets right now.
Yeah, okay, just to clarify for you, MP, these payouts he's talking about are not coming from VIP. They're coming from other Express funded accounts. Yeah,
correct.
Okay. So I mean, still good, of course, because it's a VIP trader, or trader in VIP that has other accounts. I get that. I want to get the stats on the coach, because how you're coaching is a lot of people in here said I would put me in coach kind of deal. But yeah, Coach Jay, you're probably like, if I gravitated towards the coach, I would probably your style. I really like how you work with people. That's very cool. Question.
I appreciate that.
I'm getting I'm wanting to add more people into VIP, and we're really gonna. And I'm like, nobody's gonna be new. It's like, hey, I just started here yesterday. Sorry, get the combine and work and get there. It's probably gonna be people that have been here a while. That's never been funded. Probably focus on those, and things like that. Now, my question is do you want new people coming in your team, and then the ones that have lost their XFA like out of the room, or do you want to keep that team? Because you're a coach of a team, and this is really I want to understand from you, because again, this is dress rehearsal for Topstep Trading League on how a coach would manage their team, because a coach is going to have their own stats, like, hey, what percentage of those that you coach are getting funded and things like that. And that's really going to help people understand. It's not going to be a total, like you can lead a horse to water, you can't make them drink. Like some people aren't coachable, but if you're coming into VIP, you better sure as hell be coachable and participate, or you will not be invited back. And maybe it's about you saying, hey, you know what? I actually have 10 open spots. And if you say 10 open spots, I'm going to direct a VIP team, a task team that's over there to start putting things together and saying, hey, let's do something here of bell to bellers all week long. And then whoever's bell to bell all week long stays in there, then we know, or something like that. And we can get them invited in. Or you've been with Topstep 6 months straight. That's a pretty good candidate for an invite. Been with Topstep over a year, in general, there's a candidate there. So these are the things that I'm going to, because this cost us a lot to do. It's an investment that we're putting into you. We're paying for all your data. We're paying for your coaching. We're paying for your activation. We're paying for your funded level data and the licensing fees. Use the software. That's expensive, guys. All that has price points. But we're willing to do that with the VIP experience. But I need your input on, is it, I got 10 spots open because I started with 50 and these guys aren't really coachable. So I'm going to, they're no longer allowed to come in my room, and I'm going to work with 10 whatever more. Or how do you want to do this?
Right.
How should we do it?
Yeah. So I'm a coach, MP. I coached basketball for 12 years. And one of the things that was always a big thing for me is if you don't show up to practice, you're not on the team anymore. Right. So I would like it to be, whoever's involved, whether they lost the account or not, if you're coming to the meetings, and for me, I have them twice a week. The chat is open as well. I'm personally not as active in the chat, but I'm taking, an hour and can even be longer. Some of these VIP sessions have gone 2 hours on a voice call, right? Because of the conversation. Anyone who's willing to be a part of that, I think can stay there, right? And should stay there, right? Because go ahead.
So participation, you want them to participate. So if they're hanging out with the team, aka chatting on their own, if they're coming to practices or coaches, whatever, teaching moments, then you see those. And if they're not, then we'll have to have some type of tracking, and then we'll say, hey, thanks, but no thanks. I gotta carve out room on my team for those that are really heads down dedicated. Is that really what you're saying?
Yeah, because otherwise, it is a it's a free account for 6 months, and maybe we have some traders that say, hey, you know what, I don't need it. But even that communication was to say, hey, you know what, I'm in a good place. But we can see from the stats, right? We only had 20 people pass or 10 people pass. Yeah. So whether or not, we need to know whether or not people are trading these accounts. What do you need help with? There's always a question to be asked and something to be answered. And I think what we did yesterday, we had Lilia kind of go through her trade setups. When I was taking classes from someone learning how to trade, that probably was the biggest differentiator for me, right? Sitting in front of a group of people saying what my strategy was and showing where my executions were, right? You build confidence in your own strategy doing it that way. We all know it. Nick, trading on Topstep TV, you have confidence in whatever it is that you do because you have to, talk about it in front of 5,000 people. It builds confidence. It builds, just strength in your trading plan.
So we shaved it from 6 months to 3 months, and this is what we're doing. We're looking to invite more people. We're finding out what process or what, we should say to invite. I'm hearing from you, Coach Jay, on how you would want to do it. I'm going to open up, and we're going to figure out how to make it so we can get the people out that aren't participating. Lone wolf trading need not apply here. This is teaching. This is team trading. This is working together. And totally fine if you're a lone wolf. That's totally fine. It's just this is not really built for you because we want people that are coachable there, asking questions, working with others, and that really keeps that learning curve as short as possibly can be when you're doing that as a group. Okay, that helps. I don't think I have any more questions for you, but we're trying to build this out, and I'm working with that group that's building this out, and you're a coach. And the other thing is, I'm like, we have Coach Hoop that's on here. That will be a great coach. And Coach Hoop, I see you're in here too. And I want to get these other coaches. We got to then hire them and vet them and say, hey, here's a coach for a team, and here's a new team. Or we start filling up the spots on your team and Vince's team and others. So we're figuring it all out right now. Guys that have asked, how do I get on VIP? That's what's going through my head and the team's head right now. But you're hearing Coach Jay talk about what he's working with on his team. So thanks. Good stuff.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Hopefully these markets pick up a little bit for us. We can get some trades in this house account. Nick, really nice call on the 40 shorts. I think that was probably... Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
Order filled.
Let's get some trades out there.
Hey, make sure to catch Jay at the buzzer, 3:15 Central Time. Check him out. You also see him on Fast Markets on Fridays as well with Coach Dakota. Thanks, Jay. Yeah, P coach, man. The Lunatics.
Have a good one.
Thank you. If you don't show up to practice, cut.
He going.
So far, Coach Jay has a 21.5% pass rate from trading combine to XFA, which is not that bad at all. 21.5% pass rate.
Very impressive. All right, let's get back to the markets. Thank you, Jay. Thanks for that, JD. VIP, man. Config for Topstep Trading League. This is the precursor to it, we believe. Topstep Trading League looking for 2025, in the year of 2025. All right, starting to see some more selling here in the ES, perhaps. 57.87 last trade. Slow, grinding type markets. Doesn't mean there's an opportunity. I remember on Tuesday, we're very range bound. House account made $9,000 in range bound markets. You know, just because markets are range bound slow doesn't mean there's an opportunity. You just have to pick and choose wisely, discern. Very diligent in your approach. All right, D, I want to go back to you. D, anything crude's just stuck in the mud. $70.83 right here on VWAP.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm sorry?
I'm short 3 MCL, 4 MCL contracts from 70.86 with that failed auction that I was mentioning. So we'll see how far this gets to, but it's just slow.
MCL
70 what? 86? 70.86?
70.86. Yeah.
Okay, $70.
I mean, it didn't quite get to my value low, which is what I wanted. So we are now kind of just hitting some kind of options levels and failing the auction from there. I want to see what happens into the euro close because that can sometimes give it a little bit more of a push. But it's been a quiet NYMEX session even with the inventories. So I don't have too much high hopes in this, but it is a setup that I take very frequently. It was there, so I have to follow my plan.
Yep. All right, $70.86 in the micro crude. Looking at the Dow here. Dow last trade. Seeing they're on the lows. Nothing's really moving that much.
Order filled.
The tilt's still 50-50. All right. We got some announcements come from my man Eddie. Eddie with the new shades. What we got going on? Eddie, hit me with some announcements, man. What's with the shades real quick? Let's bring up Eddie here. Eddie, what do you got? You're looking really cool today, man.
I've been called a nerd, a sniper. What else have I been called today? But as long as I'm being called, I am happy.
Have you been called George Clooney or anything like that, Eddie? I'm putting you up there in the GQ. I'm putting you up there in the GQ status.
Well, these are for the UVs. Now, I've been having some problems with my vision. And, I mentioned it to everybody else. I mean, we're behind these monitors all day long. And sometimes, as we're getting older and so forth, it's going to affect some of us. So this is something that Gabe suggested. And I appreciate Gabe for suggesting that, and we're going to see how that works. But yes, I feel intelligent. Much smarter. But anyway, I've got some good stuff to share with everybody here. Now, we talked about passing with the pros these last few days. And you want to try to pass your trading combine on air? Well, what we're doing is we are giving you that opportunity to pass on air. Trade with the pros. We're going to be launching one today, so you can check it out, see if you like it, and so forth. We've got our first guest on the new segment. It's going to be Stanley from Brooklyn, and we'll have him on at 1 p.m. Central Time. So that is, and here's the link. I'm going to put the link here in the chat. If you're interested, there is the link. I hope that link does work. I'm sure it does. If it doesn't, let me know. Also, speaking of love, if you like what we're doing here at Topstep TV, okay, please take a moment to review us on Trustpilot. We would love to hear what you've got to say, please. I'm going to drop the link also, another link for us to click on. If you got time, we would really appreciate it. I know that we're doing our best, working our hardest to make things work here. So I am going to copy paste and I'm going to drop that in here. So also, Coach Jay, who was just here just a little while ago. I love that graphic of him up top. I think that is awesome. It's got a great look to it. So looking for a daily recap. What happened in the markets? Well, Coach Jay is at the buzzer with Coach Paul. Coach Jay and Coach Paul, what a great team. And you can catch them Monday through Friday at 3:15, right after we are done here with the Topstep TV program. Stick around, go get yourself a ham sandwich, bourbon on the rocks, whatever you need to do. Come back here and you'll be having At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. And that's about all I've got here right now. So I am going to give it right back to Andre.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Andy. All right, take a look at these markets here. Nick, what are you seeing over there? Just nice, and
I am seeing absolutely nothing worth trading. This looks like Monday. I wouldn't be surprised if we finally do break this range to the north side, to the bottom, or sorry, to the top side or bottom side of this kind of consolidation that we've been in. This 1 minute opening range, 5 minute opening range on ES. But NQ, that 40s short still working. Yeah. It seems. I think. It probably is going to rotate back and retest the overnight high-ish. I would not be surprised, maybe even the 175s, 180s. But this just doesn't appear. Maybe the Euro close does something. It doesn't seem like a market that's interested in really kind of, leaving this last couple of weeks of consolidation that we've been in. If you go back to even, I guess, selling off this area in NQ a few weeks ago, we're still just kind of balancing near the top end of that range. So I don't know, not much of an edge for me here outside of that short. I'm still until we're kind of, we talked about this on Sunday too, I guess, until we're kind of cleanly over this 250 spot. It makes sense probably to take that short to fade the top end of this range. If we get above it, we probably are going to go to 21,000.
21,000, okay. Because still can get to 5,800 in the ES. But 21,000. Yeah, okay. I don't know, like
maybe it was JD, it was Jack, somebody talking about the NQ maybe eventually catching up to the party that the Dow and the S&P have been in as far as air horns and making new all-time highs. And Andre, when you show that cup, it freaks me out every time.
Man, don't look. I'm going back to the white cup. I know.
I don't even know why you're thinking about the green one.
I'm going back to the white cup.
I just saw that as I'm looking at everybody, and it made me
thirsty, Nick.
Kind of lose my train of thought there.
So I'm going back to the white cup. Yes, 21,000.
Yeah, there's just not a lot to do here. Just play the ranges, guys. Would be my advice.
We need Nvidia to get back to all-time highs.
That would be fun.
If we look at the 30-minute chart on NQ, it's very flat. Very flat. So it's just dojis with long wicks both ends. And if we take Wyckoff as our guide, whenever something finds this kind of price agreement, it tends to go into a liquidation phase. So this would be a distribution. There's definitely something to it. So I would be looking for that rotation that Nick is talking about. I just want to see ES kind of get some sort of conviction below that value high. We've literally just been dancing on value high all day. Dip below it, hold it back, sideways. Dip below it, pull it back, sideways. So that really needs to break in order for us to have any kind of commitment to the downside.
And if we want to jump to my chart, I'll show you what I was talking about on NQ. Not quite 21,000, Andre, just a smidge below that. We talked about this on Sunday night, but there's not a ton of volume if we get above that 250 level. So us making a trip to 600s, maybe even 800s at this, high volume node from that the all-time high trips that we had in July when, everything
Order filled.
was, mission accomplished. Big tech is going to save us all. AI is the only thing that matters. So that trip back to 800 would make perfect sense if we can get bullish above this kind of 250 area that I was looking to short earlier, at least the first attempt or the second attempt. The more we keep pinging it, the more we keep hanging up above 200. I wouldn't be shocked if it does break to the top side eventually, but you kind of need ES to continue to play ball, and with it, teetering at all-time highs, we'll have to kind of wait and see. But Jack's right. You may need NVIDIA to start getting more uber bullish than it was even yesterday.
Jack was right. Jack, did you hear that?
Jack's usually right more than he's wrong.
Wow.
Well, I just don't have 30 minutes to sit and trade sometimes to trade the long bonds with him. But he's usually right on some of those trades. Yeah. I just don't have the time to do it.
I'll take it. And you guys all have the chance to be right now because we're going to do a Series 3 question.
Of course we are.
Series 3 in London's closing in 5 minutes.
Thank you. I was
reading it in.
I'm almost
all right.
Read the book last night.
This is regulation week until I take the Series 3 because that is the part that gets a little bit tricky.
I haven't got to that part yet. It's not fair.
Here we go.
Like the last
Enjoy.
chapter,
So here is our Series 3 question for today.
Okay.
That you, the audience, can play at home. An introducing broker, known by IB for the cool people, was sanctioned by the NFA with a censure and a fine amounting to $50,000. Written notification was sent. Failure to respond within how many days could be cause for summary suspension from NFA? That's 7 days, 3 days, 20 days, or
I remember
30
this.
days.
I remember the 30 days sticking out for a couple random facts in the regulations section.
Me too.
Order filled.
I'm with you, Nick.
That's how I memorize things. It's like, okay, there was a few questions or a few examples that gave 30 days or 60 days or something. And it's like, I just am kind of playing. There's no 60 days there. So that's process of elimination.
Yep.
Some of the regulation questions are kind of ridiculous.
Let's get that poll working. Poll is not really working. Something's going on there. But yeah, I believe it is as well. I remember reading this. MP, I've been reading the book. Almost done.
Good. Hey, you need a pass.
You must pass. Well, let's see.
It will. It will.
The answer is
good for you guys.
D.
Nice.
D, you have 30 days. Do not, if you are an introducing broker out there, hello. Also, don't put yourself in this position.
Order filled.
It'll be fine, but you have 30 days to do that. And that's the Series 3 for today. Good job, y'all.
Thank you. Thank you. You got it, Hungus. I remember. I'm ready. I think I'm ready. End of October. Here we come. MP, when'd you take it again? What day? March?
April 22nd.
April 22nd.
April 22nd brought power to the people, and we just might see a sequel. What?
Wow. I didn't know.
What song?
That's Sublime, isn't it?
That was Sublime.
They were just in Chicago actually last weekend.
Ah, really?
Yeah, Riot Fest.
Really?
Minus the main guy.
Andre, do you know how many original members played in that concert?
Well, I know obviously Brad, right? That's the lead guy. He ain't there.
Order filled.
He ain't there. I think it was like just either one of them or none of them. It's like either just the drummer or it's all new. I think the lead frontman is his son now.
Okay, that kind of works. Yeah, I'll take it. All the band. Wish I could see them. Yes, they were cool. All right. Again, we've got Euro close here in less than 2 minutes. We'll see what happens after that.
I was very optimistic on like a very large outside move this week, and I got very excited yesterday during both portions of that trend day that we were going to finally get it. No, the market has slowly ripped my heart out this week on expecting any sort of real volatility and aspects of a good trade outside of the first part of yesterday. Where it just went to die basically in this area. So I'm becoming less optimistic. Maybe Fed Day, which was tomorrow was a day I was not really planning on trading whatsoever, given the gaggle of Fed speakers that we are going to have, including Jerome Powell at 8:20 Central tomorrow morning. Ooh. So maybe the following week we will finally get a move and the market will finally make a decision on bullish or bearish, 100 basis points of rate cuts in 2024 and another 100 in 2025.
It's going to be wild tomorrow. Like Nick for a Tick just said, we got 8:10, 8:15, 8:20, 8:25, all Central Time. Then we got 9:30. Yep, 9:30. So about an hour and 20 minutes
to watch all their speeches.
Yeah, we're going to have 6 or 7 Fed speakers, including Powell himself, just running their yappers all at the same time.
Order filled.
That should be interesting. Who knows?
Did you say the Powell? The Powell.
The Powell. The Powell. The Powell.
Like a higher
CEO
power.
Of the NASDAQ SPY and the YM himself.
Oh, do the algos?
Right, so we're back down here at the 200s. 20,200s on the low. It's been going from 45, 40s, whatever, to 200s. 20,200 to 20,240s has kind of been the range. Now we're selling off of it. What are you guys thinking?
It would either be, it's either playing a bounce like right here, right now, or this probably rotates down to the London lows, like Dee was saying. So either playing kind of the top end of, yesterday's opening range of the 85s, or we're going to rotate back towards those lows, I would guess.
Okay.
I was still looking bearish near the highs on NQ, so I'd still be hoping and looking for a rotation back towards the, the 170s, perhaps even the 165 on the 1 minute opening range breakout. But we did finally get that ping of the overnight high at 190s. So if you were still holding short from the 40s, the 240s, congratulations. You finally got my full move that I was looking for.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I would not have held that, but good for you if you did.
Yeah, that took a while.
I was in those.
It was a long time. NQ for 40 points, it took 2 hours to get the full rotation. That's kind of the morning we've been in, guys. Crazy.
Yep.
RJ, nice job, RJ. Just passed 100K. What an accomplishment. Whoop, whoop.
Sure is, RJ. Good job. All right. Oh, Euroclose came and went. Who knows? Hey, stay patient.
Nothing burger, as Hogue says.
Yeah, stay patient. Stay patient. There's always opportunity. Hey, the market's still going to be open for another 4.5 hours. There is plenty of time, plenty of opportunity left in this day. You never know what's going to happen. We do have a 5-year bond auction. We've got a 5-year auction at top of the hour. We got Kugler speaking at 3 p.m. Central, right at the closing bell hits. We got a 5-year bond auction top at high noon in Central Time. Hey, D, question here in the chat. What's your stop on this trade in the crude?
My stop usually is 35 ticks on crude oil, so this is the same. So my stop is 71.21. If that one didn't work, I would then look for the value low to either give me another rejection or an acceptance. It seems to be moving just about now, so looks like we may get some sort of a move post Euroclose.
Hey, T, why 36?
It's just like an odd. For example, when you're looking at crude oil, it likes to move in quarter-cent increments. So I like 35 ticks, 36 ticks on crude oil. Sometimes if I can get it down to 17 ticks, I do that. But I'm much more comfortable giving it room so that I can cut it if it's not really doing what it's supposed to do. So for me, 35, 36 seems to be the sweet number. I've actually used some machine learning to figure out which stop losses survive most frequently around the setups that I use. And it came up with 35 and 36 ticks being the number, and then 1.7 to about 2 R multiples as the most frequent targets on the setups.
Thank you. Makes a lot of sense.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
Thank
Kate.
you.
Mm.
All right. Everyone's new favorite thing, the leaderboard. We are ready. Is now to 25. We might be even growing that to 50, maybe even 100. Who knows? Right now, we got the leaderboard up and ready to go. You can say, get your screenshots. JD, hit us with that leaderboard. Everyone's liking the new leaderboard, by the way. Good idea. I like it.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Get your screenshot button ready. Here it comes. James, I'm sharing
Let's see
it.
this.
You ready to mention your furu?
Right on top,
this.
Rafa. Rafa was on the live P&L board just a little while ago. He had a nice $4,800 winner, trading in just a single live funded account. No XFAs for Rafa, just one live funded account. There's Nick for a tick sitting at number 6. You're looking at him. A couple other big movers to talk about. We got Jerry Jean in 8th place. Jerry Jean in 8th place and Willie B in 15th place. So we saw both these guys on the XFA P&L board just a little while ago. Last week at this time, Jerry Jean was number 383 on the leaderboard. And he popped up to 167th place before landing in 8th place with a nice $115,000 account balance right now. He had a huge day yesterday, trading 5 XFAs. We mentioned that. And then Willie B. Willie's trading in a pair of XFAs. But he's trading them independently of each other. He's not copy trading. At least from what I could see on his trade reports, it doesn't look like he's trade copying. One account made $36,923 yesterday, and the other one made $25,119 yesterday, for a total of $62,000 in change in profits for Willie B yesterday. You could see that was good enough for him to jump from 316th place all the way up to 15th in one day.
Nice.
A 301 place move. That's a pretty significant leap there. That's big. So looking forward to see what Willie does today or the rest of the week. We're looking for consistency out of these big movers. When someone jumps real fast like that, I like to keep an eye on them to see what they look like the following couple of days. A lot of times when they make huge moves like that, they kind of have a tendency to fade off the board real fast. So when we get one that sticks around, that's worth noting. So we'll be keeping an eye on Willie B.
Willie B, man.
All right, there is your leaderboard. Again, get your screenshots ready. Take them now.
Thank you. Man, 300 place jump. Well done.
That's crazy.
It is. All right, man. Well, I know we got some more. Yeah, come on in, James, if you're ready. I think we have some cool things to show. It is Topstep's birthday. We've been running that graphic in the lower right-hand corner. We got some Topstep's birthday all week. You know how some people like to have birthdays, birthday weekends, birthday weeks, birthday months. Well, at Topstep, it's been our birthday week. So, without further ado, James, if we're ready to go, we can show them some birthday stuff. Yeah, it's our birthday week. I don't feel like MP likes to celebrate his birthday month. He's one of those types. It's my birthday.
A whole month, every day.
like some girls.
Like expecting a text every day. Happy birthday month, Michael.
It's my birthday month. Anyways, what's up, James? Show him.
I demand to be admired every day.
December.
The whole month.
We're going to take a quick trip down memory lane in a couple different ways, but if you'll humor me for 27 seconds, take a look at this.
Okay, so this is the meats. Okay, so this is cattle, hogs, lean, pork bellies. So in 7 minutes they're going to close, and you're actually going to hear them talking, yelling, and screaming.
They'll have a bunch of orders executed on the close. Yeah, we don't need to sit here.
Let's go up here.
Let's go up there. Maybe get a little better.
Incredible.
Oh, those were the days.
The living, breathing pits. You may have seen some familiar faces. We got more of those type of videos. We can keep here. Here's this quick
right
16
now, the
second
markets
one.
aren't moving. People just, that's why we always say, just when the markets aren't moving, you don't have to trade. And that's why being around other people that aren't trading, you can.
We always call it the island of misfit toys.
The island of misfit toys is what John used to call the S&P pit. And those that have seen that, I don't know what movie that was from. It's a cartoon, whatever. What is it from?
What was that?
That's the It's not Rudolph.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yeah, Rudolph.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Yeah, Island of Misfit Toys. And you look into this S&P pit, and if you were there for a good amount of time, you then started to understand the different characters that were in that pit. And it truly was the Island of the Misfit Toys. Yeah.
Everybody had a story.
Everybody.
What was that? Was it you're just doing those tours? We were doing tours back in the day, right?
I used to do tours. Yeah, you come down here. I'm like, hey, we're here back in Traders. Come on down there, and if you want to see the floor, see the floor. And then, the floor started getting tighter and tighter as far as like letting people on. And then we got off the floor, and then we're like, hey, let's do certain. And then eventually the floor closed. Oh, so awesome! You guys can feel that. Can you feel that kind of energy? The people in the background. You'd be people laughing. You hear people screaming across the pit or across the big room.
Brings a tear to my eye.
Yeah, that was it was epic. I'm so glad I got the trail end of it. Hoagland and Eddie got the meat and potatoes of it in the 90s, 2000s.
It was a different world. It was completely different. I mean, you can have two people right next to you fighting, cussing, and swearing, and you're telling jokes to the guy next to him. I mean, it was...
Yeah.
Everybody had their 12 by 12 square. You stand right there. That's where you stand forever. Do not stand on my 12 by 12.
Did you guys hear me just repeat the exact same thing I'm repeating even today about when there's nothing.
The markets?
Yeah, the markets were quiet. Yeah, they were completely dead. And you just saw everybody standing there. Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking about that. I'm like, man, that applies to right today. It still applies today.
That's why Topstep TV. That's why
we've done a great job staying out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why the Topstep TV concept, which we started a year ago, and and we're like, lone wolf trading. Sure, again, I'll go back to people go to each their own on what do you want to do, but that doesn't work for a lot of people. It's being around other people that are like minded. You go to CrossFit and work out. Working out by yourself, just running on a treadmill is hard to stay motivated. It's hard to get better. It's hard to say blah, blah, blah. It's hard to get feedback to yourself. When you have other people around you, they'll give feedback or they'll talk about what they're seeing and all that kind of stuff. So how do we do this? We did this back in 2010, 11, 12, 13 when we did Squawk Radio. And it was a whole thing that we did. And Topstep TV kind of was like, we can do it now. We can do it streaming. We can do it as a group. We can bring our best traders in here, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, emulating the pit is what our
Squawk Radio. Absolutely loved it. That was
great.
It was fun.
Yeah.
So then I'll go back.
All day long. Yeah.
I'll go back to then a birthday. So we are 14 years old in my world. We are 2012. We started Topstep Trader. We had Talk Trading Partners in 2010. We still technically have Talk Trading Partners. It's our prop firm of 14 years, but it's Topstep funded. Topstep Trader, Topstep funded, all is Topstep. And in 2010, that's where we let's put somebody on a simulator, no matter where they are on the planet. I used to put job postings at every university, and I went to the Ivies first. I went to the Ivies, and I went to University of Nebraska, and I went to Iowa State on their career board. Show us you could trade commodities, and we'll back you. It was that simple. And I would get 30 resumes a day. No shit. 30 a day. And right out of the gate, I'm like, holy shit, people want to trade. And I'm like, sweet, I got so many resumes. I'm just going to, start giving out. So I started giving out usernames and passwords and said, here's a 10,000. I started with a $10,000 account. SIM. And it was just T4, one platform, and I didn't charge. And it was just, I just had a website. There was nowhere to buy. There's nowhere to anything. So it's like, this is the firm. Show us you can trade. You got 1 month to do it. And then if you can't do it in 1 month, then I'm on to the next person. So that is the very beginning. And then after that all kind of got going, found out people need more than a month. Go figure. Need more than a month to figure out the platform. They need more than a month to figure out, to create, hone, and test their trading strategies. And then there's a psychological part of trading that you need more than a month to, and all that kind of stuff. So then we worked with the CME to get a educational data waiver from them. So then we could provide more. And my big pitch to them, and I was the first one to get this approved, and the first one to start the funding industry in an e-prop firm rather than going into a prop firm, sitting at a seat or getting interviewed. You didn't get interviewed. The trading combine was your interview place. So in 2010, that was the start of a prop firm evaluation, just giving them 1 month. It wasn't until 2012 we're like, they need more than a month, and let's start the ability for them to stay on continuously. Got that approved from the CME to be able to do real-time data, so then that we could manage our cost. I mean, I had a home equity line of credit that I had all my condos and my penthouse in Chicago, all from trading, paid off, and I pulled money out of that. Started Topstep to the tune of putting $500,000 into it over the course of 2 years until it started turning around. And that's the very, very beginning. Very scary times, but we had a belief system. When I say we, Andre was a part of that founding, Eddie and Hoagland. But it came with Andre and I talking about it. Then it came with I started doing it. Found Eddie. I go, hey, I'm going to start a Squawk Radio thing. I got a bunch of people that want to trade, and I need them to hear the markets and feel it and understand it like we used to do it in the pits, or like we do right now in the pits. And I was in the pits and starting this whole prop firm while I was trading in the pits. And then Eddie sat behind me. We have a picture of him, I'm sure, if you guys could find, sitting at the desk outside the pit. And he would just keep everybody informed, like we're doing right now on Topstep TV, on everything that's happening. We were outside the S&P pit and the Dow pit. That was super, super fun. Super fun.
That's cool.
And then it just kept growing and growing.
Yeah, I had to be part of it.
And then John kept popping in. He was one of the biggest brokers in the S&P pit. Had the name tag or the acronym that said top step. So he had to register to stand on the top step of the trading pits, which is the biggest and best trader stood on. Hence the name Topstep. And I remember when I owned Patak Trading Partners, I'm like, well, I need to create a company that allows people to have a experiential learning platform and then lead to funding. What should I call it? And I'm like, Topstep Trader. And that's when Topstep Trader came out. And then we eventually bought the domain name Topstep in like 2018, and we became Topstep. Yeah, there he is. Right there.
Yeah.
So Eddie's got a chat room in front of him loaded with people. The top right is the charts and screens of different markets, and then of course Bernanke, CNBC or whatever feed he has. I'm behind him in the Dow pit, in the pit. I walk up to him and be like, hey, how are our traders doing? It was just the coolest environment to trade, and then see, like, it's like having ponies, so to speak, of just like, hey, this one's really good, this one's racing really well, trading well. Okay, look at that guy. And we would just there he is.
We're blessed to have.
Was that a bad day or a boring day?
It's a good question.
I
think it was probably a boring day.
Yeah, people standing around, heads down. Yeah, market's not doing nothing.
So then Hoagland would just like I don't know if you look like that. You look like that when you came by. I think you did. You look great. I know that. You kept stopping by.
a lot less gray.
Yeah. And then,
oh, look at that.
So we'd have some of our traders that we were funding stop by, and then it just kept expanding bigger and bigger. And instead of colleges applying, it became everybody, and then it became global. And then it just kept going. Now we're in 150 different countries, and hundreds of thousands of traders, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of traders have come through Topstep since 2010. And Eddie and Hoagland have talked to thousands of them one-on-one. Hey, how you doing, John? Or how you doing, Trader 123 or whatever? And had those. So we were just so embedded in helping traders, and we created the space. So of course we're going to have it's our kind of baby, but you all can play with it. Kind of, here's a funding space. It's not ours to keep. So yeah, that was kind of the history in the very, very beginning. Yeah. And then Earn to Trade was the first one that popped up that copycatted us, and we called it a copycat back in 2016 or 14, something like that. Earn to Trade was the first one. I'm like, what the hell? He just comes out here and copies us, and they go, hey, mad respect to you guys. We like what you guys are doing. And then I'm like, whatever, like they had a good program and it was all good. So I'm like, but then another one popped up and another one popped up and another one popped up and another one popped up. And we're like, oh shit, this is an industry forming. So in our 2010 to 2012 was a prop firm that then morphed into a funding opportunity to anybody. And we're like, hey, people just want to get funded. We're like an e-prop shop. How do we build that? And that's been the whole early days up into 2014. And then after 14, 15, it then a flood of people came in. FX World started doing funding. prop firm, and then of course futures, and you've seen it grow and it's seen it explode in 2020 because everybody's sitting at home with PPP money or whatever the COVID money is, and they're all trading meme stocks. Now you see more of those meme stock folks gravitate towards from stocks to futures. That's kind of the path. So you've seen this explosion of people in the future space, and it's just been a fun ride for 14 years. My 14 years, but a lot of folks know it as Topstep that started 12 years ago. So very cool story, and you've seen hyper growth, and it's kind of fun to start something from the very beginning and then have it just grind. We were always growing. We never had a year that didn't grow because the concept made sense. Why would I go risk my kid's college fund when I can just go over here and learn? But as we got more and more exposure, and then so-and-so gets funded and he tells their buddy about getting funded, then their buddy goes, oh shit, I want to try that too. There's so many times, and Andre, you know that, and I know I'm rambling here, but hopefully you guys are grabbing it, that so many people have asked us in the city of Chicago, you be at a bar, I'm 25 years old at a bar, and he's talking to somebody like, I want to learn how to trade. Like, can I give you some money? I'm like, I don't want your money, and I don't want to really teach you. And then we're like, well, the best way to teach people is put them in the markets. How do we do that? And you hear so many people say, I want to learn and all that kind of stuff. So it was very much in need at that point in time. And now that it's helping people not lose their kids' college fund. So yeah, that's been the ride. I don't know if Eddie or Hogue, you guys, and Andre, since you guys have been a part of it for 12 and 14 years, have any other takeaways or things that
I would say that it's really important that Topstep is here because I had the opportunity to learn on the trading floor as a runner, working my way up, talking to traders, learning from professional traders, good and bad. That we knew that was going away. The trading floor was going away. Nobody was going to have that opportunity to do that. And that's what I loved about Topstep was, you're going to have a community. You're going to have the ability to trade with much less risk and be able to get funded and be a successful trader. I think this was something that I loved the idea. When the first time I heard about it, I said, I got to be part of it. I kept coming around and
we love it. You were a blessing, Hogue. You were a blessing, brother.
We gotta take these phone calls. You want to take some phone calls? I said, absolutely. Let's do this. So, it was something that I firmly believed in. I knew right away that this was going to be something that was going to be very important to the futures industry. And I thought it was going to be very important to Chicago and everybody. I think, this was just something I had to be a part of, and I'm proud to be part of it. And thank you, Michael, for getting me involved and keeping me a part of this for as long as I've been. I absolutely love this company. Love what we do for traders. Loved talking to all of the thousands of traders that I've talked to, and looking forward to talking to many more.
Eddie, I want you to go next, but Hogue, I remember him poking his head around. We had a trade desk too, and he poked around and be like, hey, how's it going over there? And I'm like, and this is when we were just like, I don't know, 2011? Was it 11? 12?
Yeah.
John, do you know? Yeah. And I'm like, yep, we need you. Come on. And because we were kind of at the point, I wasn't paying myself. I would give Eddie, everybody started at Topstep with $100 a day. I told him, I can pay you $100 a day. And then, of course, as the company grew, we weren't making anything. We were, I was
actually started for food.
Yeah. And
you got free lunch.
We're buying lunch.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this is cool.
I said all that. And I mean, sometimes it makes me half want to cry. But you guys stuck with that. We all stuck with the mission of what we were trying to do. And to me, that then formed the industry that we're in. And the industry that we're in, we're going to be hell-bent on making sure the industry has the best actors in it, the best blah, blah, blah. And
rolling over finally.
Kind of yeah. So we are rolling over finally. So the four guys you're seeing on here, the three guys you guys are seeing on here are the guys that started in the very beginning. There are other people in my ear, and there are other people that started a little bit later. You see Danny Hodgman. You'll see Mick. The guys that started in 2014, 15, 16. You guys came
crazy. It was a trip. I mean, a lot of people in the pits were laughing at us, and I'd like to really see what they're doing now, selling cars, selling real estate, delivering newspapers. I don't know, and there were some people that were like, you know what, you got a great idea. And Michael, it was a genius idea that nobody really thought about at that time. We started out with what, a laptop and an earbud. And then we we stole the chair from one of the desks, and you came in with a drill and some screws just so I wouldn't fall off it. So
remember that.
Like, take a look. Anybody looking?
Sounds like Michael.
Securing the chair so I wouldn't fall off the stair. It was.
We were building the plane in the air there too. I mean, it was fun.
You're good at that. That's kind of your thing, huh?
Kind of. I iterate on the fly. There's no. I mean, yeah, I could go all into that, but hopefully you guys like that birthday story. It's 12 years ago. Topstep started, but 14 years ago, really, the idea and concept was the wheels started turning.
Worked really hard, wore a lot of hats, and it's been a wonderful ride.
Happy birthday.
If there's anybody in the chat, very happy. Sorry, Eddie.
Very happy to have this community that we've got. We started community with Squawk Radio, and we had a good number. But this is, the people that we have here, traders that we have here right now. Like I mentioned, Hogue is a godsend. All you people are godsends, and we really hope that you're enjoying what we're putting out, and we're trying to do our best, trying to change it, improve it each and every day.
Well said.
Thank you all for it.
Happy birthday. Thanks for being a part of this, everyone. Thank you, guys. All right. Well, there's some hashtag. We can do hashtag fast market submissions, maybe towards power hour. We'll get that back into you guys today, but we're celebrating ourselves. It's been a hell of a ride. Look where we are today. We got almost 5,000 people watching. Happy birthday. Say happy birthday to Topstep by clicking like, click subscribe. With that being said, let's go to some appreciations. It's that time of the day. We got 2 minutes left here in fast markets. First and foremost, let's go to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for? Here we go. Samu, any special offers for your 12th birthday? Michael, are we bringing gifts to them? It's our birthday. Are we giving gifts to the people because it's our birthday?
No.
It's your birthday.
No, we're not.
When it's your birthday, you get the
We're
gift.
just trading. We're trading together. That's what we do here.
Hey, yeah, it's one of those times where it's our birthday. Anyways, I'm going to throw to, let's start with Eddie. Eddie, you were just on there. You got the cool shades. Eddie, what are you appreciative for today?
You know what, Andre? I'm going to point to you, my friend. You work so damn hard. You keep this energy up so high. It's incredible. I mean, when I was doing Squawk, I was doing bell to bell, and it was tough just doing radio. You do visual, you've got energy, and you really bring this show full circle, brother. You are Topstep, my friend.
Man, thanks, Eddie. I didn't see that one coming. Man, hear that, Michael?
I mean, I echo that all day long.
I'm messing with you. Thank you. That was too kind, man. Did not appreciate the check is in the mail, Eddie. I really appreciate that.
It is, and you are. I mean, here you go.
Andre has more energy than a nuclear power plant.
There you go.
Oh man, I appreciate it. 3 Mile Island. There's a new nuclear plant on 3 Mile Island. There, Microsoft's going to use its power. Anyways, I'm going to throw to Nick for a tick. Nick, what are you appreciative for?
On a day like today, I'm appreciative for, having the autonomy to step away from the markets and do something better. I'm going to go spend some time outside. We had a really violent kind of hailstorm out of nowhere that woke me up and didn't allow me to get a lot of sleep. So I'm going to kind of relax the rest of my day. So thank you to Topstep for giving me something to keep me busy here in the morning, doing the show, having some fun with all of you guys, and now allowing me to just kind of walk away from screens for the rest of the day and go enjoy myself.
Awesome. There is a hurricane coming. Stay safe for those. It's coming. I think might be coming your way, Nick. We'll keep an eye on that. I know it's category 4 now. Keep an eye on that. All right, D, throw it to you. D with the cool hat, looking very, very hip today. D, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
I'm appreciative for my crude oil failed auction that worked out. Took 64 ticks out of it. I'm also appreciative community that we have here and for the ability to chat to you guys, to have banter, and to continue to just spread the knowledge and experience. And if that helps someone, all the better. So it's nice to be a part of something for so long, because I was also on Squawk Radio back in the day. And it was definitely a huge difference in the loneliness that this job can
Order
bring.
filled.
Because trading can get very lonely, especially when you're the only one doing it. And other people around you may not understand, or they're like, oh, it's just gambling. What the hell you're doing? And then
Order
when I
filled.
found Topstep, it was like finding a whole brand new family. So I'm very happy to be here so many years later. And yeah, let's just continue growing this. Happy birthday to Topstep.
Order filled.
Happy birthday. And to the birthday boy himself, Mr. Topstep, Michael. Michael, I'm covering for you while he coughs. I'm covering for him. The seasons are changing up there. It's snowing up where he's at now. Michael Patak, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
The founding team, you,
Man, I love
and Eddie, and Hoagland all helped do this. And then there's another list. I'll keep it going. I'm going to put the list together of the other ones and the dates. But you guys were in the very, 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 very early days, and I monopolized every one of my conversations, especially with you, Dre, as a friend, with around Topstep. So that was like, we didn't talk about anything else. I'd always ask you questions. Well, what if you were a trader and you had this rule? Would that be cool? And would you actually be growing? Well, yeah, if you guided it like this and that. And we would always have, and those were monopolized conversations, whether we were just sitting there watching football or at a bar or hanging out, walking down the street. It would always turn into a Topstep conversation. So I thank you for that. John Hoagland and Eddie, I thank you guys for being so damn passionate on helping traders. You guys have been that way and haven't changed even in the slightest in the 14 years. And I think that is admirable beyond belief. Especially everybody that is in our community. They should be very grateful for that, because I've never seen that from a human being for so many years. Give back for what you guys
Positive
do.
vibes. Positive vibes. And I'm appreciative for cool stuff that we got coming up next. We got this guy, Thomas. He was on this back in November, man. It feels like ages ago. He's making his second appearance with us on Power Players. And then coming up later today, we're doing a new segment called Pass with the Pros, 1 p.m. Central. See if Stanley can pass the combine live here on Topstep TV. With that being said, Tom coming up next on the other side. There's Power Players in the house. Topstep TV Wednesday. Let's go.
Happy 12th birthday, Topstep.
I've had the pleasure of blowing many accounts, funding many accounts, and there's no other place I would have rather done that than right here.
Their commitment to helping struggling traders succeed is unmatched, and I've been so grateful to be part of this community.
For new and upcoming traders, you guys are the best in the industry, and I cannot wait to see what the future of Topstep brings.
And here's to another 12 strong years.
Thank you guys for absolutely everything you do.
Cheers to Topstep and cheers to you.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Hold on, let me save myself.
Order filled.
Oh, making his triumphant return, back by popular demand, I believe. Anyways, we got Mr. Tom Becker in the house. He's about 90 minutes from Chicago, just north of the border, Illinois, Wisconsin. Anyways, Tom, welcome back. You are a Power Player. This is your second appearance on Power Players. Welcome back. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me again. I'm excited to be back. It's been a while, but
yes.
Let's not make it so long next time.
Let's not be strangers. What was, okay, so last we talked to you in November. Hell, do you even remember what we talked about back in November? Because I don't. Do you?
Yeah, actually, that was right when I was starting to get into algo trading. It's been a year since, so a lot of things have happened. But yeah, me and Hogue talked a lot about that with you guys, and that was a fun time. So we'll see what we get into today, though.
Absolutely. Well, Tom, you do have a trade on right now. You are short the ES from 57.90. Last trade in the ES is 57.86. And like we were talking about algos, question, did you get into this trade because of the algo, or is this a discretionary trade on your end?
Yeah, so this is an algo trade. It's one of my systems I built that is built on stochastics. We use 3 different time frames, and we look for confluence between the time frames, and if they match up and we start to see a reversal, we take a short. So market started to roll over. We've been in this channel now for what feels like forever, and it's been like watching paint dry in this trade. So it's like I've been sitting around $200 profit for about an hour now. So.
Boy, you got my ears perked up. We jumped right on here and reading through your bio here, and Andre's like, "You got any trades on?" And it's an algo trade. So yeah, you're in my wheelhouse right there, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. I could talk algos all day. It's my blood. It's my passion. I do it for a living now. And the best part is like, yeah, I go to work. It doesn't feel like work, and that's when I knew this was for me.
Excellent. When you say go to work, is this something that you do yourself? I mean, do you do all this, coding stuff and background and analysis and everything else, or is it someone else?
Yeah, so I have 3 companies now. I have a day trading company, the Financial Cloud, that we partner with Topstep to get traders funded and help them stay funded, and so they can get payouts. And kind of what you guys do on Topstep TV. We're just another service that trains and educates people and helps change lives is what we tried to do. So besides that, I have a algo development company that's kind of the pre-company to launching my quant fund that I would like to do in the next few years, but got to have a good track record, got to have a good system. So I've been developing that now for about 2 years, and I'm really happy with where it's at finally, and I think we're finally turning the corner here.
Sweet. You're using any AI stuff in this? I'm not going to go too real detailed on it, because we want to make sure we keep everybody involved. But if you're starting there and you're looking for head stuff and you have development, I'm just curious how you're using it, how you're using, and if you're using some AI or even just some machine learning. I know some of the platforms don't have it built in yet, so you have to look at an outside source pulling through an API.
Sure.
But just kind of curious if you're using that.
I'm using it, but not in the way you probably think I'm using it. So a lot of people are like, "Oh, you can make algos with AI," and the reality is I don't think it's there yet. And so really what I use it for is just to save me time. So it's like I have been training a GPT bot on ChatGPT to help me code, and it's not great, but it works and it saves me time, and I know usually where it's going to fall, and so I can fix the code that it gets wrong, and it saves me a lot of time. And so that's how I use AI right now, but I'm excited for the future of it. Hopefully it doesn't take my job, but
definitely helps. Yeah, it won't take a job. Yeah, it'll definitely it won't take a job. So go ahead, Andre.
Are you guys cannibalizing yourselves by doing this, training these this AI and stuff to program for you? Are you guys cannibalizing yourselves? If they're going to do it for you, what good is the coder?
It's not. It can't replace us. There's certain knowledge that coders have that you go try to code an algo on ChatGPT and see what happens. It probably won't work. So.
Right.
I've tried to figure it out.
Look at them laughing at the idiot. I love it. Laughing at the idiot with the laughing at the pedestrian, the civilian with the joke, with the dumb question. I love it. I love it. I love it. No. Go ahead, Tom.
There's just no substitute for having the knowledge, because ChatGPT is ones and zeros. It's black and white. It doesn't know how to read, between the lines to see what's wrong, and it's taken from a million different sources trying to give you the answer. Where having that expertise, having the experience, there's just no substitute for that. It's just like in day trading, there's no substitute for having 5 years experience in day trading compared to 3 months and just reading a course. You need to feel the markets, you need to feel the code, and you need to know how to fix things when they go wrong.
Fair enough.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be better when
How dumb
that
was that
comes to
question?
that.
How dumb was that
Yeah, just
question?
make it easier. Go ahead.
It's an okay question. I mean, it's a very specialized field, so if you're not in it, you don't know. So,
Go ahead, Robert. Please. I want to talk more about this AI. I want to talk more about algorithmic trading. I want to talk about more of this. We don't get a lot of these types of segments on, so when we do, it's really nice to kind of dig into it, give everyone maybe a 101 crash course on what it is. Maybe we get into it a little bit deeper. But I really like where this is going. So go ahead, Robert.
Sure. The thing I agree with you 100%, Tom. It's not, there's that whole debate of it's going to take jobs, not going to take jobs. It's going to do both. It'll take some jobs because it makes it easier. Like right now, I wouldn't have to bring somebody in and say, oh, you're a C# coder, you're a Python coder, you're a JavaScript coder. I need this made. But let's say I know, C#, but a part of it on the front end might have to be in Python. That's where it can come in. Be like, okay, well, that took a job because it does a conversion very easily. And just you load Copilot, and it'll go out to GitHub and all this geek talk we're talking about right now. But it's going to find that for you. So yes, it's going to save time. But what happens to that person that it quote unquote took the job? They're going to start thinking, well, maybe we can do it better as the human element side of things. So it's not going to I don't think it's going to continue to speed up the process. And it is going to remove some for sure. But it's also going to create others as well. And we've been saying this since the beginning of time. Oh, it's, we're going to, Bitcoin's going to take over cash. No, it hasn't. Computer stuff is going to take over all trading. No, it hasn't. And it's just an iteration. So I don't think anything is just a full stop terminal or anything like that. Hey, the market's falling. Want to make sure we keep an eye on this trade. I have YM up. How is that ES trade doing? Want to make sure we stay on top of that.
We are up about $300 right now on that trade. Still looking good there. Let's see if I can pull that up on chart here. So I use NinjaTrader to execute my trades, but I do a lot of my charting on TradingView, which is why we have the TradingView up there.
And you just got Topstep X as well, I believe, correct? How do you liking it?
Yeah, so I felt compelled to do some prop firm accounts today coming on, and I love the platform. I'm a big TradingView fan. The guys that integrate that, I've been trying to give you guys suggestions behind the scenes, and you've implemented a lot of them, so that's awesome. I really love the new features you rolled out recently with the trade reviews, being able to see your statistics and really analyze where you're good and bad at and try to make those adjustments.
Definitely.
My favorite thing is I can lock myself out after I make some money or lose some money and not make it worse. One of the worst things you can do is try to revenge trade, and that's how I've blown probably 90% of my accounts. Is I hate losing, and so I have this thing where if I make a couple bad trades, all of a sudden I up my size to try to make it back. It never works. It never works. And so it'll work every now and then, and that's why you're like, oh, maybe this time it'll be different. But 9 times out of 10, it won't be.
Hey, Tom, Tom, question about the algo trading that got you in. All right. Is this just a bunch of series of if-thens? If market reaches this price, then execute this. How did you get into your short ES from 57.90? Can you speak to me like like I just started doing this yesterday. Speak to me in plain English. If this happens, then get short the ES. So talk me through that, what those instructions are.
Yeah. So for this particular trade, it's one of my multi-time frame algorithms. So we're looking at short time frame, medium time frame, and then large time frame. So we're trying to find confluence and trend. And this is a mean reversion algo. So we're looking for a pullback. And then once we hit a certain amount of profit, we start taking our risk down. So we'll move our stop either to break even and then throw a trail on, and we'll just let it see what it makes. And so this one's really simple. It uses stochastics. So stochastic is a tried and true indicator. It uses 3 different stochastics, so different time frames. And we're looking for a threshold to be hit, so an oversold on all the time frames. And then we're looking for a reversal situation. So this is one of my most complicated. I think this algo is 6,000 lines of code. So while it seems simple, The funny thing is the entry part of it is the smaller part. So for that, that's probably 200 lines of code.
The exit.
So it's
the exit.
Yes.
Yes. What?
That
yes.
is,
yeah. The exit's the heart. Yes. Go on.
So it's easy to get into a trade, and I think everyone can agree with that.
Yes.
And
Go on,
so,
yes.
what do you do when you're in a trade, and what do you do if you're not there watching it? You want to make sure if you make money that you protect it. So a lot of it's, if these conditions do this, exit the trade. If I'm in X profit, do this. If XYZ happens, there's so many different things that you can do once you're in a trade to protect it. Or, you could code in and say, hey, this trade's starting to go good. We're getting confirmation of the reversal. Let's add size to this trade. So like, let's say, you could do that too. You could have it where maybe the trade goes against you, but it hasn't broken your stop loss yet, and you might want to average down. A lot of those are options that you can do. Now you add risk, obviously, when you do that, but you get yourself a better cash position. So you don't normally want to add averaging down. That's a good way to have bigger losses, but it is a tool if you can test it right and make sure that it hits your parameters. So, the current, I think, algo we're running is up about 30,000 since June. So it's been doing really well. This is my number one that I like to trade. So I put it on all my accounts and
no kidding.
Multi-storks.
Money.
Oh, we just got a M2K trade, so we are now short the micro Russell. So
wow. Okay, cool. All right, do you have your charts up? Are these your charts? Let's go to the micro Russell. This is really cool. This is sweet.
Yeah,
All right, let's go to that. Or pull your charts. Show us what you're in. Tell us about your position. This is really, we don't have a. This is.
You said something really good there, Tom. While you're pulling that up, and I'll echo what you said there about getting into the trades. We want to talk trading here. Yeah, we all know it's like we look for that trade, but that 100% agree with you. That's the easy part. We know two things, but there's three things. We have an entry, a target, and a stop. We know where the entry is. That's I want to say easy because you can set up the criteria. Oh, it just did these things to line up my confluence, so enter my trade. I know what I'm willing to risk, so I know what my stop is. But we don't know the target, and just like Andre said, that's the hard part, and it really is because you don't know. You could say I want to have 35 ticks, and it goes to 34, and then you get stopped out. You see what I mean? So it's like, wait a second, that's where the human element comes into it, which is really good. So I see you got it up there.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up on my NinjaTrader here. So let me see if I can actually. Okay, so let me see. Can you see this, or do I have to change the screen I'm sharing? I got to change it.
It's really cool. Okay,
so you're seeing my trading view. Can you see my NinjaTrader chart?
Robert, can we? You let me know.
I cannot. And that would be
no. We're just getting trading
view.
Pull
it up in the background.
All right, just trading view.
Right,
Thank
one
you,
second.
Jim.
Let me share screen. Let me change my screen here real quick. I thought I was sharing my entire screen, so let me change it to my entire screen.
Hey, all right. Well, my question while you're switching screens here, Tom, is that the same algo that you were running that got you into the ES trade, or is this a different script you're writing that got you into this Russell trade?
So this is a new one I made. This is actually one of my first Renko-based strategies. We developed our own kit. Yeah, so we wanted to get into Renko strategies this year, which we like the price action of it because it's more friendly for algorithms because it's pure price action. It's not based on time. We had to develop our own candlestick because we couldn't trust the built-in candlestick, so we coded out our own candlestick, and it's fully back testable. So we can tick by tick get the data and create our own candlestick, so it's back testable. I have it on a normal chart here, but let me see if I can pull up and you guys can see what the candlesticks will look like, where I could show you that. So
this is sweet, man.
I love this stuff, man. I love
Me too, man.
I'm all about Renko range bars. Go on.
We may not need to force feed people with the quote unquote nerdy stuff, but this is pretty cool because we don't bring this perspective a lot on Topstep TV. We do a lot of point and click discretionary trading. Very rarely do we have algos. Now I remember when you came on. I remember you, Tom. I remember you from November now. We did this whole algo thing. Yeah, this is really cool. We don't do this. Maybe we do it just the right amount of time, but we're doing it right now. So I hope everyone's really enjoying this because this is something that we really don't tap into, but we are right now. So just to recap, Tom short from 57.90 in the ES. That's one of his algos. that got him into it. Now, while we're here live on Top Step TV on Power Players, another one of Algo's kicked in, and he got into the micro Russell, correct?
Yeah, so I do run a lot of stuff on micros. I find it helps me control risk a lot. That's one of the reasons I trade my own cash accounts instead of using the NinjaTrader Topstep, is because with the scaling plan, it's really hard to have a diversified portfolio. And I know you guys are working on bringing that there, but that's one of the reasons I started the Topstep X account, is I love that you guys have the micro scaling there, so I can scale into a trade if I need to, and it really gives me that flexibility. So this one is a Renko strategy. It's actually another mean reversion. I do a lot of mean reversion strategies. I like oversold and overbought strategies. This one in particular uses a curve called a parabolic SAR. And so this one looks for a move and then a move down. So you can see, it's looking, we broke this low here, and then we're curving back down. So once this started curving back down in the Russell, we took that short there, and we'll see if this plays out. It's all risk reward and back tested over multiple years. So it's possible I might lose this trade, but hopefully we get a banger. That'd be awesome to see a banger on live.
Hell yeah, it would, man. Hell yeah. Hey, Robert, for those asking what a Renko chart is, Robert, what's a Renko? Is it more conducive? Why is it more conducive to Tom's algo?
Yeah, so there's Renko. There's a couple different types that do not include time. They're not based on time. Renko being one, and my favorite being range bars. And I'm sure Tom knows about those. They just plot on the chart once a certain amount of movement has happened. So the Renko, let's say you have 10 points. It's going to, once the market moves up 10 points, and this is arbitrary numbers, it moves up 10 points, it's going to plot a green candle. And if they move down 2, up 1, up 5, down 3, only when it moves another 10 points, it's going to plot another candle, 10 points in the same direction. Another green candle or another up candle. But in order for it to go the other direction, it has to retrace 10 points and then go another 10 points more before it plots that downward candle. On the contrary, a range bar would plot the other direction. So they're a little bit tighter, and hopefully, Tom, you take a look at those also, because that's exactly what I do. It's a custom-coded range bars. It's pure price action. So you can have 5 Renko in a row. It could be 5 seconds of time or 15 minutes of time. Same with range bars. They're only going to plot once the market moves a certain amount. It takes chop right out of the picture. You don't get caught in it. You have that candle waiting for a 10, 20 point move. The market is ranging 6, 7, 8, 9 points. It's not going to plot a candle. If you're on a minute chart and it's doing that for 45 minutes, you have 45 1-minute candles, which screws up all your MAs and all your volume stuff. It just kind of plays around with it. Whereas a Renko or a range bar, you're going to look at 1 to 2 candles and you go, oh, great, it's ranging right now. I'm not going to touch it. And that's what makes it perfect for what Tom is doing on this algo trading, because it says, wait, I don't want to go like, well, what just happened? It's been in this price for X amount of minutes. And we profit or loss based on price, up and down, not on how long it has been there. And that's a really key component. Tom, I'll kick it to you. I think you agree with that. We don't make or lose based on how long. If it's only moving 10 points, as long as it hits our target before our stop, it could be 5 seconds, 5 minutes, or 5 hours, we're done. We don't care about time. Correct me if I'm wrong and talk about your algo.
Yeah, absolutely. I developed on regular candlesticks my first year and a half in development, and we got some really good stuff out of it. There's nothing wrong with it. I stayed away from Renko because of the optimization and backtesting problems that it normally has with built-in Renko charts on everything. And then this year we're like, we're just going to make our own candle. And so we finally did that. One of my boys, Benjamin, helped me out with that because I was not super familiar with creating candles. So shout out to him. Thank you very much for helping me with that.
Shout out, Benjamin.
And yeah, I've been really happy with some of the stuff we're developing. We're continuing to develop and learn how to accurate backtest with it, and we've come a long way. So this is a new one. This is actually right now on a simulation account, so I want to make that clear. It's not actually on my cash account, but I wanted to share because it's cool. And I always test stuff in simulations first because you don't want to just assume the backtest is going to be the same as live. So generally we develop, we test, we optimize, we put it on a simulation account for a month or two. If it passes our criteria, then we'll move it to our cash accounts, right? And we'll see how it does. And if it keeps performing, we'll keep it. So this one's pretty cool. I really like it. And yeah, I have it on.
How many trades, how many algos you got running? You said you have 4 different algos running?
On my cash accounts, I have 4.
Your cash accounts, cool.
Overall,
how many trades a day are you, would you, on average, you taking amongst those 4?
3 to 5. 3 to 5.
25
not
all
a
day?
lot. Yeah, we're looking for very specific conditions, and we want volatility. So we don't want chop, and so a lot of them are coded to try to avoid chop. So we're looking for days that are either trending or they have good up and down movement where we could take advantage of that. We don't need to capture all of it; we just need a piece of it. So the days like was it Monday that just was like after 11 o'clock yesterday? It was just like a straight line across, and nothing took a trade there. And it was great. And I was
But
like,
yesterday?
cool, we avoided. Yeah, that was yesterday. I think I was like, well, hopefully that doesn't happen again when I come on, because after 11, which is I'm in Central Time too, it was like literally just a flat line across. I think we moved 20 points the rest of the day. It was wild.
Oh, that was Monday. Yes, Monday. But yesterday we had that big V
Monday.
bounce.
Sorry, Monday.
Yeah, yesterday we had that big V-shaped bounce. So basically, I'll be honest when I'm asking you. I'm asking you because I'd like to kind of bring more of a spotlight to this algorithmic trading, and we'd obviously do it. I mean, are you taking more trades in the morning or in the afternoon, or it just purely depends on what the markets are doing?
So we have systems that run 23 hours a day. So some stuff's designed for the Europe and Asia session. There's some really good price action that usually happens when Euro opens. You might notice at 3 o'clock in the morning, actually 2 o'clock in the morning, but my charts are actually Eastern because everything I do is Eastern time on my NinjaTrader. Even though I'm Central, I just try to standardize it for all my clients. So you'll notice 3 o'clock, we usually get, if we have a big move down, a lot of times we'll buy that all the way back up. It happened again last night. It happened, I think, yesterday too. So if we go to this chart, you'll see, see if we can pull up the 3 o'clock here.
Let's do it, man.
2 o'clock.
Sweet.
Yeah. So you see on M2K here, we had this giant move down, and I apologize for looking to the left, but that's where my monitor is. And so we had this giant move down, Euro open happened, and we retrace the whole thing back up. And so you can create algorithms that are designed to take advantage of that price action. And so we're looking for a reason for something to happen first. There has to be a reason why we're going to create an algo. We don't just want to just throw a bunch of indicators on the screen and see how they work together, because that's a really good way to create an overfitted algorithm. So you're fitting it to specific conditions that are unlikely to happen again. You want to create something that takes advantage of a known market effect. So like a Euro open effect, or the very popular one is an opening range strategy. So I actually have an opening range strategy on Sim right now that also is short. The ES at the, it's funny, it's only one tick off of my stochastic strategy. They end up taking the same trade.
Order filled.
So that one's up $12 less than the other one. We're up about 330 right now on that ES trade. This Russell trade is actually turning out to be a banger.
No kidding. Is it really? These damn computers,
yeah,
huh?
So
What you got, man? Tell us what you got there.
So we're up to about $70 on micros here. And, at this point, if you're manually trading and you're using the algos as a way to assist you with entries, you could potentially move your stop to break even. I tend to just let it do what it does because I end up making it worse 9 times out of 10. So, you're testing stuff over a specific period of time to test different market conditions to make sure that your algos are robust enough. So, we'll have times where the market is very trending. We go through these big up thrusts, if you're familiar with Elliott wave, maybe we're making a wave 3 or 5. And then we go through times where the market needs to cool off. And, sometimes it does it through price action. Sometimes it does it through time. And you need systems that take advantage of all of those situations. So the big thing is there's no one miracle algo. I think that's what a lot of people think. They can just get one algorithm that is just going to do everything for them. And that's just not the case. It's just like building a portfolio. You want to have a bunch of different algorithms that capture different types of price movement, because the market's going to trade differently depending on the news that comes out and the data that comes out. And you need stuff that'll be able to react to that. So
awesome. All right. Well, real quick, we'll throw it to Robert after this. I want to go around the horn and take a look at the markets real quick. ES last trade 57.85 quarter, pretty much in the middle of the range right now. Trading sideways. Volume is tapered off a little bit. In the NQ last trade 20,207. High of the day about 70 points above that. Yes, again 70 points off the highs. They took a look at the YM, Robert's baby now. Look at the YM last trade 42,337. Oh, about what are we looking at here? About 20 points off the lows there. here at Crude's last trade, but we're beneath $70 here. Crude did have a nice sell-off in power players here. While we were speaking with Tom, last trade, $69.73. Low of the day, $69.23. So we're about 50 cents off the lows there. Looking at gold. Gold did see a sell-off as well. Last trade, $26.78. About $13 off the highs there. Everything's kind of trading sideways. Seen a little bit of a bounce in the crude off that sell-off. Everything's kind of trading sideways. So Tom, okay, go ahead, Robert. I got so many damn questions. Robert, if you got something for Tom, go ahead. Otherwise, I got one for him.
Sure. I'll run this. I'm actually going to pull this one from the chat because I get 1,000,001 also. And as soon as we hang up here, but it's going to get on a call for the next 7.5 hours. So no, I'm just kidding. All right. So from the chat, they want to know, Tom, if you will actually share some of what your stochastic settings are. I mean, I know you're using the custom candles and the build like that, but do you have something that maybe some of our traders can, either look at, review, mimic, or utilize themselves? That's the question about your stochastics.
So you're asking me to give out my secret sauce.
I was going to wonder. No,
I was trying to word it the right way. So that's.
I was wondering how much you're going to want to give out.
I'm not about the full system, but I will say, I'm looking for anywhere between a 14 and 200 length. Usually I use a multiple of them to find, like I said, confluence. And you're looking for an oversold or overbought. Typically that's 20 for oversold, 80 for an overbought. I want to be even more selective because I want extreme situations. So I use what I call a multi-key method. So I want X to be true. And then once that's true, I'll set a bool to true, which you're probably familiar with. So it's a true-false statement. And then after that, it starts looking for the next segment of things to be true. So it's looking for a series. It's not all these things have to be true at once. It's a series of things that have to be true for me to take the trade. So I'm originally looking for it to be oversold, or overbought. And so in this case, where we were looking for an overbought situation, so the market had that big upthrust right off the beginning, so it was clearly overbought. And right now, we're accepting that price action through time, and we're slowly kind of going down in a very watching the paint dry kind of way. And then once the market's oversold, we're looking for that confirmation of a reversal, and that could be a multitude of different things. It could be you're looking for it to come down below another certain level, so maybe you want to wait for the stochastics plus price to come below when it hit. So let's say you hit the 80 at overbought on the stochastic at, say, the 57.90. And then it continues to go up. Maybe you're looking for price to be below when it becomes overbought, and you're also looking for that stochastic value to come down too. So you're going to might have a divergence, right? So you have the same price level, but you have a divergence in the indicator. So then you're going to take a short there because your back testing and all the data that you've crunched says that that's a good time to take a short. I'm a very driven analytical person.
Gotta be.
I love that, Andre. I'll get to your question. Let me capitalize on that, and then we'll go right to you, Andre, for your question, because it's the same thing. One of the, Tom, let's just throw it out there. It's like one of the biggest issues of struggling in trading and having the problems and something to overcome is the emotional aspect of trading. 100%. So, as myself, and I think, logically and just the way my mind works, like if that's the biggest problem or the biggest stumbling or roadblock or hurdle to prevent me from doing well, that's the first thing I want to attack. You see what I'm saying? So if you drive a race car and the biggest issue race cars have is the type of tires, all the money goes into the tires, as an example. That's why I love these things. It's not going to do it all itself. I lovingly call mine MAT. M-A-T-T is Managed Algorithmic Technical Trading. I gave it a name, like, hey, Matt, how you doing? Because it's an algorithm, which is math-based. It's a technical trading. And you have to manage it just like you did with yours. So I love that you said that, and you said about the emotional side of things. I just want to drive that point home. It's not going to win all the time. It's not like set, forget, and the longer you let it run, the more money you make. It's just that's not how these things work. But it does take the emotional aspect out of it most of the time. And since that's the biggest problem, biggest hurdle for traders, why not get rid of that first? Is that correct? Do you agree with that?
A lot of people will argue that algorithms help take the emotions out, and I would argue they're still there.
Really?
Because you're still watching. Because you're still watching the trades. You're telling me if you see an algorithm start to go against you, you don't want to interfere and be like, okay, I can fix this.
Oh, like that.
That's supposed to.
Yeah, but the algo won't go on tilt, Tom. The algo will never go on tilt, correct?
No, it won't. It does exactly what you program it to do, but it's still your money you're trading, so you still get emotional because you still have something in it, you know. So,
100%.
No, I thought it would take my emotions out, but I was very quickly realized it does not.
That's fun. All right, Tom, I got to ask you straight up. Tom, straight up, are your computers better than the human trader?
Depends. I can't say they are or not because everyone's different. So I don't think they're better than my staff. I don't think I'm better than my staff that teaches people. They're the best traders I've ever met, and my algorithms do good. You know, we just had a $16,000 payout yesterday from one of our guys that has been using them, and he's up about 200K this year with them. And so, yeah, they do really good. But I know traders that make 7 figures a year, and I don't know if we'll ever get to that point. I want to, but it's always a strive to get better. It's like a video game. You always want to get the next high score, right? So that's what trading and creating algorithms is like. It feels like a video game to me, and that's why it doesn't feel like work, even though it is work. And you put a lot of, I probably work more hours now than I've ever worked. And it's probably 80 to 100 hours a week I work, believe it or not. And thank God my wife and my kids put up with it. But I had to move. I'm actually in my living room because I had to move my computer setup into my upstairs out of my office just because I have kids. I have a 2-year-old and I have a 5-year-old, and the 2-year-old stays home, and I'm lucky enough where, you know, I can check in on my computer most of the time, and I can play with her in between when the markets are being slow. And it's a really cool thing that I'm allowed to do in this line of work. And some people aren't allowed to do that because, you know, they have to go in for the job or they have to go on the road and things like that. And with this job, you can do it anywhere. That's one of the reasons I love it.
This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we bring on you with your algos and your systems. I mean, you took 2 trades on here in power hour or power players, and the market's been very, very slow. We are seeing a little bit more selling here in the ES 57.81. We haven't seen this price since 7 hours ago. So we're seeing some price we haven't seen in some time. We're finally seeing
Algo never would have said that, Andre.
Algo never would have said that. I'm fired up on this. I'm fired up with this segment. This one's been fun. So, with that being said, I'm thinking, what if we brought you onto a fast markets or something like that, Tom? We brought your algos onto a fast markets. I would love to see how many damn trades of algo takes or does not take, because we're always looking for trades. People
I mean, obviously, the better the price action, the more trades we're going to get. So I have a scalper that I could run that would be like boom, bang, 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 boom, you know. But there's no way to follow a scalper, unfortunately, because your average trade time's 8 seconds to 30 seconds because you're only making $100 to $200 a trade, but you're taking 30 to 100 trades a day, right? And you might only have a 55% win rate, but because you're taking so many trades, hopefully the fees don't get you, but you should be profitable over time just through sheer numbers. But this is actually, I pulled up the ES trade for you guys. So you can see originally the ES trade went against me. You can see the stop loss at the top. It has not moved yet because we haven't hit the thresholds for it to go. It will protect itself eventually. You can see here there was a trade earlier yesterday. So we had a trade yesterday. You can see the lines that separate the days. And because I have a large Renko setting here, let me see if I can make this a little bit better. So this was for a different trade. So let's change the Renko bar size here. And I'll show you the trade that we took yesterday. So this is an algorithm that only trades on average 3 times a week. And so you see we had a very oversold or overbought condition, and we had this reversal here. And the algorithm decided, hey, I'm going to take a short there. And not every trade enters perfectly, but if you build them right, you give yourself enough risk reward, you should be profitable. So we took this trade here. It went down. It started protecting ourselves here. So you'll see it says stop loss short. So what it did was it uses a trailing stop after we hit so much profit. And that trailing stop will get smaller and smaller and smaller the more profit you have. It's not similar to a parabolic stop, but I coded this one specifically. So it's a custom trailing stop. So more profit you have, the trailing stop kind of shrinks. I call it a shrinking stop. But so this one ended up making... I have a couple different versions of it. This particular one made 600. I have another one that's a little bit riskier. That one ended up making 1,100, so it went down here. Then today we entered. This was right around market open, just prior to market open. and then we went on that little run, and we're up about $400 on that one right now. So,
Man, so you're up today.
Good.
All the systems are firing today.
Yeah, it's a good day so far. Not an amazing day by any means, but normal day. I'm not looking to make look to make $10,000 a day, but I've separated my accounts I run them through NinjaTrader brokerage, and I have 5 different cash accounts that I have money in each one, so that I can do different things with each one. I might have a higher risk reward for one, and I might have like a micro account, and I can do different systems with them and not have them interfere with each other. Kind of like if you were to have multiple XFA or funded accounts, you might trade them particularly different. You might copy trade them all. You could do that. It's up to the person. So.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah, that's great. You talked about you trailing your stop down there, and one of the things I come up with, I don't know if you've heard this term before. I don't know. It's called a ratcheting stop. It's something I did develop in NinjaTrader. And what it does is, ratcheting. So if you think of a trailing stop. Let me do it this way. Right in the screen here. I'm going long, and I have a stop. But as my long position goes in my favor, my stop just keeps trailing up. Well, if you have a little bit of volatility in the market, you may just get stopped out because it's pretty tight. So, I only want to have a 20-point stop. And as it's ticking up on you, it may just retrace a little bit, because pull up a chart, look at any chart, and most of the time when you have an up candle close, usually the next candle is going to retrace, half or so of that candle. Pick a time frame, not always, but the majority of time. So that will wick you out, so to speak. It'll stop you out because that stop is so close. Now, ratcheting stop, pretty interesting. I gave it 2 commands, and Tom, we can share this with you afterwards, where you say, I want my stop to be, let's say, 50 points back. Now, don't trail my stop until I go 75 points in profit and then move it to 25 back. And then every 10 points, move it 5 at a time. So it will gradually, it's going to hold it. So you're not going to get stopped out, which is fluctuation. It'll go up, and then it'll jump. And then it'll go up, jump. And then each time it goes up, it's going to go up and get closer each time. So think of the market moving 10, you got a 50-point stop. Market moves 10 points, you say move 20. It moves another 10, you say move 15. It moves another 10, you say move 20. So it's chasing that along, but it's also collapsing that at the same time. So it's a pretty cool thing. I called it a ratcheting stop. So if you ever heard of that before.
Sounds very similar to I was going to say, it sounds familiar to like a parabolic stop. And so this actually has something, what we're watching on the screen here with the ES trade. It has the capability to, this template I have doesn't have the setting, but the algorithm itself, we could use the setting. So it has the ability to have a small stop that only activates after so much profit. And then when you're in profit, it can actually increase the stop. So it allows your trade to breathe. And then once you get to a desired profit, it'll shrink it really small. So it is an adaptive trailing stop, depending on market volatility. So it can increase or decrease the stop depending on the conditions in the market. And
all right, question. So this ES trade, what's your target? What's your profit target on this one? Is this algo? Well, how do you know? You don't have to tell us, but what's your target to get out?
There is none. It's going to give me as much as it wants. And so this particular one,
hold on, what does that mean? It's going to give it. You're just trailing it?
Yeah. So this one's designed to catch the tops and bottoms of the day. Ideally, not all the time, but ideally,
look at you.
If we get a good mean reversion day, there's days this will make $3,000. There's days it'll make $600. So if the market has, a lot of times we'll get that dip in the morning, and then we'll just trend the rest of the day. And you'll see where sometimes we get, when the market's near its top, we'll get that giant move up, we'll get that exhaustive move, and then it just boom, it crashes, and we get that waterfall. And this is designed to try to capture as much as possible and not have a hard stop. Now, we could program a stop in and trail it to the target. I have algorithms that do that. And the Y2K trade has that, or M2K trade, YM, M2K. That one's up $100 right now, actually.
No kidding.
This one's up 500. So this one's up almost 500. So
it's going very well for you, I must say myself, man. This is
hopefully we're gonna have a good day today. Still a lot of time left. I've had it where I've had a really good day, and then the last 5 minutes, my algorithm decides that it needs to humble me, and I've had that happen before.
I would kick my algo's ass, man. I would kick that algo's ass if it did that to me, man. I would, oh, that thing would be in so much trouble if it did that to me. Anyways, I'm just goofing. All right, so you're short from the 90s and the ES, and okay, now we're seeing a bit of a pullback. We're bounced about 2 points there, so this will give as much as the market. This is fascinating stuff. All right, so you got ES.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
right, Andre. Is we know our entry, we know our stop, we don't know the target. So what the adaptive stuff does, like Tom has there to push that again, is that it's just like, oh, I have a target of 20 points. Great, you have a target of 20 points. Congratulations, you hit your target. But what if you didn't have to? What if it's at 18? No, let's move it another 10. Oh, it's at 27 now? Let's move another 15. And you just keep trailing the target and the stop. We know the entry, we know the...
From the bottom here, we hit close to low tick of the day. We have this poor structure between these two nodes here, and it looks like we're going to probably fill in some structure there. Potentially go back to the weekly point of control here. So yeah, I'm going to give back some money here, most likely on this trade, and that's okay, as long as it goes down eventually after that. But yeah, we're just filling out some poor structure here, seeing if sellers can step back in after we get this move up here. We are in a clear channel down. We've been in a clear channel down all day, and you can see, we got this ES right here I got up here on my trading view. And all these indicators on the chart here are all automated. These two lines are the only thing I've drawn on here. This is some of the cool stuff that we work on with TradingView. This is a custom tick chart on the bottom that we developed with signals for oversold and overbought. We have all of our weekly levels here with the weekly POCs, the previous day POC, monthly as well. All of our value areas are automated for us. We even have all of our typical reversal times on the day here. So you got your opening fuel, potential first reversal, initial balance. You got our lunch here. And so, these are tools that we help for manual trading. And we really like using those because I'm a big fan of auction market theory. That's primarily what we do is auction market theory. I know it's a very popular. I think I heard Dee talking auction market theory earlier today. Potentially, I think I heard her talking about value areas where buyers and sellers step in typically. So I know it's a tried and true method. So why break the wheel if it's already invented? Like, let's just use what works. So,
dude, I'm loving this, man. I'm loving this. We're gonna bring you back on for sure. Robert, you got anything else for him? Because I want to save more. I don't want to empty the clip, so to speak, on this. Yes, we need more Tom. We need more Tom and his algos. Does each one of your algos have a name, Tom? I'm dying to ask. Is that a dumb question?
Yeah, they do. I have a lot of fun and creative names.
You would, man.
I'll
give me one. Just give me one name.
Here.
Give me one. Give me one. What's one of the names?
So all my Renko strategies are based on fast food restaurants. So I have Burger King, I have McDonald's, I have KFC, I have Culver's because I'm from the Midwest, so we like our Culver's here. We have our stochastics are kind of Star Wars based, so we have Yoda, we have Grogu, we have we have a lot of different Star Wars ones, and then I have some other ones. I'm a sci-fi nerd, so I have an opening range strat that's called The Expanse. I have a daily trader that's meant to take one trade a day that's called The Pill. Take your daily pill.
Robert loves it.
And then,
Robert loves this shit.
I had one that was I call it the TC missile, Tom's Cruise missile. So
wow, all right, this is getting a little too dad jokish for me. This is getting a little too. I love it, man. All right, Tom, we've had a lot of fun with you today. I hope the people are really loving it in the chat. Please click like, please click subscribe. This has been so much fun. We got more coming up. We got Pass with the Pro coming up here. We got group coaching, shoulder tap. You know what it is here on Topstep TV. Anyways, and we do have we have a 5-year coming out real quick. But I want to throw it to you, Tom. We really like our guests. We want to do a fun question, right? Get to know Tom the person, not Tom just the computer algo programmer. So my man Eddie's going to jump in here. Eddie,
how are you doing, Tom?
One question. Go ahead.
All right, Tom. I got 24 questions here. Pick a number between 1 and 24, and I'm going to ask you that question. You give us a short answer. That would be great.
11.
11. All right, Tom. What's the most craziest thing you've ever done?
Ooh.
Careful. No, we'll go PG with this one. I I have ziplined between two mountaintops over 1,000 feet above the ground. That was
Good answer.
That was
where was this?
It took Dominican Republic, so it's through the two highest points in the Dominican, and it was about a hour zip line tour. They just peak to peak to peak, and we almost weren't able to do it because my wife had a panic attack because she is not a good heights person, and I think she kept her eyes closed the whole time, but she did it. Props to her, and it was really cool. Like my heart was going crazy.
I would imagine,
and that was. I've always wanted to jump out of a plane, but I haven't had the guts to do that one yet.
We'll talk to Robert. Robert jumps out of planes. Perfectly good planes. Yes,
perfectly good plane. Yeah, that's what my wife goes. Why would you jump out of a perfectly good plane?
Love it, because it's fun.
Thanks, Tom. Back to you, Andre.
Yeah, great question, Eddie. Good response, Tom. Tom, we're going to have you back for sure. Robert, that was a whole heck of a lot of fun, man, here on Top Step TV. Boy, we ran out of time. That went by so fast. I don't know. We got, coming up next, we got Shoulder Tap with Jack and Ben. We got group coach David Green in the house. I did see a form pinned to the top of the chat. There he is. Get your questions in for David Green. Then we got Pass with the Pro this afternoon. And as always, Power Hour at the buzzer. You know what it is. Tom, thank you so much, Robert. Great job today. Again, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next here on Top Step TV. Let's go.
Two big emotions that traders need to overcome: greed and fear.
couple bands and I flipped it. Already keep up with the wolf pack, I ain't never looked back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Already keep up with the wolf pack, I ain't never looked back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Already keep up with the wolf pack, I ain't never looked back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Already keep up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by Ben. Today we'll be, as we do every day, going through the ancient art of risk management, talking about some traders. Ben, how's it doing? No sling today.
No sling today. I'm trying to get myself situated, propped up in a way that's not particularly painful. I'm figuring it out. So, yeah, happy to be here. Glad we're going through this segment together for the rest of the week, Jack. So, got a lot lined up. Got some shoulders that definitely need to be tapped today. As always, lots of excitement and action within our live trading board. So, if you're ready, we can jump right into it. Drop a few updates on how the live traders are doing.
Yeah, let's get a few updates before we start doing the tappa tappa tappa.
Yeah, the tappa tappa tappa. Okay, let's do it. Deanna's up a nice $530. Good to see. Dakota sitting at DLL for the day. Ying is up $4,200. Faye up a cool $500. Sidara up $3,800. Hector DLL. Susan DLL. That's an unfortunate one we'll talk about here shortly. And then Bar up $3,300. Something I have noticed, quite a few live traders were up reasonably well this morning and have pared back those losses, either close to zero or actually taken the daily loss limit. So that's really tough to see, and ultimately we're going to talk about a trading card and do kind of a deep dive into how to hopefully avoid doing that yourself. I know that's been kind of a common theme for us this week, Jack, so we'll continue to press on that, try to give some insight and hopefully some guidance to avoid it happening to you. Let's move into the trading cards if they're all
Sounds good.
set up.
Let's do it. We're bouncing a little bit off the lows in ES from 57.70. Looks to be about the low, about 10 points higher right now. And with that, let's hit the cards.
Wonderful. First up, we've got Gorkum. And Gorkum is someone that we featured a number of times previously. Ultimately, today, Gorkum hit the max loss limit in their live account, in the 150K live account, and is going to be sent to the graveyard. So always good to do autopsies on these types of accounts. There's in every single case, good things to take away from it, lessons to learn. So we're going to crack this one open. It's interesting, only trading trading GC, only trading gold in this account with 27% winning days on 26 trading days completed. So, it wasn't just a mad dash to zero. There was some periods of profitability. I think the toughest thing, Jack, when we're going through these cards and folks that get offboarded from live accounts is seeing the days where they were up considerably and end up giving back those gains. That happened a handful of times, but I think overall, look at the big picture. The trade report data is sort of all over the place on this one. There's certainly some profits, but not a lot of rhyme or reason to some of the statistics. Some days we're taking 20 trades. Some days we're taking 3 trades. Hold times vary considerably. So that when there's not a really steady pattern there, it's not particularly surprising that losses are associated with it. A losing period or a losing stretch when all of the other statistics are still consistent and similar, that's going to happen. That can be expected. But when there's, an extended period of losses and all of the other statistics have high variability, that tells me that there's probably some tilt going on, just lack of discipline, whatever strategies had gotten you into this live account, are being deviated from or not adjusted properly given the market conditions. So it's unfortunate to see. Gorkum did take $3,000 at a payout in this account, so it's not all for loss, but ultimately giving up, roughly $30,000 of account balance over, a little over a month is less than ideal. Not something we like to see as a risk management team, and certainly was not enjoyable for Gorkum as it was happening, I would expect. So there's a lot you can do, to get back on track. I think the number one thing is take a little bit of a break. Don't just jump right back into, accounts you have pending or, other funded accounts. It's good to take a small break and just reassess where you're at. One thing I really like about Gorkum's user profile on the whole is there's been very few accounts purchased lifetime. Something like only 10 accounts over the last year. Relatively light, and that tells me that generally there's a lot of focus in whatever account is active and Gorkum's participating. So, again, there's positives to take away. There's good things that I like here, especially from the person and kind of purchase and account behavior. I have no doubt that Gorkum can get back to a level of profitability in trading, but when you do inevitably, lose this account the way that they have, take a little bit of time, just reevaluate, reassess, back to the drawing board, and when you're ready, when you feel comfortable, and you've forgiven yourself, get back into the swing of things and start trading profitably again. I have no doubt that Gorkum can do that. So that's the autopsy, so to speak. Jack, anything that you'd like to add based on what you're seeing?
Yeah, too many contracts. He did the same thing to lose the account that people always do. It seems I would have liked to see more payouts. I'm glad he took out at least 3K, but what I mean by the same thing people seem to always do when they lose their account is they have a 6K balance and then lose it on 2 straight DLL days. The reason I can look at this and say that I think it's just that he's over leveraged is because I can see the trade size, on the it's easiest to see on days where they just have one or two trades. But I see one of these DLL days, one trade, 20 contracts. So that probably means they banged it. Well, it does mean they banged the 10 lot and took it to the DLL. Yeah, because really the good parts of this account, while you were talking, Ben, I like to, if they trade one instrument, go back and look at the market because I don't follow gold too much. And I kind of look to see if there's a pattern of the days that their losing streaks or winning streaks did. And sometimes you'll see people have a strong bias where, especially with gold or something like that, that they had this streak while gold was raging higher, and then they had this losing streak while it was trending lower or something like that. That's not what I see here. I couldn't really make rhyme or reason of what caused the starting out the account with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight days of losing 3K, but then had a 1, 2, 3, 4-day winning streak for 16, 17, nearly 18K. All I can come up with is over leverage. If there's not a pattern in the market and you're consistently hitting the DLL that much, the culprit is almost universally you are trading too much size and seeing a lot of 10 lots of GC tossed around. You're trading too much size. So
sometimes it can be too much size. It can also be taking too many trades, right? You have the one profitable trade and then you undercut it with oh wow, I got that endorphin rush, and put on another trade immediately afterwards. We see that too, and sometimes it's a combination of both, which is how you really hit that daily loss limit quickly. So it's difficult, especially if you start getting into really significant profits territory. You start making money that is equivalent to a paycheck or half of a paycheck, at whatever your normal job may be. That sort of starts to put you in this kind of strange space of getting a different perspective on money, on trading, and your emotions can really run away from you. And that's a lot of times what I think, like you're saying, Jack, when there's no rhyme or reason to the numbers, that is the denominator is, we're just putting on trades, putting on too many contracts without a well-structured trade plan and an idea behind it. So, we'll give Gorkum some grace. I'm sure they'll be back, but good to talk about the accounts that end up losing out like that. So if you're good, we can move on to the next card.
I am good.
Let's do it. Next up, Susan. I mentioned last week we were going to check back in on Susan, and here we are. Susan, for those of you who weren't watching last week, Susan began this 50K live account with what was, I think, 12 days in a row of daily loss limits, hitting the $1,000 daily loss limit, and then catching lightning in a bottle, put up a $41,000 winning day on September 18th. Since that point in time, the trading has been reckless, is the word that I've chosen to use. And I don't use that word lightly. That is a significant amount of profit. And Jack, if you remember our conversation, we both agree one of the more impressive single-day performances of intraday trading that I've ever seen.
Compared it to winning the lottery, yes.
Really, really impressive trades intraday. And what we left that segment with was what happens next, right? Are we going to hit the minimum days required, the $200 winning trading days required to qualify for a payout, or are we going to proceed to lose out all of that balance, over 40 days or however many, right? Unfortunately, we've seen daily loss limits since that point in time. Not particularly surprising because we've seen that before with really large winning days typically follow, a couple of daily loss limits at least afterwards. But the most gut-wrenching part about it is that had Susan been targeting the $200 winning days that she needs to book in order to take that large payout, there was a point over 3 of the last 4 trading days.
Just what I was going to point out.
Excuse me. It would have been 4, including today. So we could have qualified for a payout. Today would have been the day had she booked the $200 winning day. So instead, we sit with only one of those $200 winning days credited towards the payout, and only one day of $200 or more in profit in this account in the 16 days. Today makes 17 after hitting the daily loss limit that this account has been active. So that's why I chose the word reckless. There is literally $25,000 sitting there for Susan to take in the form of a payout if she books those $200 winning days. All she has to do is focus on that, trade small, and take a 25,000. You've already done the hard part, right? You can take 25 grand and put it in your bank account next week if we just do that. So this is a public plea. Susan, if you're watching, please hear me. We want you to take that money. You've earned it. Even if it was a single day performance, you have earned it. And we want you to be able to do something good with that money. After you've taken the payout, then we can start looking at hitting another home run, right? Then we can, I don't think that's where your focus should be, but certainly swinging for the fences again without actually getting around the bases and booking that home run is reckless. So that's really all I had to say on this one, Jack. Feel free to chime in beyond, but just wanted to bring this to the forefront as another trading card and maybe even apply some public pressure to Susan. We are all rooting for you. We want to see you pay yourself. Please take the profits when they're there and book a payout.
Susan is killing me, Ben. How do we track her down? Like, as Ben mentioned, there's 16 days in this account. 15 of them are daily loss. Thankfully, it's only a 50K account. So 15 days of DLL, 1 day of plus $41,000. And as Ben mentioned, since we said that last week, she has been flat up 984, flat up 835, flat up 3,600. Took them all to the DLL. That would put her at 4. I'm begging you, Susan, please book 4 days of $200 or more. Take a payout. You'll still have 20 days to do whatever you want to do. You know, I can't tell a wild stallion like Susan what to do. But take a payout first. I'm going to have a nervous breakdown. This might be the most expensive trolling ever. If this account goes to zero in $1,000 increments, I'm going to lose. I'm going to have a nervous breakdown on shoulder tap.
Yeah, we, there's a little bit of jest here, but the risk team is not okay with that. On a serious note, we take this very seriously, and it's irresponsible. You're trading someone else's money, you're trading the firm's money, and it's a great opportunity. But when you just fork it over after you've really, like you said, hit the lottery. I mean, a really big payday intraday, to not capitalize on that is just unacceptable. Pay yourself. Jack, you rattled off the P&L highs, the flat P&L highs along the way, but you missed today's. At one point, Susan was up, I believe, $5,000 and ended up daily loss limit. So, this is kind of ridiculous, and we really need to see her, step up, be disciplined, and take the payout. I mean, I don't know why. Sometimes it's like pulling teeth to get our traders to pay themselves tens of thousands of dollars, but it is from time to time. So,
last thing I'll say, just to emphasize in case people didn't see last week, to make $41,000 with a $1,000 risk limit is extremely impressive. It is also not going to happen again. It's not going to happen again, Susan. In the universe, I suppose it might happen to someone else, but you've already won that. That is an insane thing to happen. That does not happen. It happened to you. You are lucky. You are the chosen one. You make that money and take a payout, man, woman.
Right. Yeah, one other small piece of context before we move to the last card, Jack. You're right. The level of difficulty of what she pulled off is unbelievable. She's got a 5 contract limit in this account size. She captured more points of profit in the NASDAQ, I believe, than what was the daily range for that product in that day. That is ludicrous. It is
ludicrous.
Truly exceptional, and you got to reap the benefits of it. You got to be able to take the payout. So that's all we'll say about Susan. We'll move on to our last part of the day.
I'll emphasize for the chat again, on that day she made 41K. That is more money than the entire 5 lots for that account applied to the entire daily range. Hell of a day. All right.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yep. Last card we've got is Bhagwanpreet. Trading with us from India. Average daily P&L minus $37. That's kind of encapsulates the point that I want to get across on this account. Now, lots of positives to take away from here. The longevity in this account has been impressive. They've been in this account for 61 days. It's taken a total of 5 payouts across that period of time for $6,134. So those are great things. Those are you can't take that away from them. And ultimately, I'm encouraged and excited about this account and this trader because there is such room for increased profitability. You're staying afloat, you're staying in this account, you're paying yourself along the way. All of that stuff is great. But when you look at the reward to risk ratio and the win percentages, that combination is where you end up with a slightly negative average daily P&L. We can, ultimately this is something that Bhagwanpreet has to do themselves, but do the internal evaluation, right? Do the audit, do the autopsy on your own trading.
Order
You got
filled.
61 trading days completed to evaluate. Go back and look at what products you were successful in, what times you were successful in those products. Look at what strategies and what the market conditions were looking like. When were you performing at your best? How can you minimize your downside better? There's a lot of juice left in this lemon that we can squeeze, and I'm excited that Bhagwanpreet has the opportunity with a very healthy account balance to increase the level of profitability in this account, because that's the only thing left to do. You've already proven you can hang on to the account. You've already proven that you can take payouts from the account. That's all fine and good. Now we can work on really leaning into this thing and really creating a higher degree of profit for you and for your family with this live account. So that is an awesome prospect. I really like what I've seen from Bhagwanpreet in that this trading is imperfect. All trading is imperfect, right? You could have always gotten one more tick or one more dollar out of your trade. You have to be comfortable with taking what you've got when you've got it, but creating structure around that trading plan and creating, evaluating what you're doing so that you can improve it across time. Really like the opportunity that Bhagwanpreet has here. And the only other thing I'd say is the next payout you take, let's make it a little bit larger. You've got to take several $1,000s out of this account without significantly impacting the account balance by percentage. So take a nice juicy payout the next time around, and let's keep building, let's keep improving, and taking more money out of the live markets. Jack, anything on this one before we check out?
Yeah, I think you could have an extra 10 grand in the account by just eliminating the boo-boo days. What I refer to as a boo-boo day, sort of like the house account yesterday, is there's 3 or 4 days here where he was flat up a substantial amount of money and then went to the DLL. That is one thing that I think everybody wants to avoid, is don't expand your risk parameters on the day. If you're up 5 grand and you have a 2K daily loss limit, if you're flattening up 5 grand, your new loss limit isn't 7 grand for the day, or at least it shouldn't be. So when you're kind of on the razor's edge like this, that's something that could have increased that profitability a decent amount. So I would encourage, that'd be my one piece. There's a lot to look through here because there's so many days, but my one piece of advice would be to try and avoid those sorts of days. You can't control whether you win or lose, but you can control how much you lose, especially if you're up. So keep it up.
Yeah, when you're looking at
more payouts.
when you're looking at profitability, there's 2 sides to that equation, right? There's your profits and your losses. And sometimes there's very low hanging fruit to be, to be had. You just cut your losing days in half, and it's going to add significantly to your bottom line. So I like that, Jack. Everyone, go through your own trading data. Do the work necessary to improve and add to your profitability rather than just coast along.
Great stuff. All right. Well, that's our cards for today. Sorry, I'm trying to do some mental trader math today. Someone talked about MNQ making 41 grand.
Order filled.
Interesting. But great stuff, Ben. Thanks. Hope everyone's trading well out there. But stick around, because next we got Dolby coming in to do group coaching with David Green. So get your questions ready. Then we're doing Pass with the Pros. I think this is the first Pass with the Pros. Let's see if our man can do it. And then we're closing out the day with Power Hour. It's going to be a grand old time. So stick around. We'll be back right after this.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
everybody. Welcome to Group Coaching. Got David Green here, frequent flyer on Group Coaching. How you doing? I haven't seen you in a while, buddy. How are things?
Good, thank God. Yes, how about you? Everyone recovered from the big golf outing?
I did. To be honest, David, I really didn't play a lot of golf. I probably drank more beers than holes I played, to be honest. So, still don't know how to play golf. I can still drink, though, so that's good news. You take any trades today, David?
We did. A couple of trades today, a couple of really nice setups earlier in the day.
Well, I got some good news.
Very well.
There's some people who are asking you about your setup here. I got a question here from Udita. Which indicator and what moving average do you look for a good trade up setup for entry, exit, and loss for the ES and NQ? I mean, perfectly right there.
Yeah, great question. Can we get on my chart, Nick?
Yeah, Gabe can kick it over right now.
There we go. It's up. Perfect. All right. So for those who don't know, and again, David Green doesn't have the holy grail technical analysis. Okay, nobody does. I use 5 different moving averages: a 9, a 15, a 30, a 65, and a 200. I've shared them with you a lot of times. I'll talk to you guys about some rules that I have as far as getting into what I call a regular moving average trade and how far something has to move in order for that to be valid for me. And it's different in the NQs and again, this is just my method, different in the NQs than it is in the ESs. When I'm trading the NQs and I'm looking for one of my moving averages outside of a trend trade, which very rarely sets up, I am looking for the NQs to move between 30 and 50 points before it hits one of my technicals before I'm making a trade. So if we go back here, okay, and we were about 2,243, and we got down to my 65 EMA at 2,208. We moved down 35 points to hit this. Borderline, but it's probably a trade I'm going to make more often than not. And you can see when we got down there, we went down 35 points, and we did a quick 15, 20-point bounce. I really like my 200 EMA. If something moves far to get to my 200 EMA, 90% of the time I'm going to make a trade off that. Unless, and this is something that I think everybody should do, I don't trade during lunch. I don't trade between the hours of 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, usually. Because if things are going to break down, there's a lot less volume, and things can significantly break down at those times. So even if we look, guys, here's the NQs, and this is lunchtime. I mean, this is exactly 12 o'clock. We blasted through our 200 EMA, which is normally my strongest indicator. And I would have done that trade 9 out of 10 times. And, it went below it by a bit. We wouldn't have got stopped out, and it still worked for a 20-point trade. But it's just, I do not trade during lunch. That's when trends can be broken. That's when things can fly around because of the lack of volume. I'll show you a good one today in the CL that set up for us very nicely. And again, this was my 200 EMA. Beautiful. Perfect. Okay. So the further out my moving average, whether it's my 30, my 65, or my 200, usually the better the trade's going to be if we hit one of those levels. Okay. So we see oil early this morning got up to like 71.05, which was also a previous day high and my 200 EMA. And look at what it has done since then. Just straight down, straight down, straight down. And then another one of the trades that I look for is a trend trade. Okay. And it's hard to go to, we teach all this stuff in our course, which we can talk about later, but we got up to our 9 and our 15 EMA here. Okay. And when the stock's going in one direction, this happened to a lot of people yesterday in the NQs. They got killed trying to short stuff that was just kept going up.
Oh,
and
that
up and up
V-shaped
and up.
bounce, David. Holy moly.
No one would do that.
And I got stopped out on a trade that I did trying to pick a short that hit one of my moving averages. It happened. But once we recognized that the market was just going like crazy there, we got on the same side of the trade and we're able to make that back. But, not everything's going to work all the time. All right. We're going to have losing trades. That is just part of trading. Right? If you execute your losing trades properly, to me, when I'm trading, there's no difference between that and a winning trade. One, I'm going to make more than I'm willing to lose, and the other one, I'm going to get stopped out on when it goes against me. But this is one of my favorite trading setups, Nick, when stocks are in trends. I can tell you it doesn't happen very often in the NQs or the ESs because they're just so volatile, right? I think at one point yesterday, the ATR and the NQs was like 60 points. Right? So when you're dealing with a 5-minute chart that has an average of a 60-point move, it's okay not to trade because I'd rather not trade than get run over. And the tendency when we see those things going in one direction, And I had a lot of people in the trading room. Dave, when do we short? When do we short? Guys, we don't short. We look for a pullback and try to get on the same side of the trade, or we don't trade at all. Right,
David, can you go back in time on your chart? And this is a little bit like revisionist hindsight capital type of stuff, but like just what you were seeing during that V-shaped bounce, because that was such a peculiar move. And since you're a moving average trader, I'm assuming your moving averages got sliced and diced.
A couple of them work for a minute. Let me see how far back I got to go. Let me see if I get the 30-minute up. We can get yesterday. That's today. Let me see.
It was like 9:30, probably 10:30 Eastern yesterday. I think it's. I think it was just to the left. I think it's that one right there. That first V. Maybe the one right in the middle. What time is that? That's the 22nd. That's too far ago. It's that one to the right of that one.
This one, I think.
I think it's that one. It's the 24th at 10. Yeah, that's the.
Yeah, this is yesterday.
Right there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's yesterday.
Yep. This is yesterday. Yeah. So first of all, check this out. Okay, early in the morning, whenever this started happening at 10 o'clock, look what my 200 EMA was, Nick. I mean, we exactly hit it. We went down 130 points and exactly hit the 200 EMA. So that was a nice way to start the day. But once we started going up, it busted through every moving average that we had. It busted the 9, it busted the 15, it busted the 30, it busted the 65, it busted the 200. And again, this is a longer term time frame. A couple of times when it hit a moving average, it gave like 5 points, but that was it. And then you just got blown out of the water, right? So on days like that, what I'll try to look for is a momentum trade. When we clear a bunch of moving averages, okay, and we finally get over everything, it's clearly telling us that the market's going to probably continue going in one direction. And I'll just try to get on the same side of the trade. Or like I said yesterday, look, there were a lot of people like a deer in the headlights yesterday. And I just told everybody, guys, I'm not doing anything. I want to short this so bad, but I know it's not the right thing to do. So I'm just not going to do anything. You know, and once we blew through a couple of the moving averages, God, that's it. I mean, we got to get on the same side of this trade or just don't trade. And that's how you have to look at it.
Hey, if trading feels difficult, chances are you're on the wrong side of the market.
Well, it's never easy. It's never easy. But look, everything I do is based on my technicals. And again, Dave Green don't have the holy grail of technicals. Okay, nobody does. But, you know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I'm not going to keep going back to the same well in something that is not working, right? And the one thing I don't want to do when I'm trading these things is we try not to do is, you know, just constantly be blowing through these accounts and blowing them up. That doesn't do anybody any good.
No one wants to do that. A lot of people do it. Typically,
yeah,
end up regretting that.
I said yesterday, I hear accounts blowing up all over the place today. No question about it. So, you know, it's okay to just stay out of the way. Stay out of the way. Nobody forces us to trade all the time. We don't have to trade all the time.
So I got another question here. This one I think is more a little psychological. We're both going to be reading this for the first time. I did well in my Topstep practice account, but I struggle with my individual or combine accounts. After multiple combine resets, I switched to the practice account and found success by not cutting losses or profits too early. However, when I try the same strategy in my combine, I get stopped out. Why is this happening?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is my practice account right now, guys and girls, all right? I'm up $58,000 in it, I think, in 6 days. A practice account, guys and girls, it's no, I don't know anybody who's ever lost money in a practice account, okay? Because basically what you can do, and I don't use it that way. As a matter of fact, I've been experimenting with some overnight stuff, okay? And that's why I made most of that money. I don't have enough data yet to put it into play. Okay, so I always talk about journaling and stuff and journaling all your trades. It's something I've been doing for the last like 5 or 6 days overnight, leaving orders at certain levels. And it's been worked out pretty well, but I don't have enough data to actually go into an account and start doing it yet. I need to prove it out more. But it's just, guys, first of all, what's our practice? I can do 15, 20 contracts on a practice account. You're never going to do that on a real account. Okay. Whatever it is, most people aren't doing that on a real account, right? So it's just a completely different ballgame. I don't even like people to trade on practice accounts except to get used to trading the software. Stop orders, you know, trailing stop orders, all that stuff. That's the only way I want you trading on a practice account, or unless you're trying to prove out a theory over a period of time that might help you trading. But it's just a completely, you know why, guys and girls? Is there any emotion involved when I'm trading a practice account? I'll reset it tomorrow if it blows up. There's no emotion involved. Yeah, you can reset it in 2 seconds. There's no emotion involved. But what you should be doing is, if you have a plan that you're sticking to on your practice account, and then you're going off that plan when you get into your eval accounts, then you're doing something wrong. Okay, but just keep in mind on the practice accounts, it's not real. There's no emotion involved. You're going to do many more contracts than you normally would. Stick to something, and I don't change, guys. I don't change. Here, I'll give you an example. Stick to a plan that's working for you. Okay, find the plan that's working for you, whatever that is. All right. But I did a big trade in this today, and I'll show you guys. Look at my NQs. This is something that we talk about a lot. Okay, Nick, this is my favorite trade. I call it the far from moving average trade. Right?
That's a question that someone has.
Yeah,
I don't even have to ask you the question.
Oh, really? Someone asked this?
Yeah, Top Scott. It's just, I'm trying to pick up some banana skins. Can you go over the far from moving average setup again? Thanks. It's literally right here, right in front of me.
Yeah, how cool is that? This is the trade, okay? So what I'm looking for in a far from moving average trade in the NQs or the ESs is when it significantly gets stretched above all its moving averages, and we get a relative strength over 80, okay? Now, this morning, the first time we got over relative strength over 80 wasn't until right here. We got to like 83. 83 is an extreme overbought relative strength index. And for those of you who don't know, maybe you don't, RSI, very simple, measures when a stock is either overbought, too high, too fast, or oversold, too low, too fast. And when we get an RSI stretch this size, it's telling us that we can get a reversal, okay? It could not stop at 83. It could go to 93. It can go to 103. So it can keep stretching out. So the way I get into this trade is I look for the chart to tell me that it's going to reverse. How do I do that? When I see a red bar. And I'll even go to the 1 minute chart of this at this time. And because I don't want to miss this first 5 minute candle. So think about that, right? If I'm on a 1 minute chart, and I think we got in this morning, I think the high was like, let me get the exact high. The high was like 71, and I think we got in it at like 60. Now, when it turns, it starts turning very quickly, okay?
Nasdaq's
so
fast.
We got in this at like 60 based on a 1 minute chart. What I'm doing now, guys and girls, I'm keeping a very tight stop. If it goes back and makes a new high, I'm out of the trade. I'm risking 11 points on this. So I'm risking 11 points on this to potentially make 50, 60, 70, 80 points. And if I get stopped out, very simply, I'll look for it to set up again. Sometimes you don't always get it the first time, okay? So I think we were in at 60. The first 5 minute bar took us down 20 points, and the second 5 minutes bar took us down 35 points. So that's what I'm looking for in the NQs. I'm looking for anywhere between 10 and 30 points when I find a far from moving average trade. And what I'll do is I'll very quickly take 10 points off. Thank you very much. Give me my 10 points on my first contract. Lower my stop to break even. Give me 20 points on my second contract. Lower my stop to lock in 10 points, and then see how much I can get on my last contract. And you can see we pulled back to a support level. That's where we got out of the last contract. So it was like 10, 20, and 30 points. We averaged 20 points on it. But 3 contracts, right? If you average 20 points, I don't know, Nick, you figure out the math. I don't know what it is.
Oh,
3
I'm
contracts,
terrible at
20 points, $60, $600.
$600.
That's what it is. Yeah.
600.
And it took less than 10 minutes. So that is one of my favorite trades to look for. You know, look, we're starting to stretch down a little bit now, right? We're almost breaking all levels. We got a little double bottom coming up at 35. The RSI is only at 35 right now, so we're not stretched. I don't have anything else moving average-wise below where we're trading, right? I got nothing anywhere. So the only setup I will look in this, and again, I'll check different time frames now. I'll go to a 15-minute chart, 30-minute chart, a 1 hour chart, just to see if we have anything below here, which is mega, mega important when you're trading. I mean, let's just take a quick look. This is a great lesson. Let's go to my 15-minute chart. All right, look, here we go. On my 15-minute chart, I have a 200 EMA at 20018. That is down 30 points from here. So I do have a little support coming up. Would I make that trade? Probably we'd be straight down 68 points to hit that level. So by going to a 30-minute chart, using the technicals that I use, I have a level that is not too far away from where we are right now. If it went there quickly, I would probably try a trade at 20018. That's our 15-minute chart. Then we go to the 30-minute chart, see if we got anything there, and so on and so on. And look, I got a nice something on a 30-minute chart. It's down 100 points from here at 20048. But we know the NQs can go down 100 points in 30 seconds. But if I don't go to these multiple time frames, then I don't know that I have these levels there. And a lot of times when we get a big, think about it, that would be a 70-point move to hit our 15-minute EMA. I'm down with that. And the other one, our 30, would be a 120-point move. Not only would the 30 EMA work, but we also, on our 5-minute chart, would be way overextended and have a beautiful far from moving average trade if we spike all the way down to that.
There's a question in chat. Let me find it real quick. This is from Losing Trades Every Day. Hopefully not after you listen to David Green, Mr. Losing Trades Every Day. Mr. Green, is there a time frame that RSI is more dependable than others?
Yeah, unless I'm looking for a swing trade on a longer term chart, okay? I'm only on a 5-minute chart looking for RSI. That's it. I'm only on a 5-minute chart looking for the RSI to either get stretched up or stretched down. And you'll see, guys and girls, that this works a lot more than it doesn't, okay? And it's gravity. That's what it is. It's gravity, you know? It's people getting exhausted after buying it for 10 green bars in a row. All the buyers just get exhausted, right? And I'm not looking to make 200 points on it. It's a trade. My normal trades, okay, when I'm getting to NQ, I'm looking to make anywhere between 10 and 30 points. Unless I'm in a trend trade, which, you know, doesn't happen very often, but then you can make hundreds of points. I see people posting all the time. I got into a trend trade this morning in NQ. I made 265 points. God bless. I don't know that I could ever do that. But when something's in a trend trade, you stay in that trend until it changes. But I'm a scalper, okay? And when I say scalper, you know, if I can average 15 points on every successful NQ trade that I do, that's $300 on one contract. All right? Think about that. If we're in a $50,000 account, that's 10 trades, right?
Yeah.
That's 10 trades. But we're also going to have losing trades too. So here's the important thing with losing trades. If my target is to make, you know, between 10 and 30 points, I can't ever lose more than that. All right? And that's mega important. I can't make 15 points on a trade and lose 50 points on the next one, because you will never get anywhere doing that. Never.
Yeah. David, I've been messing around with NASDAQ, just risking 10 to make 20, and it's crazy how fast those base hits add up. You know, 2-3 trades, you're sitting at $600, $1,000, and it could take all of a couple minutes to get 20 points in NASDAQ, if that.
That's right.
So, I mean, those base hits really do add up, and you're right. You have to make sure your ratio of risk is managed, because you can't be risking 60 to make 15. It's not going to fly.
Exactly. Because then one bad trade, you have to have 4 good trades, and that is not a hit rate that you want to have.
No, it's also, do you enjoy just taking base hits? I think it's a little bit frustrating initially for some traders, because you're not getting the big ass move of like 50, 60 points. But I just like psychologically and for mental capital, just taking that money initially, you think that helps you sustain like your trading throughout the day, just always taking those base hits?
100%. 1,000,000,000%. All right. I love to get into a trade where I've taken some profit and now I can't lose money. I want to be in that position in every single trade that I do. Okay. So if I take 10 points on NQ, I'm not going to let it go more than 10 points below where I got in. So worst case scenario, I'm going to break even on a trade. And I guarantee if you poll the entire Topstep audience, okay,
we could right now
ask them how many 60-point wins they had. 60-point wins they had versus 10 or 20-point wins. It's going to be, 100 to 1, or it should be anyway.
Yeah. I mean, those are fun trades to have, but they really don't happen as frequently as we think. But those little base hits.
More often than not, we're going to lose 50 points. We're going to lose 50 points being stubborn, then we're going to make 50 points.
Market always knows, doesn't it? It always knows.
Seems that way. When it's not going well, let me just say this, Nick. When it's not going well, it seems, you say to yourself, if I was just doing the opposite on every trade that I do, I'd be making money, right? But then you try to do the opposite and you lose on those also. So
then you're in trouble. Then you're in trouble. You got nowhere to turn. That's when you turn to Topstep TV and you listen to David Green and you learn how to trade and manage risk. That's when that happens.
It's not just David Green. Everybody here is very lucky to have everybody who's on Topstep. Trust me when I tell you that. Okay, there's a million people out there that are going to, tell you 9 ways to Sunday how to do this. You guys are in the right spot. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think you were in the right spot. Let's put it that way.
Hey, we'll appreciate that. They would also appreciate you, but I'm not letting you go yet. We still have more questions. We got one more from Angie. David, help me with my hesitation. When I see a good setup, I'm just not pulling the trigger. It's been going on for too long. How do I fix hesitation with my entries?
It's the only way to get through it is to go through it. That's it. I mean, it's one of the hardest things for beginning traders or traders that are struggling is to push the button because you're afraid. Why aren't you pushing the button? You're afraid you're going to lose. That's it. You're afraid that this trade isn't going to work and that you're going to lose. I can't wait to get into every single trade that I do, okay? Because it's going to work. That's my mindset anyway. If it's not, then you shouldn't be trading, right? But the only way to get through that is to do it. You just have to do it. When something sets up, and I tell this to everybody, you got to pull the trigger when something sets up. Otherwise, look, and I don't like to say this to people, but I'm honest as the day is long. Maybe it's not for you. And I'm not pointing you out specifically. I'm saying if it's something that you're constantly having trouble with, maybe it's not for you. Push the button. The worst thing that you're going to happen is you're going to lose some money, right? That's the worst thing that's going to happen. The worst thing that happens is you open up another account for $50, right? That's the worst thing that could happen.
You just got to get the reps in. Just like Carl Hunga said, get the reps in. Move to micros. There's anything you can do to just help yourself get comfortable and execute those trades. David, what's going on with Wall Street Global Trading Academy? Any free seminars? Anything fun going on?
What do we got? We just finished one last week. But what I'll do for everybody, if they want,
they always want.
Pop my email up. First of all, guys, check out the course at Wall Street Global Trading Academy. We put together a Topstep specific 90-slide presentation on trading futures. Just on trade, it's like 3 hours long. Anyone who purchases any of our course at Wall Street gets lifetime mentorship. We get together every Thursday night. We go over any problems that you have. We go over any trades that you want to go over. That's all included in Wall Street Global Trading with any of the courses that you buy. But what I always like to do, Nick, and I can do this for next week, pop up my email. Anyone who wants to come into the trading room for a free trial, shoot me an email and I'll get you in there next week. You can hang out with us next week and watch us trade live and talk about some of our techniques and stuff all week. Pop me an email.
Yeah.
Anyone who sends an email, I will get to you over the weekend and send you a link.
Yeah, Scooby Curry says, another guru. David Green, how long have you been trading for?
What's that?
So how long have you been trading for?
Just because you're trading a long time doesn't mean you know what you're doing either, Nick. But I've been doing this for 35 years. 35 years I've been doing it.
Hey, he's not a bad guru to have, Scooby. He's not your average guru. David Green's email is in the chat, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. David, thank you so much. David, we're going to do a fun segment coming up. This next segment is actually called Pass with the Pros, and we're going to bring someone on. They are this close to passing their trading combine on air. And we're going to see if they can pull it off. How about that for Tradertainment, baby?
I'll be back for Power Hour.
I can't wait. We will see David Green back at Power Hour from 1 hour from now. But until then, stick around. We're trying something brand new. We're doing Pass with the Pros. It's going to be Andre, myself, and Stanley trying to pass this trading combine into XFA. Stick around. We've never done this before. Producers, take us away.
Order filled.
Well, here goes nothing. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody, this is the first time we're doing this officially, I'd like to say. This is Pass with the Pros, man. I'd like to welcome everyone. Mr. Stanley joining us from Brooklyn, New York, my favorite borough in all of New York. But yes, Stanley, thank you so much for joining us. You ready to do this?
Thank you. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm
yes,
excited.
yes.
Thank you
All
guys
right,
for
so
having me.
over to my man
Let's go.
Dolby.
Let's get it.
Dolby, what are we trying to do here?
So this is Pass with the Pros. Andre and I had a Power Players a while ago with James D, who coincidentally ended up actually passing a trading combine on air. And we were like, I bet we could do this again. I think we could recreate this. We sent out a form. People filled it out. Stanley, you followed the instructions. You were able to submit a high-quality Zoom link with everything that we described. And not only that, you're an excellent guy. So we brought you on air to pass a trading combine live in front of 3,000 plus people. NASDAQ has been providing some opportunity today. I know that's one of your preferred products. And can you tell the people just how far away you are from passing?
So for this combine, well, first of all, thank you guys for having me. I'm really excited, to be here. As far as this combine, I'm just about 1.5, just a little over 1.5% away from passing. So looking to do this live with you guys right now.
Sweet. So about $850. What's that? It's about that's nothing for NQ. So
Order filled.
What kind of system do you trade? What kind of setups are you looking for? Is this price action that you typically enjoy in the NASDAQ?
Order
So
filled.
mostly I'm looking for highs and lows. So I love to look at the session lows, session highs, what happened during London, what happened during Asian session, and pretty much for 2 years. It's been 2 years now since I've been trading, and discovered Topstep I discovered futures in April, and then I discovered Topstep in May. So just a couple months ago.
Okay. Man, you're already on TV. Love it. Love it.
Shoot, we made it.
Yeah,
made it.
It's crazy.
All right, cool.
Don't know until you bet.
You got a 5K combine or $50,000 combine, correct? And we're about $850 away. Count balance is around 52,176 ish. Got to get it over that $53,000 mark. I think we can do it here again. We're not going to force trades. We're going to stick to the system, stick to your system. We'll talk it out, and we'll continue to see what happens here on Pass with the Pros. Let's go, Stanley. All right, so what are we seeing right here in the NASDAQ right now? I'm seeing last trade, 20,175. We got VWAP at 20,187. What are you seeing in terms of setups? Have you taken any trades today?
Not seeing anything right now. I mean, it looks like, clearly once we made those highs earlier today, we kind of just been tanking since then. So I had an opportunity here to get in for a short, but we're kind of in this range, so I don't want to rush anything, and I don't want to kind of get caught in the middle. So I kind of want to see what's happening over the next couple minutes.
Cool. What's your predominant time frame for your trades?
So I like to look at. I start off with the daily. I'll start off with the daily, but in terms of getting into the trade, I'll get in either on either the 5, the 1, or the 15 second.
Okay.
I don't really I would consider myself more of a scalper. I don't especially with NQ, those wicks are crazy. You could literally wick, 30, 40 points 15 seconds. So I don't like to hold NQ. I like to kind of get in and get right out. Right now, not seeing much volume though. Doesn't seem like there's much movement. There wasn't much news today, besides the 10 o'clock. So, and that didn't really do much. So I'm not really seeing much right now. But I mean, I will possibly. I'm looking for shorts right now. I mean, we've been downtrending, so I'm definitely looking for an opportunity to get in short. Maybe if we pull back a little bit up to these 200s, maybe I'll probably look to get into a short, depending on the tape, of course, too.
Cool. Order short around 20,200. All right, last trade 20,170. Yeah, we are just kind of chopping around right now, which is okay. We're gonna be patient. What's your typical size? Your default size on an NQ trade?
Honestly, it depends. Usually, I'll say on average though, I'll go in one contract, just one. Like I like to, like I said, I like to get in and get out. Let's say I win that trade, then I'll probably go in again at that same size. If I lose, I'm going straight to micros.
Oh, interesting.
Just going to micros. Yeah, I'm going to micros. Because even like today, I was actually we're starting to see some selling pressure.
Here we are.
Yep.
Yeah.
Last trade 20,164. Now 162's trade. ES breaking as well. Last trade 57.73. Nothing really showing on the tilts. Here we go. Some more selling in the ES. All right, sellers just stepped in the ES here.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. So we're kind of looks like we got down to what, those 140s, and then right back up. But you see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So now normally when I first started trading, I would have saw that and then I would have been like, okay, well, I'm short biased anyway. Let me hop in. And then look, we literally went to 145 and in a matter of seconds, right back in the 60s. So you're looking at like, so NQ is
NQ for you, man. NQ, yeah.
NQ is vicious.
What's your typical stop? Just so we know and chat knows, what are you looking to risk and what are you looking to gain per trade approximately?
I'm looking for anywhere between 10 to 15 points.
Perfect.
Yeah, 10 to 15 points, and then I'm looking to get at least 30. If I'm about 15 points up, depending on how I feel, I'll close it or just move stops to break even, and then depending on once again what's going on, in the market, I'll probably, like I said, especially with NQ, I'll probably just get out because NQ is vicious. It looks like we're coming back down again a little bit.
Give another shot here. Keep an eye on the ES. ES moved first there between the two.
Order filled.
Both snap back very quick. I believe the fast market's very nicely compared to a bungee cord, bungee jumping, right? Snap down and just pop right back up, right back into your entry. If you blinked in the NQ, right back to your entry here. You get in.
Looks like my other layout is frozen. I don't know. Are you guys seeing that? Is it frozen?
Yeah, try clicking the minutes up top and see if you can change to the time frames and see if it undoes it. Oh, it's only doing that. So click inside the. Yeah. Maybe Coach Robert, if he's. Oh, is it the 4 hour chart?
Oh,
I thought might be that. Try getting.
Yeah. I was on the 4 hour. Let's see. That's probably what it is. Okay.
Or refresh.
Yeah, I just always press refresh too. That fixes like most of the stuff.
Yeah, we're not missing anything just yet.
And we're back. Boom, there we go.
There we are.
There's a pro tip for everybody out there. Hit the refresh button. It solves like 90% of problems.
Yeah, guys, I'm still a beginner.
All good, no, man. All good.
No, you're a pro as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you're gonna be.
Come on, Aaron, you're trading.
You're gonna be a pro. Dolby time. They had the inevitable joke in the chat. Where are the pros that Stanley's going to be trading with? Yes. It's like almost as if we knew that was going to be coming. But here we go. Let's trade this. Yeah, we are the pros indeed. All right, last trade 20,172, 175's trade now.
Yep.
Let's see.
We're about to say we've got a Dorito right here, and Jay Smithy's "Where are the Doritos?"
Where are the Dorito? Yep.
You're looking at it. This is the Dorito.
So if they got Phil on those longs down there, you're probably really happy. But yeah, that was quite the snapback here. Again, Stanley, thank you so much for doing this. We really appreciate it. A lot of courage to come out here and do that, essentially be the guinea pig for something like this.
Of course. Thank you for having me. Like I said, I'm
amazing.
super excited. Super excited.
Do you have any questions? It's your time to shine, Stanley. Do you have any questions for the pros? We can throw it to us, throw it to the chat, throw it to anyone. You got any questions for the pros or just us in general?
The chat?
I mean, I guess the first question is, how did you guys, when you first started trading, how did you guys really get the confidence to scale up? I feel like that's my biggest a weakness. That, and then the discipline too. Like sometimes I just go on tilt and it's like, whoa, just relax, man. So how do you guys, any tips for scaling up and for avoiding, going on tilt?
Scaling up, I think scaling up's a function of your account size. The bigger your account gets, the bigger you can trade. That's just a confidence, right? If my account balance grows, then my size can grow. So basically, yes, start with 1s and 2s, then just go, once you get good at 2 lots, 4 lots, then 8 lots, and just kind of double as your account balance grows. What do you think, Dolby?
Yeah, this is something I struggled when I was doing trading combines back in the day. And I think, having a fixed risk reward like 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 helps a lot because you're always kind of taking profits. And it kind of allows you to get used to larger P&Ls. Like I'm kind of a firm believer, like traders can only make what they think they deserve out of the market. So if you don't know how to handle trading 20 lots, you're going to end up mismanaging the trade and kind of botching it. So something that you can do, especially in the trading combine, and something I did was I would just try to make like an extra $100 more than the previous day. And that way you can kind of like slowly get yourself accustomed to higher P&L days, all while managing your risk. So it's just kind of about like exposure therapy and just making sure you stay in your lane. And as far as going on tilt, just try to identify it ASAP and get away from your computer as soon as possible. And if you have a lockout button, which exists now, didn't exist when I was trading, utilize that as soon as you feel like you're on tilt. Journal. If you notice things in like your body, how the way you're feeling, all that stuff is biofeedback. Write it all down, and then do some meditation, visualization exercises, and that way you can kind of anticipate that stuff coming. And then when you can anticipate it, then you can adapt. If you can adapt, you can avoid it. So there's that in 5 minutes.
Great feedback here in the chat from KK. Andre, dude, please stick to your like and subscribe script. You are not a trader.
My goodness.
Wow.
KK, stick to your script as a viewer and just watch. You just watch.
Right.
Bro, hey, after this pass with the pros, Andre and I are coming after chat. Stanley, if you want to trade, do it. Chat, you and I need to have a conversation. This is
Hey, yes. You watch, I talk, we'll go from there. And Stanley trades with the pro Dolby time. Thanks for joining us again, Stanley. Love it.
Yeah, we're kind of just chopping around here. Not really much movement. Not really much movement.
No,
but no. I mean, one thing that you guys said, especially about the lockout feature, I think if you had to ask me, I think that's my most favorite feature of Topstep. Literally, just being able to go here and just click that and just walk away. Because I've blown a lot of accounts, because I don't say because of not having a lockout button, like because of me, obviously, but having this feature helps so much. It helps so much.
It does. I wish we had it back in the day, man.
It would be
saved a lot of heartache.
Hey, question for you, Stanley. Who you watch Topstep TV?
Order filled.
Yes, I do.
Awesome. Who is your favorite pro? Like, who is your favorite pro that comes on here that you perhaps like to trade with? You could in the future.
Ooh.
Who would you like to share the spotlight with?
Honestly, I would. I mean, it's tough. I love everybody that comes on here, but I would say I resonate more with Rips. I resonate with Rips.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Noted.
Yeah,
noted.
Yeah, I resonate with Rips. That would be pretty dope if I could get on with Rips. That would be cool.
Let's see if Rips is available real quick.
Yeah, maybe we'll see.
Make a cameo.
Yeah. All right. Let's keep an eye on how these markets keep going from here. Let's trade 20,170.
Let's see.
What happened here? S&Ps, man, that snap. I mean, we just snapped right back off that sell-off there.
If we push back up to like the 90s, heading towards the 200s, I'll definitely be looking to get into a short around like the 200s for sure, or like maybe even like the 90s, depending on how the market is moving. I'm definitely looking around, I would say, the 200 mark.
200, yep. Possible short around 200.
Yeah.
Look at
Yeah,
top step
I'm looking
daily
at the 200.
levels. Anything popping around here? Top step daily levels. There it is. Yeah, top step last trade 20,175. 20,175. We're in zone 3 here. Nothing really. Settled 168. So nothing really in top step daily levels. It's all right. Stay patient here.
Yeah, 1 p.m. is a tough segment. You know, this is we're trying stuff in the 1 p.m. slot to see what works. And the 1 p.m. segment has been a little bit pokey as far as market action. Doesn't mean there's not opportunities, but it has been a little bit slower recently.
Gold selling off a little bit here. 26.83 last trade. Seeing a little bit of buying in the ES. 776. We did bottom out around 57.69. That was quick. All right, back.
Yeah.
Look at the tilt here.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Looks like we might be testing these 80s soon. Let's see.
Yep.
We're just holding at right here. Let's see.
Taking here, 180s. Yep, got view up at 186, 20,186. Slope of view up has flattened out considerably since fast markets. Crude tilt. We got a tilt in crude here, 74% long. Average price in the crude from $70.17. Ooh, last trade $69.75. So taking a little bit of heat there.
Okay, we're moving up.
Yes, we are. $182's last trade. View up again, 186. Stanley, you still looking for this 200 level?
Yep, I'm still looking for the 200 levels to see what happens. If we do hit the 200s, I might even switch to micros just so I can be able to partial out. Because otherwise, I'm gonna go in with one NQ contract. So.
All right, Dolby, I want you to take a look at the NQ right now. Are we in a range? What are you seeing there?
Dorito.
Let's say Dorito. Okay.
Clear as day Dorito, too, on the 5-minute. Just higher lows from 210 yesterday, and then lower highs from 915 today. And we're just in a very, very Dorito-y type of shape right now.
And yep. Higher lows, lower highs. Kind of the market's just kind of pinching. Typically, it has to do with lack of volume, lack of volatility. What's a Dorito? Shifton wants to know, what's a Dorito, Dolby?
It's this wonderful technical formation that happens every now and then in which you get a series of higher lows and lower highs. And you end up kind of getting a shape of a Dorito. So I call it a Dorito.
Wedge. Dorito.
Wedge. I think neutral bull flag or something. There's a bunch of different names for it. I just call it a Dorito because it's tastier.
Yes, they are. Cool Ranch especially, Dylan. You already know. You already know. So, yeah, coming up these 186s here. Bit of a bounce in gold off the View app. Yeah, we're going to remain patient, right? I'm not going to force it, but yes. It's very cool, Stanley. Everyone click like, click subscribe. Give Stanley some love here in the chat. Coming on and doing this. And about 800, 850
I appreciate
bucks.
you guys.
Yeah, this is awesome, man. Super mad respect.
Oh, we appreciate you, man. This is very, very difficult what you're doing.
Okay, about 850 bucks away from the combine here.
Wait, who's on the Cryon right now? Purple Doritos are the best? What the hell even is a purple Dorito? Dude, I need to look this up. What flavor is purple Dorito?
Oh, I think that's the spicy nacho. It's actually not bad. It's like spicy nacho or something. You guys should try it. It's not bad.
Is it
we're
spicy?
heading to the
You're
190s.
incorrect, Stanley. It is.
What is it? Is it sweet chili? It's something chili, maybe.
Sweet chili.
Stanley, someone's at the door.
Who's here?
Stanley, someone's at the door.
Hey, knock, knock.
Oh, get out of here, man.
Hey, who's this?
Yo,
Who's this guy?
yo, what's good? You guys play too much, man. Yo, this is what? Yo,
Who's this
What's
guy?
happening,
Rips,
Stanley?
what's going on, man?
I hear you're trying to
this
pass
is
your
cool.
combine right now.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to pass this right here. Oh man, that's
I mean-
dope. Yo, you guys got rips on here? No, that's dope,
Yeah.
man. That's what's up.
Man, we got rips on here? Oh, we got rips on here. Yes.
Look at that.
Yes.
I
Stanley,
got
whatever
rips
you
on
need.
here.
Cucumber water,
Let's
rips,
get it.
Celsius. Dude, we got you.
All right,
Let's
Rips,
get
help
it.
out
Let's
Stanley.
get it.
Stanley's trying to pass his combine. We're about $850 away from passing the 50K combine, trading the NASDAQ. Thanks for jumping on here,
$850
Rips.
away. That's very, very close. That's
Yes.
you might want to split that up into a couple of days. But if you're feeling like you're really in the pocket today, that's definitely something you could do. I think that the market
Order
definitely
filled.
wants to come up higher here. We do have a level thing for me right now is that we're kind of in between levels of 168 and 213 right now. Being in the middle of that makes this for a very difficult trading direction because we can chop back down to 168, bounce back up to where we are trading now at these 190s. So it's a very difficult trade area right now, in my opinion. But we are seeing the S&Ps battling off the lows here. We're seeing a couple of these equities in the Mag 7. They're coming up out of these lows. So it's difficult, but what are you feeling, Stanley? Talk to me. What are you looking at here?
So I was looking at some shorts, probably around like I marked it up here like the 200s, just because we kind of we made that high this morning, and then we've kind of just been in a downtrend ever since. So kind of just following market structure here. So I'm just looking to see if we get to the 200s. We just got to 199 and started tanking. So I mean, we'll see. We get to the 200s.
Yeah, so-
I'm definitely gonna open a position here.
Gotcha. I like that. Since basically for the last 15 minutes, we've been grinding higher, and now it looks like we're starting to lose a little bit of that steam. So trying to capture some points to the downside. Let me ask you this. If you're going to take a short at 200s, what's your target to the downside?
I'm looking at final target would be 140s. So like
Gotcha.
145. Around this
So
low right
basically
here.
sweeping that
Where
low
we
that we had
rejected.
it at.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Where we rejected.
Very
I mean,
cool.
we break this high, then I'm out. So I'm looking to risk maybe about six and a half points here.
Gotcha. And how many micros are you thinking of slamming on there?
5. I'm gonna do
Gotcha.
5.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
I
5
like the
micros.
setup. And
Let's see.
now it's really up to you.
It looks
If we
like-
get that setup that takes place, you can navigate right through that and see if you can execute it. I know it's a lot of pressure being here on Topstep TV. Do you think you're up to the task?
I'm up for it. I'm cool, calm, and collected. So
I can hear it in your voice. You sound like you're super confident in this
Yeah.
trade idea, and that's all it takes. Have that confidence, have your idea completely planned out, which it sounds like you have, and just taking those executions. So dude, you're a rock star. I can't believe that you're willing to do this in front of the full audience here. That takes a lot of courage to do that. So hats off to you for doing that.
Good Lord, you should have been
thanks,
here
man. Appreciate it.
20 minutes ago.
Appreciate
They
it.
were not nice. They were not nice.
Thank you. All right, we finally got a pro on here. Dude, we finally
Hold on,
got your
chat
pro.
not being nice. You're kidding me. Hold on. I thought
Rips.
chat was always so nice.
They're like, where's the pro? Where's the pro here? Where's the pro? Like, all right, we got the pro.
I
we
mean,
got the pro.
Stanley 800 away from passing his combine. That seems pretty pro to me. Passing combines is not an easy feat.
I mean, I'm working towards it. We're trying to get there, man. Trying to get there.
Whoa.
Is this
Yeah,
going to be
shout
the
out-
first
like
one,
I
or is
said-
this one of
No.
many?
This is I would say this would be with Topstep. I think this will be my third, maybe.
All right, let's go.
Fourth.
Get it.
Number 3. I,
think,
love that.
yeah.
Nice. Okay, let's trade
Let's
20,191.
see. Yeah, see, we literally got to 199 and been kind of teetering on these 90s here. So, going for the 200. we'll see what we get.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing up there. It's sort of kind of like a triple topping pattern. Basically, afternoon, we've seen, a couple times where that price has been interacted with, and we've seen a lot of rejections up there. And every single time that we've come up around this level, we have found a lot of sellers up here. So I see exactly what you're seeing there, Stanley.
Yeah, shout out to you, Rips, man. I've DM'd you I think twice, and especially with a lot of influencers, people, especially traders, new traders like me, will have questions, and it's you'll DM the person. You actually responded. I was like, wait, whoa, this guy responds to his DMs. I was like, yo, that's what's up. And it looks like we're testing the 80s again. All right. So, okay.
Yeah, I do get I get a lot of DMs, and when people are genuine like yourself, I do try to help out as much as I can and try to give out any kind of advice that I can when people do reach out the DMs. So I do appreciate you even reaching out. That means a lot, and hopefully whatever we chatted about made things better rather than worse in your trading.
Yeah, no, it was down in the DM.
It definitely did.
Okay, good.
Don't distract me. It's a trade to take, Rips.
Yeah, I'm watching this price action right now. I think he had that beautiful entry up at 199. A little bit of hesitation. It was tough. It touched the entry point and kind of disappeared right away. So let's just be patient. Let's see if it plays out here. The great thing about trading too, Stanley, as you know, even if this entry doesn't come back to exactly what the parameters you're looking for, we're just going to wait for another trade to develop. And if it doesn't come today, it doesn't come today. We have tomorrow, which is Thursday. We got Friday. I mean, and even if the trade doesn't pop up this week, we always got next week. So never feel like you're back into a corner. I know we're here live on Topstep TV with about 30 minutes to go in this segment, but don't feel pressured that you have to take this trade. I always say, if the market doesn't give you your price, you can wait for another time for the market to show up for you.
Right.
Stuff,
I probably would not have blown so many accounts if I took that advice before. So I'm gonna take it now.
Well, we got to go through the process. We got to go through it firsthand to understand it for the most part. It's one thing to read books. It's another thing to be in there actually pressing the buttons, taking the trades. And that's one of the things that I love about Topstep, and I'm sure you do too, is that we have this opportunity to really get in here, have an opportunity to pass these combines and actually get funded. And so it's really cool that we do have this opportunity. Before, back in my day, 10 years ago when I first started trading, I didn't have that opportunity. I ended up having to spend my own money in the market and ended up blowing a bunch of it. So it's good to know that you're doing it on combines, keeping your finances locked up nice and safe here. And you are definitely taking this seriously, only $800 away from passing. And seeing this patience right here and now, this is giving me patience. I want to be trading right now, but seeing you, this is rock and roll right here. I love this.
Yeah, no, I'm waiting.
Might get a retest.
If we get it, like you said, if we get it, we might. We're at the 190s right now. Like I said, once I see 200s, I'm pulling the trigger. I'm just gonna set the stop, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay,
I love it. So 6-point stop. Yeah. Go ahead there, Dolby.
I was gonna say, since you're trading some micros, do you ever consider fanning out the orders, doing 2 every half point away, and just see what you get filled on for the move? Hold on.
Here we go.
It looks like we're getting there.
Yeah, let's let Stanley be focused in this trade. One thing that's easy to do is get distracted here on Topstep TV.
Stanley, do your thing.
We'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk. Rips, did you trade? Did you trade at all today, Rips?
I did. I traded 5 Topstep X accounts for the first time seriously on my stream, and I traded them without the daily loss limit. And I took those bad doggers all the way to max loss, baby. All 5 of them. Straight up.
One of those days.
No, it was funny. It was the first time I was really getting my feet wet with the using that platform. And I really want to start using more of Topstep X because the features just keep on rolling out. And the amount of capabilities that you have in that platform now from where it first launched are insane. By the way, we're coming up very close to Stanley's entry here. I want to make sure that he has some time to talk about this here.
Let's trade 197.
Ooh, we got offers in. Nice.
Good, working it.
3 MNQ. It looks like waiting to get filled at 20,200. See if we can get this push higher. How are the bubbles looking on Bookmap, Rips?
We are seeing a lot of overhead supply showing up right around this level that Stanley's interested in shorting. I'm not sure if we are going to sweep higher above those 200s because we do have an order stack that is a little bit higher up at like 203, 205, which would be just above where Stanley's stop is placed. So I'm hoping that we have some defense showing up here and now, and that we'll see this trade play out for Stanley's benefit here. I really want to see this work out here.
Yeah. Everyone's pulling for you. Everyone show some love in the chat for Stanley. Courage to do something like this. Let's get these 200s. We're working 20,200 offer in the NQ.
Dre, I don't know if you saw, but Patient Zero, James Dobson, was actually in chat, and he wants to come back and do it again.
Oh, hey, 100%. Okay. Shout out, man. It's the reason why we're doing this, man. That was a lot of fun. Hope things are going well for you trading, but yes, we'll get you back on. Let's get these 20,000.
I do like seeing it stall up here. We're stalling between 93 and 97. I do like seeing this stall. So, I'm in Stanley's camp here where I think that we could see this thing really play out for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of whether or not he's going to be able to get that entry and if it's going to come to his price or not. I've had it happen often where, even going back to when I was in my first 5 years of my journey, you can sit there all day and the price can come a tick away from your price. And if you're of the mindset where you're wanting to trade that specific trade, sometimes you just don't get fills that day. And it is what it is. That's just trading. Trading is never a guarantee. We're putting on risk. That's the name of the game. We're not putting on guarantees here. And some days, it's the trades that just don't end up fanning out exactly how you wanted them to. And that's okay. Mm-hmm. I'd rather have a missed opportunity than a blown account, personally.
100%.
Right.
Well said,
Exactly.
Rip.
Exactly.
That's why I was asking if Stanley spreads out orders. Take 3 MNQ, throw some at one at 95, one at 98, one at 202, and maybe you kind of average in at 20,200. But if you don't get there, you can nibble at say 96 and have a partial, and then maybe add in if it ends up going your way. But I don't trade a lot of micros, but it is a cool feature.
That's a good. I'm gonna definitely look into start implementing that because that actually makes a lot of sense. Let's see, because we were a few ticks away.
Mm-hmm.
We're back at
we were right there.
Yeah.
And that's that's what happens is sometimes, and it's good to have those rules because those are being in control of your trades. If you can control exactly where your entry is, control where your stops are, you're going to know what your risk reward is on that trade. And the more that you can do that, it's easier to backtest your trades, go through your journals, go through your trade logs, look at exactly what the types of trades are that you're putting on, and really start putting the pressure on yourself to say, all right, I'm sticking to my plan. This is what's working. This is what's not. I'm going to start to tool up this style of trading that's really working for me. It allows a lot more flexibility in backtesting your trades versus somebody who's a discretionary trader. Now, I'm not saying discretionary trading is a bad thing and systematic trading is better. I'm just saying from a view of backtesting, it can be very helpful, especially in the early stages of your trading career, to focus on systematizing your trading because it makes it a lot easier to go back and backtest and focus on those risk reward numbers.
Yeah. We're starting to see a little bit of a even smaller Dorito on the 1 minute.
Yeah.
We're getting higher lows, lower highs. Yeah. So I don't know how much longer it's going to be able to stay within this range. 20 minutes? I don't expect that to stay here for 20 more minutes.
Yeah, consolidations can last for a long amount of time. I mean, we did Power Hour yesterday, the Power Hour trio, Andre, Dolby, myself. And we saw a lot of consolidation until the MOC. So, I mean, consolidations can last sometimes for hours at a time. It really just depends on what the lay of the land is. Today, we don't really have all of that much. Coming up on the docket, we do have, I think, one more auction today, if I'm not mistaken. Did that already go off?
It already happened, 5 year.
That was the 5 year, yeah. So that was it then. So we already had the 5 year getting delivered, 30 minutes ago, I guess.
Yeah.
So
hey, Rips,
go ahead.
What's your take? We got all these speakers tomorrow. How the hell do algos trade it with all these speakers speaking simultaneously? How can an algo trade this?
It's moving.
What are you looking for?
So they do have. Hold on, we are coming back up here to the 200s. I do want to see if this
ladder perks.
I'll touch back on that point in just a moment here.
You got it. I
feel like we're getting our golf voices back on again, like yesterday.
Stanley is teeing off right now.
It's a narrow fairway.
Yeah, that's right.
Crosswind,
wind
left
to
to
the
right.
northwest.
Yes, northwest. Easy approaches the ball here.
A little bit of liquidity is sitting at 20,200.
Indeed. We're Stanley's
in the
caddy.
pocket for
We're
24
caddy.
hours lately.
Stanley wants to go with the 8-iron. Caddy say, "You're damn right, he's gonna go with the 8-iron." Stanley, what are you seeing here?
Looks like we're heading there. So I'm getting ready to. I mean, this looks like we could trigger. So we'll see. I mean, depending on what happens at this 200 level, I'll put in the other two. If we get a nice reaction, I'll throw in the other two. If not, then I'll just leave it as 3 and just mitigate that risk. Reason why I'm doing that as well is because once again, like once you've blown a couple of accounts, you start saying, okay, look, what am I doing here? So
I'm loving the patience. I mean, there's a lot to say about the patience that you're showing right now. I know a lot of traders out there who would have marketed in by now. So good for you.
I might be one of them. We're still doing higher lows. I'm on the 32nd. Higher lows, lower highs. Jeez, man. Let's get this.
This fill.
Yeah, it looks like the range is getting tighter and tighter as we get up to those 200s. We are coming back down to those 190s, finding a lot of bid support at those 90s.
Nothing showing here on tilt. And again,
shoot up. And those orders, you got the orders sitting there, Stan. That's good. I like that. I like just having the limit order sit in the market. Let the market come get fill us.
Yeah.
But to answer your question,
trade location for a market.
Oh
order,
yeah.
But,
all the Fed speakers. All the Fed speakers, small reps.
So to answer your question about that, with the Fed speakers tomorrow, there are going to be boots on the ground, depending on where this conference is. I believe I know the New York Fed is the one who's putting it on. I don't know if it's virtual or if it's in person. If it's virtual, you're going to have people who have a network connection closest to the live stream servers that are going to get the fastest, the lowest latency to get the fastest amount of data. And then have those algorithms working on those certain phrases that they're looking to digest. There's a lot of family offices that do this, smaller to mid-size hedge funds, and the big boys, of course, the big four. Here we come up, by the way, up to those 200s.
We're gonna pop right again. Let's trade 197. 198's trade.
99s are offered.
And Stanley again working an offer at 20,200.
I do like how timid the buyers are getting as we get up closer to that 200 level, which means that we're either going to see a harsh rejection at 200 or a blow off top at those 200s and then a rejection. We'll just have to see if I'd like scenario 1 to play out where we have a very harsh rejection because I'm seeing buyers become more and more timid as we get closer to those 200s. There's those 200s.
Boom. All right, we're in.
Okay.
All right, we're in.
Looks like we have a fill.
Okay.
All right, Rips, talk to him. Talk him through this.
Well, I want to see this become a harsh rejection, and I want to see those sellers coming in on the tape right here and now. We did see the buyers sort of exhaust above 200, but we really need to see sellers take control of the tape here and now. How do we see sellers? We're going to see selling orders on the market, bringing us back below 95. That's going to be a very interesting point of inference that we have to the downside here. We're seeing sharp sellers coming in just above 200s there. We want to see that continuation to the downside. We have lower liquidity in this environment. I think a lot of folks that are waiting to either bring this price back down towards VWAP, or you're having folks that just have TWAP algorithms that are running right now. TWAPs, of course, are time-weighted average price algorithms that fire off specific orders into the market, either bid and offer orders or market orders at a very specific fixed time period. So what we're seeing right now is a lot of algorithmic orders, very low participation, what looks like from retail traders. And it's just because we're kind of in zombie hour right now, coming into power hour. Usually this is a lull before we get into power hour, which is going to be in 15 minutes here.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, maybe one time.
Give it to me one time.
Yeah, we're still seeing.
I'm feeling okay. I don't usually trade the afternoon session, so it is a little bit different. Just seeing like the way NQ is moving. But I mean, my stop is set, so I'm good. It hits.
Nice.
It is what it is.
Nice.
Sell this thing.
Not sweating this at all.
I'm more nervous than you are, man.
Seriously.
So a good thing about this trade right here and now is that NVIDIA is tucked right under the VWAP. So if we do see a rejection underneath the VWAP from NVIDIA, that could cause the NQ to start to roll. And that cascading momentum to the downside could see a lot of stops being popped, creating more momentum to the downside. And you could get a nice sweeping pull move to the downside. That's what I'd really like to see on this trade. The enemies of the trade right now are going to be Microsoft, Google, and Meta, who are all holding significantly above their moving averages. Apple is tucked below all of the moving averages here, so we could see that starting to add pressure to the NQ here. We are seeing 95s being auctioned. Want to see, there we go, nice pull through 95s to the downside there.
Push this thing down.
That is good. We want to see 95s now as a defense point. If we do cut through 89s, which is sort of the point of control from the last few hours, we could see that liquidity sweep continuing lower, potentially down to the 170s.
Come on.
Right, yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Because if we head into these 180s, I might just add these other two. But let's see if we attack it aggressively. If not, then I'm cool with the 3 micros.
Yeah, I like your trade size. I like your composure right now, especially being here live on Topstep TV, doing this in front of however many thousands of people that we have. I don't want to spook you out, but there's a lot of people watching this trade, Stanley, and you're nailing it right now. You're like a real rock star.
Thanks,
so cool, man.
Shout out to my wife. I know my wife is watching.
Yeah.
I love you.
Hey, yeah.
Shout out to my mom, my dad. I have a whole bunch of friends watching.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. So shout out to
man.
all of you guys. Appreciate it.
Stanley's click, man. He's a real one.
Love it.
He's got some stones to do this. This is awesome.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah. Macho Man says, yep. Come on. Hammer this thing. Come on. Do the right thing.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a rejection underneath 195 there. What we really need to see is sellers taking control of this tape. We are seeing a lot of coiling here. NVIDIA is refusing to roll over right here and now. If we get a rejection underneath VWAP, we could see that create a harsh rejection. But as I said earlier, enemies of this trade, Meta, Microsoft, and Apple both are showing a little bit of upside movement here, which is influencing the NASDAQ to also take some shape here to the upside.
I got bottom of 5-minute range at 182. So it's very tightly wound.
And this is on very low liquidity here. If we spun up the house account and started firing in 50 lot clips, we could actually move this price action around and see exactly where the icebergs are laying on this order book. So
just start hammering.
Coming back down below 95 is strong. Looking for 91s to trade out. We do have some resting liquidity at 83 that could be potentially serviced here, which is nestled below the VWAP, the session VWAP of 186 here.
Yeah.
So back again, we need to complete this trade through this bottoming area of 190s. That would basically negate the fact that we have a double bottom here. We swept down into those 90s. There are a lot of orders that are trying to get closed down there, so we just need to see that continuation.
Push it.
Yeah. It's like we keep rejecting off these 90s. I'm looking for us to break it, and honestly, we break those. I'm just going to add the other two.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So let's see.
Come on. View at the 186.
You can see too how little liquidity is being offered as we do see these large price movements here. We are seeing the bid and offer gapping by three ticks on each side. And that is indicative that we are in a very thin market. Let's see if we get this break down below the 190s here.
Yeah, I'm adding.
Just need to see some consistent sellers.
All right, we're in. We're in more now.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Good
Tell
luck,
us your
Stanley.
position. Stanley short 5 micro from what price?
Let's see. We're at 196.
196. Thank you. Get back to your trade. We'll update everything from here.
Cool.
196. Short 5
All
for
right, let's
190.
these 83s getting tested to the downside here. We are seeing a little bit of a rejection there in NVIDIA underneath the VWAP. We are seeing a slight pullback in Meta as well as Microsoft. If we can see continuation to the downside, that can bring us below this 183 level that we are tracking right now in the NQ.
196.
96.50.
96 hook. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
keep in mind, we do have that algorithm that's going to be jumping on in about 7 minutes here. So 7 minutes, we want to see that trade resolution taking place here.
Yeah, what's
this thing?
Yeah, that's it. Also, shout out to my boy Ashan, who even got me into futures, because I used to trade forex and options and all of that other nonsense.
Well done there, Stanley.
Yeah.
What's this thing? Come on.
Chat, if you're liking this segment, please let us know.
What made you guys come up with this segment? I wanted to ask.
Well, Stanley. Well, go ahead, Dolby. How did you come up with this?
Well, we had James Dobson on. I believe he was on the 9th of this month. And he came on just for a regular Power Players segment. But he actually was already in a trading combine in a trade when he came on. And then he ended up passing on air. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool.
Okay.
So I was like,
okay.
Is it possible to recreate this? Let's send out like a form. There's got to be someone close to passing their trading combine. And lo and behold, we actually found a couple people. So hopefully, Stanley, you've actually inspired many people. And I'm going to put the link in chat. So if you want to be Stanley and pass with the pros, here's the link for the form submission. Please read the instructions carefully, because if you do not, then I don't read your stuff. So please make sure you submit the right information.
Order filled.
Now, we're still seeing the same thing across the board in the Mag 7 right now. NVIDIA is really not moving all that much. Volume has all but died off there. I still think that we're going to get a big injection of volatility here in the next 5 minutes. And that can go either way. It really depends on, where these books stand to be balanced, whether they're net short and they want to cover those shorts, or they're net long and they're ready to sell out for the day. A lot of movement will happen in these next 5 minutes here going into Power Hour.
Order filled.
I think we can roll into. Yeah. Hey, Rips, by the way, thank you so much for joining us
Order
on
filled.
Moment's Notice like that. That was really
I mean,
cool,
I got the call and they told me what was up, and I said, yeah. Absolutely. I got to get on
Stop
there. That's
everything.
great.
Stop everything. Stanley's about to pass a combine. Let's do this.
I mean, that's what I heard.
I didn't think you guys were gonna bring him on. Like that's pretty.
Stanley, when I asked you, man, we had the wheels in motion behind the scenes.
Whatever you need,
And
Stanley.
everyone on call you up.
Yeah, we're still just coiling here. It's about a 4-handle range now of coiling. So we really just need to see, again, the weaker we are under these 200s. And when I say weakness, I'm talking about that anytime we auction up towards the 200s, we see buyers subside and we see sellers stepping in. The more of that we see, the more tired out these buyers are going to get, and they're going to give up on overtaking these 200s. So that's what we're looking for. That's what we want to play out. And I'll see Stanley getting some green here on this trade.
Come on.
Order filled.
This thing. Do the right thing. All right, Rips, you said we see a liquidity injection here in about 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Looks like 4 minutes on the docket here.
Rips, you available to hang out a little bit?
I don't see why not. I'm having a great time here. I want to see Stanley kill this thing.
Cool. Because we're gonna roll into Power Hour, but I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah.
But we're gonna bring in Dakota
Some
and
pros.
David Green.
More
so
pros,
no pressure,
Stanley.
no pressure, Stanley. But we're gonna bring in a 35-year trading vet and one of our number one traders. So
man.
we're gonna
Nice,
get you
nice,
through
nice.
this thing. We're gonna get
Just see
you
it to
through it.
them. Thanks, Dolby. Appreciate it. Yeah, we got some more pros coming in. Everyone's pulling for Stanley right now. If you guys like what you're seeing, give Stanley some love in the chat. Please, let's see this to the finish line. This is really, really cool. We'll bring in
Yeah,
some
here
more
we go.
pros.
We are seeing this tumble just a little bit lower here. I want to see a lot of this bid side liquidity starting to evaporate. I want to see, instead of us running into 5 blocks and 10 blocks, I want to see us running into singles and doubles here. So let's see if we can actually roll into this 83 level. 38 contracts sitting on 83 here. We are tumbling lower. Let's see if we can tick that level out. Some folks are front running that level. That is totally normal on a thin market to see something like this. Stanley, how you feeling over there?
Feeling good. Looks like we're heading down to the 80s. Like I said, I'm looking at the 70s. And honestly,
We just swept that order at the 83s there. Very good to see that. I want to see this push much lower. We are breaking these lows. Stops are getting popped down here. Very, very nice trade here, Stanley. Gorgeous move here to the downside. We're still seeing a lack of buyers on this tape for the time being. NVIDIA has comfortably rejected below the VWAP. Let's see if we can get continuation now through the 7 EMA. This is beautiful.
What price do
Stanley.
you need? What price do you need downside? What are we working?
I'm out at 168.
Thank you.
But I mean,
cool. Get back to your trade. That's all good. That's all I want to know. 168. Cool.
Yeah, I'm out at 168.
Now, we did run into a large iceberg there at 75.5. We had some front runners kind of picking up the slack all the way down to 74. If we don't have confirmation that we are going to continue this move to the downside and reject under VWAP here, it might be wise to maybe look at peeling off some into these lower 80s, if not mid to higher 70s.
Right. I was just thinking that.
We just need to continue to reject under VWAP here. How many contracts do you have on right now, Stanley?
5. I have on 5. Looks like we're heading back up, but I don't think we're gonna break these highs. I don't see it. I mean, I'm kind of looking at the tape here too. I don't see it.
Yeah, that rejection off of 74 was a large, massive size order that came in. We started to see those orders ticking in. Yeah, now that we are in power hour, we are going to see a lot of volume starting to pick up. Not a lot, but a decent amount of uptick in volume that's comparative, much higher than what we've seen in zombie hour. I'll give us an update here shortly on market internals as we get a little bit into this power hour underway, about 30 minutes into this. But, who do we have here?
Here we go. Let's bring in another pro. Hey, there he is. Dakota, welcome aboard. We're on a moving train right now. Stanley, I'd like to introduce you to Dakota. You're on with another pro right now.
Dakota, the man, the myth, the legend. What's going on, Dakota?
Stanley, are you ready to pass this combine?
Yes, I am. Okay, we're heading down. Good.
Trading is optional, so you don't have to trade.
Oh no, well, I mean, we already got some skin in the game, so it's kind of too late for that now.
Just know you don't have to pass on here on live. No pressure though.
Oh, okay. Oh, of course.
They say trading is optional, and by that he means just give him your account, he'll trade it for you.
You see what happened yesterday.
I would be more than happy. Let's see.
Just be careful. We're going into power hour, and the market's bullish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So just always be aware. As long as you have a stop loss, follow your process. Don't think about the process or the profit.
I think more than anything, Dakota, Stanley's been really showing a lot of patience in this trade. He's been waiting for the market to enter at his prices and exit at his prices. It's definitely something that I think a lot of folks out there watching from the sidelines can learn a lot from, because it's one of the things that I struggled in early on with my trading. I was always jumping into a trade and not waiting for the price to come to exactly where I wanted. And once the trade's on, you're kind of sitting there saying, well, what do I do next? Stanley, on the other hand, has done the polar opposite of that, planned out his trade from start to finish, showed where he was going to add contracts to the trade, said where his stop loss was, showed where his take profit was, everything was buttoned up from start to finish. And that's the exact environment that you want to create as a trader. Because if you see how cool Stanley is right now, I mean, that's probably has a lot to do with his personality, but just the way that he's handling this trade right now, unbothered, focused in the zone, and ready to accept the outcome of whatever comes.
Love it. I caught a piece of it. Yeah, I seen. I would have been the guy that if I was thinking